Mission, on mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Trying to mission, on a mission. I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission. On a mission. On a mission.
Hello. Welcome to Alchemizing Energy. So, I have been on several panels lately and I have been talking about relationships on these panels. And it's very interesting, like the way that men today see relationships. When it comes down to marriage, I think that people are looking for a maid, you know. And I wanted to talk to Baba Yashabaya about the marriage because, how long have you been married, Baba?
I've been married. I've been married 4 times. First time I was married for a year and a half. The second time, 4.5 years. The third time, 38 years. And the last time, I'm 18 years in.
Wow. Okay. So you're talking to a person that been married several times over, right?
That's
And
right.
I got into it with a person, with my cousin actually, when I was reviewing a panel, and we were talking about the male and female roles. And I'm gonna share this with you.
Okay.
I'm gonna share this with you guys because I think it's really crazy. Hold on, this is calling me. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm on live. We're talking about marriage. Me and Baba Yashabai, we're talking about marriage right now. So I would love for you to come up. Well, I think you should speak on it because we're talking about if marriage is marriage a business or is it like really a real like what is marriage? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, come on up, come on through.
Salute to the platform. All right. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you. All right. Sorry about that, guys. People texting me, calling me. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, hold on
I
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so he's been divorced. It's good to get people that's divorced. I want to hear from divorced people. I want to hear from everybody because I believe that the way that we are approaching marriage is wrong. I think that people have a really weird understanding of relationships. And so I'm going to play. So this was a panel I was on. They were very disrespectful, Baba. So just be prepared to hear some
Well,
disrespectful.
that's life in the fast lane. So come on with it.
There's some disrespectful things that are being said on this panel to
But that's
me.
just
So just
emotion.
be prepared. So,
That's just emotions. People and their emotion, what they think and feel. All right.
so long as we can get through that, because I trust me, they're gonna be saying, "But you ain't got nothing else to offer but your dick, bro." There's people that listen. There are people in my life.
No. What does that mean?
Let me talk. Let me speak.
I want you to talk, but I
See. Here's the thing. I'm about to break it down to everybody, and we're gonna see check this out.
want you to explain what you mean. What you mean by I don't have nothing else to offer but my dick?
What I'm trying to tell you, now this is all he's talking about is he's telling some wild stuff on this panel. So just so y'all know, he's talking about how he want to, it was getting kind of, talking underneath my skirt and all type of stuff. And I pretty much said, hey, listen, That's why you guys are behind, because that's all you're thinking about is sex.
A
So
business. You'll help them with their
here we go. Hold
I
on.
got-
Why do men think that because you're a bigger woman, you should just be low self-esteem out here just crying? Why do they think that? They think that we should just be over here like, just I'm just fat and just low self-esteem. I feel so sorry for myself. Oh my god! Like, what do they want us to do? Like, bro, just jump off a bridge, you fat. You know?
Got this big old wet
No.
pussy. I suck the dick like this. You was the one up here talking like that, not me.
No, that's not what I said. And see, that's the way that they interpreted what I said, because they're horny, and because of the things that I
Yeah,
was
I'm
talking about, they took it like I'm just saying, yeah, I suck some good mean. You know, imagine I'm talking about like things I've been through, and they
We-
interpreted it on some
that's the
weird
problem.
stuff. Let's go about that. Let's go.
Zion the War Child. All right, welcome, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
Baba Yasa.
This is how
Yeah,
ridiculous
man.
conversations get on these
That's
panels,
the
right?
problem.
And how
Yeah,
they talk
we
to
haven't
women
got-
is crazy. Let's go. Because I heard
Well,
from two women about it, and I want to hear from the men.
First of all, I want to say a cowboy, you know, to the pounder, which means welcome. And I'm glad to see Zion my war child, man. Yeah. And the thing about it, first and foremost, religion, Christianity, excuse my French, have fucked up a lot of brothers. You understand? Because they got women in a low state as being the downfall of humanity, and that's all BS. That is not what took place. Now, when it comes to marriage, that's one of the worst things, people, because a lot of them do not understand what marriage is: a business and a contract. You know, it says you are to be a helpmeet to what, to build a generation or to build wealth. And every time I've looked at it, I've been married 4 times. The first time I was in the military, and my wife, I caught her with another man. I'd been stationed in Las Vegas, and we was married a year and a half. So quite naturally, you know, I was emotionally hurt. So I got out of that relationship. Later on, I married another young lady. We was together 4.5 years, had 3 children, and then she decided she didn't want to be married no more. I don't know what the problem was. And then the third one, we was married 38 years. Note that, 38 years. She decided one day in the morning, a wild child, she don't want to be married no more. You know, well, okay, baby, you don't want to be married, but that means we got to dissolve all of our accumulations. You know, property and things. With everything had to be dissolved through the courts. You know, everything we had accumulated in that relationship, the courts had to determine who gets what. That's business. Then when I got the divorce, they split up all the equitable things. So if it wasn't about business, why is the courts involved? In every marriage, there's a marriage license, is a contract between 2 individuals to do certain things. And if it don't work, you dissolve the contract. I learned that. It ain't all, but it's about love. A lot of times it's not about love. It depends on what you're looking for to build a wealth, a relationship, or to build a empire. You know, and I've learned in this last marriage, it's been you're talking about God sent. I mean, the ancestors really saw, because I was at the crossroads. So what I want to say to people out there, Christianity has ruined a lot of us. They made us think that marriage is forever and all like that. But do you not know? Now watch this. Have you ever read in Isaiah 4:1?
Isaiah 4:1.
Yo, Zion, have you ever read War Child? I'm gonna call you War Child. I like them dreams. They think War Child. Have you ever read Isaiah 4:1? I'm talking about a business. Isaiah 4:1. Is it everybody believes the Bible? You know, they believe the Bible. Look at Isaiah 4:1. Then look at Proverbs 31.
Yeah, I've never read it.
Huh?
I've never read it.
Okay. In that day, 7 women should take hold of what?
One man.
And say what?
We would eat our own bread and wear our own apparel, but only let us be called by name to take away our reproach. So what does that mean? What does that mean?
That meant that back in the day when they had this old attitude, a woman had to have a man that ought to be recognized and be recognized as being a woman or had any clout. So to take a report because marriage was a thing that if you wasn't married, you considered a harlot or whatever. So they say, so the book said they take him 7 to remove our reproach. And that ruined a lot of folks. They talk about well, marriage forever. That is not true because in the book, it says when you don't find any favor in the eyesight, get a written bill of divorcement. The whole thing is based on business. And many people getting married or hooked up for many reasons. So there's not one standard reason to get married. There are many reasons for wealth, security, child shotgun weddings. So it's not always about love and affection. Sometimes it goes beyond that. I don't even get that far, you know. And we have to understand that because you go marry somebody, and it's a lifetime, you're stuck with them. Your death do us part. That is a bunch of BS. That's New Testament talk. But if you ever been in a relationship and you go into it, you're there to build wealth. It's there to build a legacy. If it don't work out, then you dissolve the equity that was accumulated and move on.
And I think that we understood this back in the day. You know, that's
Yeah.
why we had dowries. Like, you know, you raise up your woman, your female child to be a certain education level, to clean a certain way, to do a certain way, run the house a certain way. That man had to pay the family for the work they did raising that child. And it's still dowry still exists in Africa and different other countries. We've
It's
gotten
all
away
on the
from the
book.
dowry, and now where it's about love and all this other stuff. But if
That is-
I believe that relationship that like existed on dowry like lasted way longer than these relationships that are based on
back
this
in the
whole
day,
thing of concept
he had
of
to
love.
bring so many goats, so many of this. And then what about doing slavery? When you was forced to breed and go over, was it about love or was it about raising up to do the work?
Yeah, no, there was no love involved with that.
With no law and so we got it mixed up based on a lot of bad teachings. And we was taught, you know, marriage is forever, and you sting to that one individual. I know a lot of men are in prison right now, marital prison, because they too afraid to leave the relationship. They there on a guilt trip because they either went out and screwed up, and she got that overhead. She hold them in hostage. A lot of them is not even in that situation. And then the book also say it's better to dwell on a housetop than with a contentious woman. Wait a minute. So all this stuff about love was 1/10 of what a marriage is. The rest of it's been because at some point in time, the season runs out and you got to go in and try to make it. And anytime, and I'm glad I watch out, all the time say if you're in a relationship, no matter how hard you try, you can't get no success. You're in a bad relationship. The chemistry is not right. You know, finding my soulmate. How do you find your soulmate? When do you know you find your soulmate? Because a lot of people been in relationship and they hate because they can't even find a way out. They worried. So no, marriage is a business. It's a compromise. It's a working out of things. You got to come to an agreement, and that takes a lot of work. A lot of work. I've been there, done that, because nothing more than hurt me no more. You go in debt for a new home, get it built. You $400,000 in debt, and 3 o'clock in the morning, someone tells you, "Well, look, we've been married 38 years, and I'm just tired of being married, so I'm gonna move out." Now I'm stuck with all the bills, house payments, all that. She go get her apartment. Is that love?
I think that if we actually look at love from a business from the beginning, it would not leave the man out at the end of the relationship when it ends and goes
Yeah.
faultily. That if we actually like look at love as a business, not love, but marriage as a business, then things would be split up equally. Okay, you cheated on me. That means you have to be homeless after we break up.
You know, the thing about that,
You're
and like
punished. That's a punishment. You have to like start from scratch because things didn't work out, and then I get everything and you get nothing. I don't think that's fair.
well,
But I
then
think that if
look
we
at this.
actually go ahead, go ahead.
Look at and why you got to bring the courts and the lawyers into if it's not a business? Why do we have to bring the courts, lawyers in to divide up the property and stuff,
Assets. Yeah.
access if it's not a business? If we met the court and put us together when we decide to separate, why do we need lawyers in court if it's not a
Because
business?
the love left. That's
Say
when
that
it
again,
became,
watch out.
because the love left and it became profane and not sacred anymore. So now we're left with the residue, which is all profane documentation, finance, you know what I'm saying, dividing, you know what I'm saying, splitting the baby, as they say in the legal term. Now, I ain't one to talk. I'm not one, you know what I'm saying, like, as a person who has dealt with divorce, and I've been, you know what I'm saying, I'm a hopeless romantic. I don't care what y'all say. If I get married, it's for love, on God. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna hold that, because while I hear your points, Baba Yasha, about, you know what I'm saying, like, the Western Christian system, about, you know what I'm saying, me being a person who, held my purity, you know what I'm saying, all the way until I got married, you know what I'm saying, and then, most of my relationships, you know what I'm saying, were long-term relationships. I had 3 9-year relationships. So I'm 50. So that's 30 years of my life. You know what I'm saying? But I still won't compromise the love part. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just looking for the business aspect. I won't leave out the sacred part of it, because I feel like when that is lost, then there really is, really no glue besides finance and you know what I'm saying, and property, you know what I'm saying, and children, the children of I don't know how that works. I can't call it. I'm not going to be, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite or be one of those dudes who think I have all the answers when I have failed, 3 long-term failed relationships. I'm the last person to ask.
And I can agree with you.
No, I'm not taking the love out. No,
I understand. We all go
And
one.
Baba has been married several times and divorced, so you're not don't feel a certain way.
I'm 79 years old now. I'm gonna say I put in 38 years in one marriage, and I went there for love, I thought. But as things happen and situations occur, sometimes that love is not enough to keep you there. But I understand what you're saying. And I appreciate it, because I was just like you. When I got married, I never want to be divorced, because I watched my mom go through a lot of things, and I didn't want to go through that. I don't want my children by a bunch of other women, right? I've got 14 children, and they're not by the same woman. 38 grandchildren that are all kin, 12 great-grands, and a possible great-great-grand. That was the hand that I was dealt. I didn't ask for it. It just worked out that way, and I went in just like you. I was no saved and sanctified, and didn't believe in running around and all that as I was talking growing up. But that ain't how the people you meet a lot of times that you run into, because some people have their own hidden agenda. You don't find it out until you say it, I do.
Well, let me just say this, man, and I've learned this for me personally, and this is being subjective and just personal in my own feelings. Every relationship I had, the major ones that were 9 years, you know what I'm saying? Right. I felt I felt like the sacrifice, you know what I'm saying, and even the loss, even the broken heart was a part of it. It's a part of my story. It's a part of that love. I would never remove the love and the affection and the, you know what I'm saying, the passion. That if it's not about that, then what am I paying for? And the heartbreak is a part of it too. And you know what? You know what I'm saying? That actually, as an artist, as a person who paints, and as a person who you know what I'm saying, like I always look at it as that muse thing. So the heartache and the loss, the broken heart. I love to sing melancholy, sad love songs. It's a part of the experience, and I won't take that away from it neither. It's a part of it. And I do not regret, you know what I'm saying, being with, you know what I'm saying, Yoka or Mina, or I love those relationships, and even the fall apart and the heartbreak was all a part of it. And it gives me music. It gives me a song to sing, whether about the good times or the bad times. I got my money's worth.
and I can tell, because I too, and like I said, I have children in all relationships, and that's still the glue. And I'm still in communication with them now. A couple of wives have transitioned since we've been apart, but the children, and we all meet, we talk, everything, but we got a loving family. But like I said, what happened happened. But now I'm like, even I don't kick love out. No, don't think I do. But I also know that it comes down to a thing. It's also a business as well. You know, that's why a lot of people get what they call prenups and all these things. You know, whereas we might not. A lot of folks go into not for the same reason. Everybody's not. It's not a love. It's all about security, and it's all about this. And I've heard, you know, and being a father of 10 girls, I've heard them. My daughter sit down and have conversation. They will raise a hair on the back of your neck, you know. And I'm going, well, why you? Well, you see, Dad, he doing this, that, and other, and it's all about what I can get out of them. I said, well, what are you bringing to the table? What are you bringing other than yourself? You know. And
Baba. Yeah. So this is actually, you know, like timely, because, you know what I'm saying, the other day I had just did a little freaking track, even though I kind of flipped it, you know what I'm saying, but it's one of my favorite songs from, you know what I'm saying, like the old R&B classics, that love on a two-way street.
Yep. Definitely.
You lost it on a lonely highway. Yo, I love that. You know what I'm saying? But it happens. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And to take the love out of it, though, I mean, you do before you go into the contract. I think that bond is necessary to build that. You know what I'm saying? Because what you want is to become like, even with the African tradition. Right. You know what I'm saying? The man and the woman were supposed to become family in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Right. If you look into the Kemetic. And this is not to be what do you call it, and what do you call it when you know they have Asar and Aset, right? And in the lore, Asar and Aset are sisters and brothers, right? And that's not to suggest, you know what I'm saying, that one should be engaging in, you know what I'm saying, that kind of, you know, direct, but when you build a relationship with a woman, you know what I'm saying, you fall in love with her, and then, you know, you're working together, she becomes that close where it's, you know what I'm saying, that close where it's like a family. You like your blood ties, you know what I'm saying, together in a sense, not literally, you know what I'm saying, but spiritually. She's your sister, you're her brother, you know what I'm saying, even though y'all are, you know, a husband and wife. That's where, you know, and maybe that's just my romanticism, you know what I'm saying? Position.
I like that, your romanticism.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's my romanticism. But, you know what I'm saying? With like my grandparents, for instance, my grandparents got married at 20 years old, right? Okay. And they were married all the way up. My grandmother's 95. I just lost my grandfather in March of this year. They were married all the way up until my grandfather was gone. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking 70, 75 years of marriage. And they were like sister and brother. People would look at them and say, y'all look similar, even though they come from two different. You've been together so long that their bonds, their behavior and everything, and then even how they had their little tiffs and stuff was like, you know what I'm saying, like a brother and a sister would have a tiff, but it wasn't, you know what I'm saying. So, but did he build an empire with her? Absolutely. She knew how to handle the money. He knew how to handle finances and build his church and build their house and do his work. You know what I'm saying? And my grandmother.
And protect their investment.
She was, she had stacks, you know what I'm saying? She had money put away that nobody knew about. And everybody be like, oh, well, yeah. And that's one of the arts of the power of women. Women, you know what I'm saying, especially a good wife, you know what I'm saying? She's not stealing money. She's not taking money. She's putting it up for a reason. While he handles this and pays for that and takes care of that, she looks at the bread, puts what she can aside, makes sure that the house has this and that and the other, and then still does her own thing. My grandmother worked, you know what I'm saying, had her own little ventures and stuff like that, the mother of the church, and on top of that, she was in education. But when we turned around, you know what I'm saying, and it was time to look at the children, to look at what was left, you know what I'm saying, grandpa left the house, the land, you know what I'm saying, the church, and grandma stacked the bread. There's an inheritance waiting. You see what I'm saying?
I know
So,
exactly, but look at this.
in that business sense, but the love was not gone, because even right now, as she's going through dementia, she wakes up every day and says, "Where's my husband?"
Right.
That is what I want. I don't want it to just be about the business.
not just a pass through the night. But no, Walter, I remember.
She'll wake up in the morning and be like, "Where's my husband?" And they have to remind her he's with the Lord. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Right.
And that, you know. And listen, it brings a tear to my eye, but it's a warm feeling, and that's something that I desire. That kind of bond, that's priceless.
Well, see, Walter, they built theirs on a different form of relationship than you got today. Remember back when they got married was serious. I mean, they took it sincere, and they built on, and they fought through hard times. These young folks now can't stand nothing. The least wind blow, they run it. They run it. They run it. But see, but those that them old folks back in the day you talking about, they're like my granddaddy and all of them, and come along, they had a whole different era, and they had to fight, and they had to have a strong woman behind them. Otherwise, they couldn't have nothing. Even my wife today, right now, she's the CFO of our home, right? I've been places, man. I thought we were broke. You hear me? And I tell you what, let me give you for instance. We was in the trucking business. We got all these trucks, right? And we went to Baton Rouge to rest our trucks. When we got to Baton Rouge, my business, do my RP, it was like about $7,000 or $8,000, right? Well, I'm sitting there with $3,000 one day. And wait a minute, I'm going to get some more money. I'm down. This lady wrenching her purse. This God is wrenching her purse. I got you. She started shelling out them hundreds. And I was probably, because she knew how to save and stack back. Where I was spending, she was saving. You understand? Right. They know how to. That's why the book says, he that finds a wife finds a good thing, but everybody ain't a damn wife.
Right.
Everybody
ain't a damn husband either.
You see what I'm talking about? Right. You know, somebody ain't built for that road. Even though they jump in it, you know, some people, believe it or not, if you ever get a chance to see the movie called Z, The Ant, everybody's born in the world with a purpose, and a lot of them is not born to be married. That sounds crazy, don't it?
Shay, right. Some people ain't born to be married. They not.
Some people ain't born to be, and they get into it and they make a wreck of it because that's not what they're here for.
Right.
I want to show you guys some more of this video because I think that it's gonna be.
I'm enjoying it, man. I'm enjoying it because that's the lick. Come on, baby girl.
Yeah, but those two brothers, man, all they talking about is these two brothers is all crotch monsters. That's what my other elder called them. All he would talk about is sex. Come on, crotch monsters.
Let me just show how ridiculous it got. But there's a point I'm trying to make, right? Let's go.
I can't hear what it was going on, but unless you trying to go to a certain part of it. I don't hear anything, Genesis, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so I'm kind of in the middle of the video, but I'm about to get into that.
Yeah, because I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Do you have it muted or something?
I don't know, but I'm trying to see what.
Wait, can you hear the video?
I don't hear nothing.
We don't hear nothing. I was reading some of the subtitles, and homeboy saying like
okay, you can't hear it. Okay,
it's silent. Yeah.
Homeboy stuck on his lips and his fingers. That's a lot of problem. But when that joker failed to operate, then what your ass gonna do? Because there will come a time when old John ain't gonna stand to attention. Then what you gonna do?
He gonna swing low, sweet chariot. And
you'll just be swinging there, and you're trying to get pissing on your feet. You know. So then what you gonna do?
Right.
If you build it on sex alone, when that time goes away, because like it's like life, what are you gonna base it on then? What are you gonna base it on?
Can you hear it now?
What is that?
As a person with your business. So it's not just if you're with me, a person like me.
Oh,
it's
what
like
is
more.
that?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
fucking software engineer.
but listen,
Why isn't
but
that-
listen, stop
what
it,
is
stop
that?
it, please, please stop it, Monica.
Yep.
Right there, you offering. You said what you offer is if they got a business, you'll help them with their business. You just won't be messing with them. But that's not right. That's still not right. That's not right. That's not right.
So can you hear this now? Can you hear this?
I heard that part.
So,
Yeah.
so I'm
Loud and clear
saying
now.
that they asked me, what do I bring to the table? I said, I'm a software engineer. What do you mean what I bring to the table? And then I have them saying it's not right, and I have other women say this is what's crazy. This is
Well,
my
what's not
cousin.
right?
I
What
love
you bring
it. How
Wait.
is it not right? How is it not right? If you're with a guy and
Because okay, if he has a business, okay, he has a business, okay, and you might help him, right? But they're talking about what are you bringing to the table for a relationship. So a relationship and you helping him with the business is like totally different because you'll be by your man and you'll do little things to help him. But what are you bringing as yourself to the table for a relationship? That's what you should have been answering. You
well,
know,
marriage is business. To me, marriage is a business.
It's
No,
relationship.
Marriage
it's
is
not.
not like in my mind, marriage is business. It's not like I don't think of marriage as like, oh, we're just in love and we're just having children. No, that whole situation is a business. So
No, if you bring love and a relationship and you treat it as a business, that's not really truly anything. That is just uh that's nothing. I mean, that's y'all have nothing. Yeah, because if the business collapses, it's not.
but what
You
about
never
people
treat.
in marriages that are like thriving, right? So they
Wow.
don't love the person that they're married with. They get into these arranged marriages. They don't love that person, but they grow to love them, but they understand, right? Okay. And arranged marriages, they don't love that person. They get arranged to be married and they don't love the person that they're married, but they be married for years. Way longer than we get married for love. So that's what I'm saying. But let's go. Let me shut up. Then what happens is the man comes, gives the family a dowry, and it's almost like they're buying the woman to be in a marriage with that person. Right? That's what African, Indian, most like countries are. We're the only ones that are basing our things off of love. That's why the divorce rates are so high. So to me, I'm like, okay, marriage is a business. It's not about like, I mean, love and everything. If you like just base your thing all on love, that shit fades over time. You know what I'm saying? You might love a person when you're first with them, but over time you grow out of love with them. So what's holding the thing together then? It's
Love still holds it together. You can't give up on that. But a
I don't know what's
relationship, you
going
should
on
never.
now.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
but what my mother had an old saying, you're not in love, you're in lust.
Mm.
You're not in love, you're in lust, and it'll
Right,
pass.
right.
You understand? But like Walter, I mean, it's a difference between the love thing. And I understand you got people back in the day. I don't know if they're doing it now. They would come and they would marry somebody to stay in the country. Ain't no love involved. It's a
Nope.
business contract. So look at me, I'm gonna pay you X amount of money so we
As
can
soon as
get
they
married.
get their green card, it's over.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
It's a wrap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got a video to share too. This sister, she went in. It was the other day. It's interesting that this is coming up right now. So
Okay.
whenever you're done, DJ Genesis, if you want me to share, the sister really went in. And one of the things she said, there's no such thing as gold diggers, which I kind of disagree with. But she had some really hard, pertinent assessments in this video. So I might want to share that with you guys.
Yeah, please share it because I'm confused about like what. That's why I'm not married because I don't believe in marrying for love. I believe that love fades, love goes up and down. Love is something that you know. And
could that come also from, you know what I'm saying, like the some of the, you know, the your own experiences and failed relationships and stuff like that. Like, even though, you know, I've had failed relationships.
I haven't had that many relationships. That's the
Okay.
thing.
All right.
I
Yeah.
just
So
let everybody else have their relationships. I'm like, okay, I've assessed. Maybe I'm like I'm outside analyzing this shit. I'm like, that shit that don't exist. Like, y'all are basing
Yeah.
your relationships off of something that's the reason why, because it's something that's fleeting. Love is fleeting. Love can, like, you could like love something one
no,
minute.
I think in old school relationships, there's always going to be like this ups and downs. You know what I'm saying? And love actually evolves. It doesn't start out with the you know what I'm saying, with the flowers and, you know what I'm saying, and daggone sparkles and, you know what I'm saying, and explosions and stuff and all the emotionalism in the beginning. But very important part of that, which I believe is a part of our biological function.
It's actually,
you know, all chemicals and everything like that. That new love feels amazing. And when that new love seems to die out and dwindle out, people don't know what to do with themselves. And now we start seeing flaws, we start arguing, all of this stuff happens, and then it really doesn't evolve. Whereas, you know, like when I'm talking about my grandparents, I've seen them go through I've seen them go through heights and lows. And the love seemed to continue to evolve into different things. But you know, the romance,
was it love or a sense of duty? Was it love or a sense of
anniversaries
duty?
and right, and then, you know, looking at each other's, you know, children. I could still see days where my grandmother would look at my grandfather, you know what I'm saying, even at 60 and 70 years old, you know what I'm saying, and see the hearts and freaking sparks flying, you know what I mean? But not every day. It was, but it evolved in a different way. And I think that we you know, when we're so caught up in that first, you know, that first experience, the dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin high, that when that disappears, you know what I'm saying, then all of a sudden the whole ship breaks down. You know what I mean?
You know,
it sinks.
What bothers me is this. And the person say, I love you so much that they want to kill you. What kind of shit is that? I'm just loving. I want to be with you, and I'll just kill you. What kind of love is that?
I agree.
Right. If I can't have you, nobody else can.
That's that kind of madness.
Control. That's not love. That's
I've been through a few of them. I've been through a few of them, man. Well, you know, when I was at the date, chick get mad, want to come in, she want to key my car, break out a windshield.
Right.
Damn, baby.
Right, because it's a property issue. Right, it becomes a property issue, and so once they feel like they've lost you as property, then they want to destroy your property.
That's it. That's it. And people, and same thing about my man. I own you because you're married. You don't own me, nigga. You don't own me.
Right. I'm a grown ass man. And this is the choice. Yeah, it's a choice.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? It's a choice on both sides. So
and people get caught up in that. When because I'm married don't mean you own me.
Right.
And I don't own you.
That's why I always tell women, do not tell me it's yours. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. I don't have those parts. Those are your parts.
You know, when people start doing that, all that is mental manipulation.
Right.
Just get into your head to
try
to manipulate you in a certain way.
That's yours. You just sharing it with me.
And when a woman does that to a man, this is yours. All that is to manipulate you into binding you into, and this is the thing. That's where you get into witchcraft. You know what I'm saying? When you start having sex and saying certain things while you're having sex, all that stuff is binding you into a contract, a spiritual contract. Right. And so therefore you start to feel a certain way. You start to do things a certain way. That's why certain sex in the mirror, looking at the mirror while you're doing it, all these things are really like spiritual contracts that you're setting up with the person to where you doing it to the mirror and you saying, so whose is it? Whose is it? And she's looking at you in the mirror, she's screaming your name. And all this crazy.
Witchcraft.
that all that stuff is programmed into the body, into your mind, everybody, all that stuff people doing. They programming
I had to fall back like, yo, hold on. And don't call me daddy neither. I am not your father. You know what I'm saying?
Your daddy and stuff.
Y'all got me hurting. Who is it?
Yo, let's check this video out. I gotta share it here if you want to check this out.
Who's in it? Who vagina is it? Who is it?
It's yours, but I appreciate you.
It's yours, daddy. And all that stuff is being remembered in your mind.
Yo, you know that slogan? You know that slogan, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Do you know how it got switched up? You know what it says? What it really says is you can't have your Kate and Edith.
And they were two women. One was named
Two
Kate,
different women.
and one was named Edith. You got it all twisted.
We
Oh,
got
it
it
was you can have your
Yeah,
cake,
and
your
Edith.
cake and Edith.
I
Edith.
can eat- if I have a cake, I
That's
can eat my
two
cake,
women.
but you can't have Kate and Edith.
Both women, you can't have them both. Them got turned around.
Oh, so they didn't change it to cake and Edith,
Yeah.
right?
Ain't got to do
Right,
no cake.
right.
If it's my damn cake, why can't I eat it?
Right. That's crazy. What the hell? All right. Okay, I'm gonna play this last part because I want you guys to
All
hear
right.
this one part. And I'm gonna let you play yours real quick.
All right, all
So
right.
let me go ahead and play it real quick. Go ahead. Hold on. Because I think that even women got it wrong, men got it wrong all across the board.
Not me.
No, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is that like I offer when I'm with somebody, I offer way more to them. So therefore, they are willing to like.
What do you offer them?
I mean,
Where's
Exactly.
other than sex, okay, because they really be just only wanting sex.
So
You
will
know-
men only when men be
No.
only for only sex, DJ Genesis?
No, not just sex. They be wanting me to help them with their business and this and that. So it's like a whole thing.
You are
So
helping.
No, that's not what she said. She said that pussy is so far.
no,
These
what I'm
niggas bow
saying is,
down to
no,
the
what I'm
queen.
saying is that like other than like just sex and everything else, like I offer way more to a person than just my pussy.
What is that?
Well, if you are a business person, I'm able to do way more for you than just fuck you.
Okay, so what is that?
As a person with your business. So it's not just if you're with me, a person like me.
So
it's
what
like
is
more.
that?
I'm a fucking software engineer, stupid nigga.
I fuck your
You
son.
can build your fucking business. You can build your fucking business from scratch. I can like whatever you think of as a business.
Hey, listen,
Whatever you
DJ Witch
think of, I
Doctor.
can do that shit. Whatever.
Witch Doctor, can you imagine a woman walking up to you saying,
I
fuck
consider
your
that.
pussy, fuck
No.
your dick, I'm a software engineer.
Wow. Y'all niggas are stupid
They-
as fuck, bro.
They got
You
you.
think that's
They
like
got
a
you.
joke? Like ha ha ha? Like if I could like take your entire business, everything that you, whatever you could think of, and create it and make it happen, you think
DJ
that's a
Genesis,
joke?
Yeah,
DJ
but what is
Genesis,
that?
If
Most
y'all-
dudes, DJ Genesis,
we
listen.
don't care about that.
No,
Alright.
we do care about that. Let's say like me, right? Let's say I'm looking for a software engineer. I'm gonna look for a software engineer. But if I'm just talking to a woman casually, that's not what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? If a man is just trying to holler at you, he ain't just necessarily looking for a software engineer. Now, if you mention that that's what you could do, maybe he might be, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe he might already got somebody.
That's why y'all niggas is behind, bro.
What do you mean?
That's
Behind
why
the-
y'all niggas are behind in life. Because you're
Mm.
pussy and
Fuck
what a
this
bitch
pussy.
can suck their dick
I'm a
and make you
software
feel like
engineer.
Wait a minute, we was just talking about.
about
Wait
like
a minute, you
man,
missed it. Wait a minute, you missed.
building
Go
a
ahead.
legacy and having a right person. You understand, like even like Motown. Do you know Motown? It was all mainly women that even ran that shit. Like
DJ Genesis,
hello,
wait a
can you hear me now?
minute, wait a minute,
Monica.
DJ Genesis, let me say
Monica.
this.
Can you hear me?
Wait a minute, let me say this. here. You
Yeah, I
kinda
can hear
late.
you.
All right, I
Monica.
have to go through a whole bunch of stuff to get to like have the mic going. I don't know why they like
Now-
blocking my mic. Go ahead, let's go ahead. Let's see it.
Now they was trying to give you a jewel there. Like you got to listen to that. And maybe you need to work on yourself as a person because what you said was incorrect. Just like they
Well,
said,
what's
they're not
incorrect-
going out.
What's incorrect about what I'm saying? Okay, because that's crazy. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
No, it's not crazy because when you go up to a man and they just want to have casual conversation with you, they're not looking for a software engineer. They're not looking for somebody to help them with their business. They're looking to somebody they can communicate
Fuck.
with.
So they can fuck. They're not even looking for someone they
No,
can communicate with.
no,
No, they're not looking for
of
someone.
course,
They
men
want
is
to fuck
always,
somebody. So my thing.
but no, listen to this. Always,
Hey, but
that's
that's-
always
look,
on,
okay,
that's
look,
all,
okay.
but you got to listen to me. That's always on a man's mind, of course, but it's a way about going that route. You don't give it up. You got to get to know that person first. And if you feel because the women can take the wheel of every situation.
We got a city council meeting going on.
Because if you don't want to do it, you could be like, no.
Okay.
If that's what you feel, that's all they want to do, then you say no. But to me, in your mind, that's all you think is going on. That's all they want. They don't want nothing else. They ain't interested in me as a person. You never know that.
Oh my God. What do you think about what was just said just now? What do you think about that?
I think there's a point. What we're talking about is, let's get back to the root of marriage and stuff like that, or the root of courting, which is at base level, it is reproductive, right? And on top of that, there is between man and woman, you know what I'm saying, there is attraction, which is bound within the reproductive, you know what I'm saying? And but as men, you know what I'm saying, as human beings, men and women, who, you know what I'm saying, who, and especially in this day and age, it shouldn't just be all about sex. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, I can see a girl who's attractive, but if her head ain't right, and you know what I'm saying, I don't even want to, I'm not even I could be physically attracted to her, but my physical attraction or my loins is not what rules over me. You know what I'm saying? And is this the type of woman that I want to court, you know what I'm saying, or be with? I think it's very important for me, you know what I'm saying? I like successful women. I've dated really successful women, and I'm not bragging. I just, you know what I'm saying, for some reason, you know what I'm saying, I've been in relationships with some very top tiered women in business and music and freaking, for instance, if y'all look back at Charleston Fashion Week, I actually created that, but it was her, you know what I'm saying, my girlfriend, who at the time I consider her, you know what I'm saying, like a what do you call it, like she was like a wife in a sense. I was with her for years, and so what do you call that when somebody's like they're not legally married, but they've been in
common law.
Yeah, she was like my
well,
common
law. That
Trump
just changed the common law.
Yeah. And we had, and there was a sense of well-being and like I don't know, I was a little cocky because I had one of the top chicks, and you know what I'm saying, so yeah, she was amazing, you know what I'm saying, and we did build each other's business. I had my martial arts school, and she had the fashion thing, and I, you know what I'm saying, fueled into her fashion thing, and she fueled into my martial arts identity and everything in the community. And we were very well known in Charleston, South Carolina. And in fact, freaking, if it wasn't for us together, I considered, like, we didn't have any children together, but Charleston Fashion Week is a multi-million-dollar, you know what I'm saying, multi-million-dollar event today in Charleston. And that's our baby. We created that. We put that together. So I'm kind of used to, you know what I'm saying, not that I wouldn't date a girl who's just, starting, you know what I'm saying, or, depending on the level of love and commitment and honor and respect, you know what I'm saying, loyalty, you know what I'm saying, doesn't really matter to that degree. But you know what I mean, it's to a degree, you know what I'm saying, I do look at things like that as a man. But that's why I want to share this other video, because it does get into that. What's up, Yasha? You know what I'm saying? Shalom. Yeah,
Peace and blessings.
Blessings, love, brother.
Peace and blessings to you, Genesis.
Peace and blessings. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, no. After Yasha, go ahead, man. I was gonna share that video, but yeah, Yasha, you know what I'm saying. I know you got some knowledge for us.
Yeah, I got knowledge, and I'm just dropping it all in the chat. That's why I came up, because my hands are getting tired. But I just said what I had to say. If the show provides for me to speak, then I'll go forward. But hey, I'm just
no, that's why you're up here. I want you to speak. I want you to tell us, because maybe I'm wrong. My cousin said I was wrong, but me as a woman, like, there's different archetypes of women. You have like the homemaker, you have the hoe, you have the in between, and then you have like the businesswoman. So what does a businesswoman do that's primarily based in, like, success and this, that, the other? What do they do in this situation to where people are like, okay, well, no one cares about your success. No one cares about you being successful. It's only about what you can do for me or whatever. That I don't even exactly know exactly what they mean. And I didn't get to play the rest of that stream because I didn't want to like just play too much of it. But like
I
I
was
really
getting
got
too
into it.
toxic. Though. I was getting too toxic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that you got your point out with that. That was crazy.
Yes.
You may be a diamond in the rough, right? You know, I mean, when you think of those diamonds in the rough, I mean, those diamonds are dirty diamonds. They look like rocks, and people treat them like rocks. You know, I mean, but I really can't tell a woman how to be a woman. You know, that's where good women, good womanhood and a good gynocracy come in at. But I know how to teach men how to be good men. You know, and I mean, I've succeeded to the men, with the men that I'm around, like my sons and my grandchildren and and my all of my little neighbors and all the guys around me. I try to teach them how to, be good men, and
Right.
that's the best that I can contribute,
Absolutely.
to this problem that we're having. You know what I'm saying? Because the reality is this. I mean, we all just haphazardly here. I mean, they little boys a lot of time are the women teach them. At least when I was coming up, they taught them not to hit women and to respect women and stuff like this. But they never taught the girls how to be good women. You know what I mean? So we just behind the 8 ball, period, and we just have to learn. How to get this thing right. I think that we know how to get it right. Well, I don't think we know. I think it's been recorded how we get it right. And it's been recorded in the annals of history, but then you have to take the elders who really care enough to keep that history going. The reality is that it's like biblical. I'm an Israelite, in thought and mind. And it kind of reminds me of the days of Hosea, when the whole nation has fallen to complete whoredom. When that happens, there is no laws, there is no rules. And then when the strong man comes up to try to present these laws and rules, he gets smacked down by the culture. I'm a rapper. I was one of those rappers that was talking that consciousness and this and that. And I got smacked down by your gangster rap and your Luke Skywalkers and your, hey, we want some Ussies and all of that type of stuff. They made it to where your conscious rap just was silliness almost. So it's like what Jesus said in the Bible. Mind you, that I'm not a New Testament person, and I don't even believe that Jesus even existed. But for the sake of the story, in order to come into the house, you must bind the strong man. And that's what the problem is. The black man is the blame of all the troubles. I've heard black women say you didn't protect us and this and that. But the reality is the strong man has been binded. He has been bound. And we have to learn how to find a way to the head of the household. If he's the man, we have to find a way to unbind that man so we can get our household in order and get our family in order. And then we can raise our children how to be husbands, wives, and just productive citizens. And that's something that we have failed at as a black race. I mean, if you look up the statistics of the dysfunctional families, we way up there, like pushing 80%. So it's just one of those things. I'm just going to be quiet because I can go and go and go and go.
Oh no, don't be quiet. But I'm gonna let Zion play this video but no, you're making really good points. And I really want to like understand, like even on my point when I'm saying, because at some point I said this is the reason why you guys are behind. But let him go ahead and play this.
That is a made-up term by incels. An incel is a person who is involuntarily celibate. And if you're a celibate involuntarily and nobody wants to sleep with you, so every animal in the animal kingdom goes through a vetting process that proves that they are worthy of getting their bloodline extended, right? If you watch birds and stuff, birds like get together and they do this little Dougie. That's a mating dance, y'all. They're showing their wingspan and their strength, and they're showing that if you reproduce with me, your child will have good, if not better, genetics. You will be putting your child in a better position. Y'all, all animals have this vetting process. Humans have this process, right? If we didn't, we would still be prokaryotes or fish or mermaids or wherever the hell we came from. I don't know, don't care. But the reason why we've gotten bigger, faster, stronger over the years is because there's a selection process that takes place. Now, unfortunately, with the introduction of accumulation together societies out there that are thriving and happy, but the
Go
patriarchy,
back.
right?
I'm sorry. Go
The,
back because it got
colonization, supremacy, all these things
Rewind it.
caused a power imbalance,
Rewind it.
right? And it
Hello.
place. Now, unfortunately,
To what part? Where do you want me to run to? Just a little bit back.
The birds and stuff. I don't know.
Oh, when it's talking about, you know, the mating, the vetting process.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
showing that if you reproduce with me, your child. So every animal in the animal kingdom goes through a vetting process that proves that they are worthy of getting their bloodline extended, right? If you watch birds and stuff, birds like get together and they do this little Dougie. That's a mating dance, y'all. They're showing their wingspan and their strength, and they're showing that if you reproduce with me, your child will have good, if not better, genetics. You will be putting your child in a better position. Y'all, all animals have this vetting process. Humans have this process, right? If we didn't, we would still be prokaryotes or fish or mermaids or wherever the hell we came from. I don't know, don't care. But the reason why we've gotten bigger, faster, stronger over the years is because there's a selection process that takes place. Now, unfortunately, with the introduction of accumulation of resources, that changed, because it used to be that a man had to prove that he could hunt, right? He had to prove that he could provide. He had to prove that he was stronger. He had to prove that he could fight to get his bloodline extended. The Industrial Revolution happened. Technology was introduced. Obviously, there's still hunter-gatherer societies out there that are thriving and happy, but the patriarchy, right? The colonization, supremacy, all these things caused a power imbalance, right? And it made it to where people were not being judged on their own merit. Instead, they were being judged on their accumulation of resources. And although that's unfortunate, that's still now a part of our vetting process. So people, you know, again, once inequalities begin to take place, people begin to accumulate masses of resources. And that became the standard, right? People who could accumulate resources were able to buy women. Obviously, women didn't have their rights back then. They didn't get to choose, but they were able to be purchased. They were able to be traded like cattle. And so that might have thrown a few things off. Just looking at where we are now, who knows the price we paid for those inequalities? Because again, people are not being judged simply on their social merit, their social skills, their physical genetics. Is now like a person who goes and who went, should I say, and slaughtered up a whole, you know, group of people and took their land, now has the resources to be able to purchase a wife, as opposed to a person earning a wife based on their ability to hunt and, you know, be charming and, you know, and woo the ladies. But needless to say, there will always be a vetting process that takes place for women to decide whose bloodline are they going to extend. Again, if you should be able to learn social skills up to a point where a woman will want to sleep with you. It does not take much, okay? Because women have very high drives, just like men do. They want to. However, women are wired to be more selective because we are responsible for carrying the bloodline. We are responsible for birthing it. Therefore, there has to be a process to take place. It just has to. So yeah, y'all might say that y'all are hardwired for just, you know, being visual and sleeping with anything and everything and spreading your seed. And although that's disgusting, and I think that's very primal, right? That's cool. I'll give you that, right? I do think a man who is spiritual in nature will be able to override his primal instincts, just like I'm spiritual in nature. And I don't go around picking everything under the sun when I'm ovulating. I get somewhere and sit down, okay? Because I know what I want for myself energetically and spiritually, right? So I get that y'all are wired that way. I just want to be clear, though, that I'm not excusing it because, you know, human beings, we're conscious beings. That's what separates us from being animals, that we have consciousness. So that means that you should be able to tap into your consciousness and control your physical urges. But needless to say, what I am saying is a vetting process always does take place. So for us now, what that looks like is a person who has good genetics or genetics worth passing on, whether that be how you look or you going to the gym or you know what I'm saying, being ambitious, because ambition is a trait that you would want your kids to have. So those are the things that make men attractive. Being able to accumulate resources is not everything, but it does tell you a lot, right? A man who is enterprising, a man who is a critical thinker, a man who can think on his feet, a man who is both street smart and can flow in a corporate setting. Those are the type of genetics that you will want. That's the type of, you want smart kids to have those same qualities. So those are the men who are getting all the coochie. Whether they're faithful or not, whether they have 1 woman or 20, those are the men women will want. Why? Because they want better genetics for their
That's
offspring
not
at a
true,
subconscious
though.
level,
They're not
whether
gonna get
women
no.
know it or not.
Nope. The men that's getting on the coochie are the men that look that look a certain way and that look strongest and that appear a certain way.
Yeah, but that's
Not
not
the ones
always
that are
true because
mentally a certain way,
I,
but
I,
that look a certain way.
it's not always true.
I agree with that in a sense because, like say fashion for instance. I'm an older man, and people I have to dress with a modern fashion, and I'm old fashioned in a sense, and you have to look a certain type of way to just be attractive, you know. It's crazy, you know. I, I'm thinking about going through when I was going through school. You know, if you dressed it a certain type of way and you looked at a certain type of way, and mind you, I stay fly than a son of a gun. You hear me? Today, to this date. And I'm a witness that if you look and dress a certain type of way, you will be attractive to somebody, to some woman.
Mm-hmm. And that's like having your little feathers out, like a
Yeah,
turkey.
you're flamingoing.
Yeah, you got your little flamingo on. You know what I'm saying? So whatever she's saying is a part of it. That's right, but there's a part of it is bull stuff because
No, I said that, but here's the deal. Like, it depends on what you're trying to attract. Now, if I want to attract a hood booger, I'm gonna dress with freaking Nike sneakers and tight jeans, and I'm not into that. I don't want that. I don't want the girl with the freaking weave and the freaking daggone long ass eyelashes. I like the girls with the dreadlocks. We said this before. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Queen Ty. She's a lovely woman, and she's attracted to my vibe. I'm attracted to her vibe. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean. But that's what I dress my part for the kind of birds. I'd say birds.
birds. Oh, not birds.
Kind of lionesses. That I want to attract birds.
Ain't nothing wrong with birds.
chickens, man?
If I wanted to attract birds, I would peacock, but I'm a lion, so I wear my lion's mane. You feel what I'm saying? Yes. You feel what I'm saying? But at the same time, too, I could throw on a suit and tie. I don't have to go out. I get a lot of attention, and and I smile back and the whole nine. But I know that every girl that smiles at me is not my forte. I might have a conversation with them and just see where their head's at. And if they thugging too much, then you know what I'm saying. But I don't have to. I really don't get the attention because of how I dress. It's just how I talk, how I carry myself. I smile. I'm kind. I can be a little, you know what I'm saying, a little charming, you know what I'm saying, and very, very, I like to make people comfortable, you know what I'm saying. So even when I'm talking to a female, regardless, like I tattoo women all the time, and I'm very sterile, you know what I'm saying, in my behavior because I think of myself as when I do tattoo. I haven't tattooed in a while since I've gotten more religious. I kind of cut that out, but every now and again, I get somebody who wants to do tattoos. Tell them I don't do freaking tattoos for the dead or nothing like that. But a lot of women, they're attracted to me because I'm not, you know what I'm saying, flirting, overly, flirtatious, overly sexual. I don't throw sexual in. They feel comfortable with me because I might be even in my head, I'm like, yo, oh my God, this girl is bad. But I won't show that. You know what I'm saying? I'll treat her like she's a, you know what I'm saying, lovely lady and chill and make her comfortable, because what if she wants me to tattoo her, her areas that are private, right? You know what I'm saying? She doesn't want no dude over here drooling and freaking looking all crazy at her. You know what I'm saying? And that makes a woman uncomfortable. But when women are comfortable enough to say, you know what I'm saying, I want something on my cheek, you know what I'm saying? They come to Zion. And then when they leave, they're like, yo, here's my number, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate it. Next time you want to, you know what I'm saying, another tattoo, let me know, whatever. But
I'm gonna tell you about that shirt and tie game too, though. You
Huh?
know, I mean, I'm gonna tell you about that shirt and tie game too, though, man.
Yeah,
You wearing them cheap shirts and them cheap ties. You know, you wonder about the women you attract. You know, if you wearing them good boys, you know what I'm
yeah, no,
saying? I
I'll stay within
mean,
the $300 range. I'm not.
yeah, you know, then you gonna see the type of women that you're gonna
I
attract.
ain't no freaking $50 $150 suit nigga neither.
So listen,
Buck 50 head to toe.
I want to really get you guys' honest opinion about the things that I said in this, because you know it's one thing from a man's point of view of what they are saying, but me as a woman, right? So there's different women that are out here that are not necessarily like the most sexually, you know, attractive, like not attractive, but like, you know, like on that level, like when it comes, but they give something to offer. So let's finish this thing, because I got kind of like my A handed to me by other women. I want to like know if you guys feel like it's the same thing, the truth as well. So let's go. Do you
But
hear
you
what
gotta
this guy
say
is
no.
saying this whole time? Listen, they're saying like they don't give a fuck about who I am as a person. All they're caring about is sex, right? Oh, I'm gonna put my big old belly on top of your back of your thing, and I'm gonna spit on your back and all this other stuff, right? So
Because that dude was capping. He was capping that whole time. And you could have shut that down immediately and said, listen, the way you talking, I ain't for that. Podcast or not. But you was capping right back with him. So it was a tit for tat. But they changed the subject altogether. And they went to, what would you bring to the table? What would you bring to a relationship?
right. So what I would bring to the relationship is my abilities and my. So maybe I don't bring that to the table when it comes to female stuff. Maybe I'm not that feminine. So maybe that's what the issue is. I'm not a very feminine.
It ain't about
I
being
can't be like,
feminine.
oh, I can cook, or
It ain't about.
no, because the only option is, if I can't say I can bring something to your business, is I know how to cook, I know how to clean, I know how to wash laundry, I know how to do stuff around the house. Like other than fucking, right? What else can you bring to the table to a man? Either you're fucking or you're cleaning up for him like a man.
No, you could bring companionship. Like you ain't never kick it with a dude. Like y'all just kick it. Like, I mean, y'all have a blast. Laugh about stuff. Like, I mean, don't even talk about software engineer. Don't even talk about his business. Don't even talk about what you do.
Yeah, there should
But
be a
only talk
chemistry
about
there.
like the.
Go ahead, what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there should be, like she's saying, there should be some type of chemistry there beyond all of that between y'all.
There should be. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm only what I can do. However, I feel like, you know, what I'm capable of doing actually adds value to any household I become a part of. Because I feel like, you know, it's one thing to just say, even if you're a nurse, you know what I'm saying? That means you're nurturing. I don't understand why one level of a female's ability is looked up upon, and then other abilities that might not necessarily be as feminine are looked down upon. Oh, you're a software engineer. Now, if I said I was a nurse and I could like heal you and do this, they wouldn't have had the same response, you know? And I don't believe that they would. But because I said, yeah, that's a masculine
Because
thing.
men are looking
So
like,
in
you
their
know, when they
mind, it's like,
start
oh
getting
no.
old and they start breaking down, you know what I'm saying? They want that woman that's going to rub their feet and, you know what I'm saying, rub their back and make sure that they got, you know what I'm saying, they take they medications, and you know what I'm saying, that's what that I mean. I think that would be naturally.
But don't you
what a
think
man
that all women just naturally already know how to do that? Come on now, that's
Nah,
I think to a degree.
I mean,
no, not
nah,
all. No.
so I'm like, I
nah.
mean, it's obvious that well, maybe in my mind as a woman, that I'm getting past the obvious. Obviously, I could do all the other basic women nurturing things. I'm a woman. I'm a nurturer. I have children. I rub my children's backs. So of course I can rub my man's back and nurse him back to health. I do this for my own kids, so I know I can do it for a man. However, when people say, what can you bring to the table? I'm not thinking about the obvious. You understand?
Right.
It's
Well, because we're
obvious.
focused on the
Basic.
capitalistic mindset that we're in, this environment that you know what I'm saying, you bring to the table something that's going to help bring value to our financial stability as above to just, you know what I'm saying, the sacredness of the home as well. Now, I believe there should be always a balance. That's why I'm attracted to women who do have, you know what I'm saying, skill sets outside of, you know what I'm saying, cooking, cleaning, you know what I'm saying, and rubbing
Backing it up.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Well, I'm not even thinking about that because I'm not hyperly sexual. I really, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's sacred to me. So I don't always talk about backing it up and doing all of that. And, you know what I'm
Yeah, it's
saying?
important. It's one of those important things.
Yeah,
Like,
I
but
like a
it's not
woman.
something. It's not something that we want thrown out there on the
Right.
forefront.
But
It's
you know
sacred.
what? You know what I like? You know what I
It
love?
is sacred.
Right. You know what I'm more focused on is like when I come home from a hard day's work and dealing with freaking Mr. Charlie and stressed out, you know what I'm saying? I sit down, you know what I'm saying? She don't even I can cook myself, you know what I'm saying? So she don't gotta cook, but she come and, hey baby, how you doing? You all right? Start rubbing. There's a spot on the back of my head. She know where to touch and where to, you know what I'm saying, where to all the stress. I love that. You know, I'm not worried
But
about
my thing is, as a woman, of course I know how to do that. Of course, I know how to do that. However, I also know how to do these other things that should be valued as well. And that's the part that I'm like, okay, why is it that the men, especially on this panel, felt a certain level of like, no, ha ha ha. It's
But
a
let me
joke.
point this out. Do you remember the show? What was it? It was with Queen Latifah. It was a TV series. Queen Latifah and a couple of other sisters. I forgot what it's called. It was something Girlfriends. Wasn't it Girlfriends?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The only reason I know about that is because my ex used to watch it a lot, and I had to watch it with her. But you know, there was that one dude. He was kind of effeminate. He was in a business role, and he got with that one chick. You know what I'm saying? The dark. She was fine as hell. You know what I'm saying? Dark-skinned chick, and she was all business. She really didn't care about anything besides his business and how much money he was making. You know what I'm saying? She herself. So, you know, when he would come in and he was looking for
living single.
It was living single. Thank you, Balance. Yes, living single. Right. So yeah, and living single, the dude freaking she gotta know exactly who I'm talking about. That one chick was all business and no, you know, the only time, you know what I'm saying, she wanted to quote unquote back it up is if this dude got a freaking raise or a promotion or, you know what I'm saying, got this new, you see what I'm saying, got a new job.
Hey, Ben, I'm not trying like to mute you. It's because there's a background, like a feedback going on. So when you're not talking, I'm just muting you. That's all.
Okay. So yeah,
so you know, unmute yourself. Go ahead.
And that, you know what I'm saying, that made her, as fine as she was on the outside, it made her ugly on the inside. And that's why they broke up in the show. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all remember it. I don't remember all of the details, but I remember that part because I was dating a very business-minded woman, you know what I'm saying, at the time. You know what I'm saying? And there were times where she was like that. But there were a lot of times where, you know what I'm saying, she was very, very affectionate and nurturing, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't as bad as that situation. But I can see why men would look at that situation like, well, if it's all business, then I might as well just pay you, you know what I'm saying, to fix my daggone computers and do this, that, and the other, and be an assistant, and then freaking daggone go home to the woman that's gonna rub my back.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest reasons why people have a hard time it deals with values. You know what I'm saying? Everybody have values, and everybody values are different. When we understand what we do to things that are valuable, and if you have these qualities, Genesis, you know, myself, I think I'm a valuable man. Okay. And I have these qualities. So I don't, it's like other men go throwing themselves around. I don't do that as a man simply because I understand that I have values. You know what I'm saying? So I think that people have values, you know, when you understand your values, you know, you understand what that is. You know, I like Baccarat 540. That's valuable. You understand what I'm saying? I like that. I don't
Right.
sit around and just go squirting that around every goddamn where.
Right.
That's
Value
like
is
$400, $500 a
right,
bottle.
right.
You
And-
understand? That's
yeah,
valuable. I keep that.
right,
And when you understand that you are that value, eh,
right,
hey, if you have to just sit yourself on the shelf, sit on the shelf.
right.
You're that valuable.
Yeah,
Things
right,
that are not valuable are the things that just goes and
right,
toss and run itself around out here. When
right,
you spread and spin yourself around out here, that's all you're going to do is get played.
right.
And
Because
then
you're
you
making
cry
yourself cheap.
about the game.
Yeah,
You know
you're
what I'm
making
saying?
yourself cheap. You ain't the top bottle on the shelf. You a bottle of Ian. You a bottle of Oak Irk and Jerk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And niggas could pour half of that out for the homies. You know what I'm saying? We good.
Yeah.
Right. And see, here's the thing is that when you diminish a woman down to if she can cook, clean, and do the basics of a household, now you're talking about a indentured servant to me. I'm like, okay, so you just want me to just clean up your house,
Yeah, because he may not
mop,
value what
do
what
this,
you have to
basic,
offer. What about I'm
say,
saying that you got all of that good spray over there? I don't know feminine spray, so I can't give a good example. But uh, 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 you're that good gold over there. You just don't. And when you know your value, you just don't go giving it away to people. I could tell you a story about when I was in the streets, just with your values. I still sell marijuana. I still have it. I'm sorry. That's what it is. When I sit up here and come with that cheap weed, it just goes. But that when I got that expensive bag, don't nobody want it because it has its value. And they respect it for what it is. They
Right,
ain't coming over here playing with that bag like that. They just not.
right.
You know what I'm saying? This bag, they ain't coming for that $20, $30, 3 5. They
Right.
want them $10, and they play all with that, blow it
Yeah.
up, make big fat blunts with it. But when they come over here for that one, they ain't doing that. You got to know your value. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and give you my $30 3 5 for 10 on no day
Right.
because I know
But
my
that
value of
jaw
my
weed,
product.
right? That jaw weed got to, you know what I'm saying? They, you know what I mean? You can't just, you know what I mean? Be
and
rolling mad L's with that.
I think that's what they were trying to tell me here is that me just being on the panel, even talking to people that don't value me is not a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Because I'm here arguing
Well,
with
I'll
people
tell you
and
this.
trying to get
I'll
you to
make
see my
I'll make your
point.
time worthwhile for your people. I value you for your sake of the conversation. When I first came to YouTube, it was not over Israelite talk. It was not over history or science or even debate. When I first came to YouTube, it was over relationship issues. You know what I'm saying? I saw that there was a problem in my race, when we dealing with relationships. Why is the black woman, she was back in the 60s and even as late as the 70s, she was the most beautiful thing on the planet. The Angela Davises and your Foxy Browns. I mean, she was an icon. And then she fell down to nothing. We lost value of that. We lost value of our women. You know what I'm saying? This stuff is all by design. So I came aware of that, and that's what brought me to YouTube originally. I stopped talking about that because this was before the red pill days. Then the red pill came. I got
Right.
thrusted into the red pill category. You probably was around during those times and probably remember some of that, Zion. Man,
Yeah,
I
that
kept
whole
that.
Kevin Samuel, all that stuff,
Yeah, I
and
was. Zion to tell you, I was out doing that stuff way before them guys.
Right.
And I kept getting flagged and flagged and flagged. So then I just thrust over here, went over to the Israelite thing. You know what I'm saying? And, when I got to talking about the rights and wrongs within us as a people, making black men and black women take accountability for their part, man, I kept getting flagged. So
Right.
I'm just glad to be up here, and I value you just for that, because that's why I'm over here on this up here, because that's what brought me to YouTube originally. And I just think that when you look at the dysfunctional family rate, it's all because black people have not been taught the proper way how to be good male and female families. You know, I mean, we naturally knew how to do it, but there's a system, you know, that has systematically, you know, spent millions of dollars to break up the black family. Why? Because the black family will create a great black man. And rest in peace to Jamal Malcolm Warner. He knew who he was. I got it on video.
He was a good brother.
And that's what happens, you know, when they destroy, you know, when you have a great black man and a leader of a family. That man walked around happy. You know what I'm saying? And he
Right.
couldn't understand why you niggas wasn't. He knew who he was.
Right. Spreading love. Yep.
Yeah. That's what they don't want. You understand? He like myself. I started out as one of the world's first gospel rappers. I ended up becoming a pioneer of some of the gangsters hip hop in Detroit. You know, I'm one of the founders of the Cheddar Boys. You know that, don't you, Genesis? Detroit.
She might step
Yeah.
away. Yeah, the Cheddar Boy.
She stepped off. Yeah, she know who we gave birth to Detroit hip hop, baby. It wouldn't be no Eminem and no 42 Dugg or Sada Baby or Slum. It wouldn't be none of that. Fat Cat, Slum Village. It wouldn't be none of that if it wasn't for us. You know, so
Facts.
it's a constantly taking away of the black man and the black power. I'll even go as far as talking about the record industry, how we have our own record labels. Man, we would sit up there and have these albums come in. We probably we buy these albums by 1,000, like 5,000-10,000 albums. We probably paying maybe like 50 cents an album, selling these albums for $5, $10, $15 an album. And then the European came and took our power source away from us. He's constantly doing things to take away the power of black men. And I think that when the head of the house or the head of the race is bound, man, the whole race, the whole body is troubled. So we can't be sitting up here praising the destruction and the abuse of the black man, or the whole race will just go fall. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. I let my play. Surely that's the cause of all of the problems.
I 100% concur, bro. You know what I mean? They incentivize women to be single mothers financially through social services and other, you know what I'm saying, all kinds of things, but they didn't incentivize the family. You know what I'm saying?
Think about this. Think about the love that the black man have for his woman, man. We would actually run in front of a bullet to protect our woman, man. Really, if we love her like that, we would do that, man. And knowing that she's not going to do that, we would take care of her forever if she never worked. She wouldn't do that for us, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even her job to
And
do
it
those
goes
things,
into
though.
hypergamy as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's not her job to do those things. I'm just trying to show her the love that we have for her, just to see, you know, her not know how to deal with this type of man. You know, because when we talk about Briffle's law, you know, I'm a single man. I should have a slew of bad women be chasing me. Actually, I do, but I don't deal with them. They chase me, and that's what I do. I keep them chasing. You know, hypergamy, Briffle's law, the woman has the control of the relationship. I mean, can't no relationship occur if a woman don't see a benefit in it? Can't none of them occur. What I'm saying is that and there's a long record of the ones that are most beneficial to her is the ones by this Machiavellian nature of America that she is taught not to want. The guy who really, really likes her and really, really loves her and really want her, he's a weak man. She don't want him. She wants what she wants. She wants what's good to her and not what's good for her. You know? And that's just what it is.
Right.
You know?
Little things of what you do. Like you're just little things.
So now
I
to
mean,
diminish myself to talk about little things and say that I just do little stuff and just to be
Monica, you taking it to? I mean, Genesis, you taking it to
Wait,
another
wait,
level.
Sugar Love. Go ahead, Sugar Love. Sugar Love here.
I didn't see most of it, but first you gotta know who. I don't know who the guys that you were talking to, because if they are scripted to talk that way, you're wasting your breath, right? If they're if they're regular guys that you're talking to, then maybe what you're saying would have been perceived differently because you're talking to a regular guy. But if they already have a channel and that's what their program is, they stick to the script. And their job is
can you pause for 1 second? She made a great point.
Don't think
right.
Do with you. That's their script, and they have to stick.
She made a great point. And here's the interesting thing: those dudes that were attacking you, you know, while and the other sister who I had just shared, she went into talking. Now I can.
Okay, finally. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at first. All right, so that other girl, she went into how even where there's a room of women and they don't have to, you know what I'm saying, be at childbearing years, or they don't have to be basically open or, you know what I'm saying, for a relationship. But, you know what I'm saying, she as a nurse noticed that when there are 3 women who are in the same room, if a doctor walks in, you know what I'm saying, or a man or attractive man walks into the room, all of a sudden the unity that they had, all of the good vibrations that they had before that guy walked in the room changes, because somehow biologically or psychologically, you know what I'm saying, there's always a kind of a competition for the attention of the male. And what I noticed with those guys and with a lot of guys who are in the black manosphere is that they pander more to the men. So they don't want to look like a simp. They don't want to look like a punk. They want to look like a pimp. They want to look like that. But that's not for the women. That's for the acceptance of other men, which is weird to me. So they get all hype and jump down your throat and attack you instead of, you know what I'm saying, reasoning with you. You know, and sure, you fell into that, you know, but that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That's you're a woman. You have your emotions and you have your passions. But one thing that they were doing, they weren't pandering to the women, on the other women who were on the panel. They were pandering for male freaking daggone acceptance.
100%.
It's a lot.
Oh my God, that's exactly what they were doing. They were pandering for other men to accept them and give kudos up to like,
oh, I'm a pimp, I'm red pill, you know what I'm saying, these bitch, it's all about sex and you can't do this. But they're not really pandering to women, they're actually pandering for other males acceptance.
Men, and that's very important that y'all bring that out, because a lot of people that's like hyper masculinity, right? That's really not real masculinity. But most of us somehow, I don't know how and where this came about. Maybe this came about in the jungle somewhere. I don't know. But most men, more than, you got a lot of aspects to masculinity. Intelligence is masculine. Right. A strong, you know, physically strong is masculine. You know,
alpha male dominance over other men too, to try to assert yourself as being, you know what I'm saying,
dominance is masculine. There's so many
is dominant masculine, because let me say this. Most animals in the wild, the female is way more aggressive than the male. You watch out for that.
Yeah, but that's not masculine though. That's all feminine.
That's all feminine. Lion, that female, whatever.
But that's not. That's all feminine though.
We primates. We're not talking about the hunt. We're talking about in the pack.
All of that's a part of feminine nature. That should not be confused with masculinity. That's why I'm making it clear, like what masculinity is, right? So. And a lot of people, that aggression, that because of dominance, right? A lot of people think that everything got to be brute, strong, fight, this and that. That's not masculine.
No. The most dominant males, even amongst, if you even look with even amongst like dogs, the alpha male dog can walk in a pack full of betas who are barking at each other, and everybody will sit down. And he ain't even got a bark. He ain't even got a bark. Walking in mad calm. There was videos on this recently with this one dog, and he wasn't even the biggest dog. He shut down a daggone Corso, a King Corso.
Wow.
He
Yes,
shut down a
yes,
king porcelain. This little
yes.
scraggly looking dog just walked in. He was all barking.
You
And
talking about
I
Prince
see that
Charles?
video. I
you
see
saw
it.
Hey,
that?
hey, you
Yeah, I
talking
see
about that dog Prince Charles? I know what
Yeah,
you're talking
Prince Charles.
about. Prince
Yo,
Charles, Prince
but yo,
Charles
but
alpha as
look at that.
hell.
Take that as
Hey,
an
look though. Hey, look
observational
though.
study.
Hey, look though. I'm gonna say this. And I'm gonna fall back though. But to stay back on, keep back on track to the point. A lot of us, man, you know, and I grew out of this a long time ago. I probably grew out of this probably in my early 20s or late teens. But a lot of us learn to measure our masculinity, especially when we haven't been taught anything else, by our man, by how many women we attract. That's the best way to put it. Whether it's how many women we talk to, how many women we socialize with, how many women we sleep with, number one. That's why they call it scoring. You
Right.
see, we was taught that as a kid, that when you ain't got nothing else. And guess what? Men, you think that a man, we're gonna do a masculinity test right now. Who do you want to hang with? The most, Zion, the man who can attract the baddest women, or the man that can beat everybody the fuck up? I'm talking about first choice.
Man, I would rather hang out with the women.
See what I'm
No, you
saying?
want to hang out with a
See
man
what
that's
I'm
beating
saying?
everybody
No,
up.
he want to hang out with the
Yeah,
men that can attract the women.
Well,
Right.
let me answer that. Let me answer that. I think it depends on the situation. So if we're out looking for women, then
We're just
we
talking
want.
about naturally right now, Cube, just right off the rip. In this situation, off the rip.
Yeah, but we can't do that because the question has to be categorized. So if we're talking about a situation to where you need men to, get something done, then of course men. So like that
Yeah,
question has to be categorized. It can't
I
just
agree
be
with you.
something blanket.
Because if I'm
Well,
about to bang out,
it is
I
it is
want my only.
categorized.
I
It
want my
is
softest
categorized
ladies.
because we're
Yeah.
talking about how men use how many women we screw, the scoring thing, and how we confuse that with the objectivity of masculinity, about how many women you could track, or how many women you sleep with, or the baddest women you could get. That's not the only
Okay, so
aspect of
so watch
masculinity.
this. Okay, so would you say that physical strength is masculine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
But I know
now,
some, but I know some homosexual bodybuilders that's bigger than me. And
okay,
I know some guys that's physically stronger than me, that's not as dominant as me.
okay, so let's just deal with what I just said though. So if physical strength is masculine, when it's you on a construction site and you need to get some bricks moved, do you want all the ladies around or do you want men around?
I would want men around in that circumstance.
That's why I said that your question has to be
Yeah.
categorized into
Yes,
what the purpose is of what you're doing. You can't
Right.
just ask a blanket question. It has to
but
be categorized.
But
it
hold
wasn't
on, I
blanket.
think
It
Zion
wasn't
wants to say
blanket. We
something.
was talking about
Hold on,
the
Yasha.
subject was talking about the why men was used, or talking about the category. The categorization was about why it floated. My statement floated around why us as men think it's masculine to attract women, whether it's to sleep with them, to get their phone numbers, all of that stuff.
Well, the actual subject is marriage is a business. So here's the thing is that all these things lead up to so-called marriage, right? And so all these like factors, right, lead up to either a guy proposing to a woman or not. Now, what happened is that I was on a panel and I had a bunch of like I was on like a crazy panel. So and I was feeding into it, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I was getting told by the women that you see right here, like, hey, you were wrong, how you look at things are wrong, because I'm like, well, if people saying what do you bring to the table, I'm saying, okay, well, I'm a software engineer, like versus other than my vagina and me can cook something, I bring business logic to the table, I bring other things to the table, but people are saying that doesn't even matter, and I'm like, what the fuck does that, what the hell, like,
Because
so
it doesn't in the grand
why does
scheme
it
because
why
it's
does
an
it
aspect. It's
matter?
not
What
because
what
it's
if your
just one
what if the
thing.
guy
It's just that
what if the guy you're attracted to ain't even business minded, but he loves the stew out of you, he wants you, and he makes his own money.
Will they not be able to relax?
So that means you bring nothing to the table. That's why it doesn't matter. You just
So you're
proved
saying
your,
well,
you
no.
just
So
debunked
that
your
means
own
I don't
point.
bring nothing to the table just because I would be able to relax off of the business bullshit that I'm like on. Because
But
really,
you
I'm in
literally,
business.
but listen to the way how you just answered the question. He said, "What if the guy doesn't need your money or doesn't need you to work?" You said you would just relax.
No,
So,
I mean that I'd be able to relax off of. I should have expounded. My bad. Then
so
I would
answer,
not
so,
have
so
to be
answer
on
his
my
question. So
normal.
answer his question. What do you bring to the table? If there's nothing that he needs from you, what do you bring? If he doesn't need anything from you,
Well, most
Well,
women run the household.
so you bring in
what the
dinner,
fuck
you
does
bring
that
in
even mean?
scrubs, you
Run
bring
the
in a clean
household.
house, you bring in emotional support when he come home from a hard day's work. You making sure
That's
he
the only
got
thing
his
I would
bath and
think.
every
That's a
showers and
normal
stuff
like
ready. You
female.
making sure that the money and stuff that he brings into the
Gets
house and
taken
stuff is
care of,
handled.
gets paid, all the bills get paid. That's pretty much running a whole household. Like that's a
No.
normal thing that
I'm
women
paying,
do
I'm paying my own bills. I
Like,
own my
no,
Yo,
own
listen,
cleaner.
hold on,
I
hold
pay my,
on, hold on.
I pay
like
everything, so
I
I don't
run
need her
my
to do
entire
that.
household.
I
Like
own
So
the
hold
if
whole
on.
cleaner.
So
go
so
ahead.
hold on. So hold on. So if I'm the one that's funding the relationship, what do you mean when you say you're running a household, meaning you're paying bills? You ain't paying shit. Only thing you're doing is put my money into other places. You're not doing anything. Like how hard is it to pay a bill? Especially today, we could put things on auto pay. So
Okay,
like,
so
what the fuck are you
why would a
doing?
business owner need
That's
an
not
executive
real.
assistant? Why would a corporate a CEO ever need an executive assistant? If he can pay his own bills, do all this stuff, do everything, why the hell does he need an administrative assistant, an executive assistant, and all these other people like running the business? Because
Right.
I
I
think
So let
still
me
I
believe
answer
think
that
that.
he's
So
marriage
doing.
hold on,
is
let
a
I
me
think
answer
he's
business.
that.
doing
Hold on, let
bigger
me
I
answer
still
that.
business.
Let me
believe that
answer
a
that.
household running a household is a business.
Well,
So
let me
I'm
answer
still
that.
coming from my business acumen aspect of that this is a business we're running, right? So therefore, if you're out doing the work and I'm out running and I'm here running the household, then I'm like the executive assistant. I'm the
No, you're not.
whatever. I'm the fluffer. I'm all that.
No, you're
So
not. So let me answer your question. Part of the problem is that you think that marriage is a business when marriage is not a business. It's not. You don't have
it
CFO,
is
CEO,
though.
CI. No, sister, it's not. Maybe modern day that you guys want to try to pigeonhole it into being a business, but it's not a business. There's nothing about a marriage that you can say that it's a business.
100%
Nothing.
a
Okay,
business. You
okay,
sign
okay, okay,
a contract.
okay.
When it's a marriage
No,
contract, that's a
just
business.
because. Okay, but listen, I can have a contract that somebody like. Come on, just
The
slow
moment
down
you
for a
sign a
second.
contract for
So
something, it's no
what's the name of
longer
that tax
just
form y'all
love.
gotta pay every year?
Business. Once you sign a contract with someone and say these are the things of the contract, it's no longer about emotions, feeling, anything else other than that. It's business from that
I
point.
would
No,
rather
it's
use the
not.
term covenant.
But
That takes
America,
profane and makes it
America,
You
sacred.
make a
but
A
covenant because you
marriage is
sign
a
a
but
covenant.
contract.
America makes it
You could
very
say,
business
hold on,
oriented
hold on,
every
y'all.
year.
Let me just make my interjection real quick. Hey, Queen.
Hey.
How you doing, love? So a covenant is similar to a contract, but however, a covenant is more sacred. It has to do with oaths. It has to do with a promise of some sort of internal oath and bonding ritual. It's ritualistic. It's similar to a contract, but it's not as profane. It's more sacred. So I would say that, and this is why I objected to the sense that, oh, you know what I'm saying, well, love has nothing. What's love got to do? No, love has everything to do,
I'm
because
saying,
a contract can be breached and broken at any point in time, but a
I'm saying,
covenant, it comes with a little bit, hold on, it comes, let me put my period on, it comes with a little bit more than just some profane, well, you know what I'm saying, this is what I'm gonna do, and this is what you're gonna do, and this is what we sign in this contract, and upon the breach of this contract, you know what I'm saying, contract is broken and whatever, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, sure, the marriage system now looks more like a contract, but marriage was a covenant, and that's slightly different. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
let's see what Google got to say about it. While marriage is not inherently a business, it does share some characteristics with business
right.
regarding legal financial aspects. Like a business marriage involves a legal contract i.e., marriage license, joint decision making, and financial management.
Right.
Unlike
Right.
a business, marriage also involves deep emotional and personal commitments.
Now
So,
stop right there.
Your
Stop right there. Stop, stop.
your
okay, all
marriage
right.
license
Hold on,
is
really
a
quick.
contract. Oh,
Hold
hold
on,
on.
really quick.
What's that? Let me. I promise I'll be quick. Your marriage license is a contract, and that contract is with the United States government, who officiates these licenses. And just like any other business corporation, at the end of the year, you have to label. When you're married, you the way that you file is head of household, this, that, and the third.
No, you have to married. If you're married, it has to be married, joint filing versus head of household. So therefore,
You're
when you
just
file
further
that, all these
substantiating.
things are
You're
put
just further
together in a business
substantiating that it's a business.
as a business.
All right, so check this out. Pull that back up so I can show you the error of your ways, sister. All right, so when you read this, it says while marriage is not inherently a business, it does share some characteristics. So now that's a very important word right there. So now, do you have eyes?
What kind of question is that?
Of course, I have eyes. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you have legs?
Yes,
Do you have a nose?
yes.
So you share a lot of characteristics with a dog, but you aren't the dog, are you?
That's rude as hell.
Right. I'm
Okay,
not.
what you want me to say? A cow? That's not rude.
Use something a little. Come on, man.
But I mean,
Come on,
it's
man.
okay. I get
I'm
his
not
point.
being rude.
I get his point. I get his point.
boy.
I get his point. I get his point.
Okay, well, I can say a cow. I can say a
I
cow.
get his point too, but you know,
I can say a
hate everybody.
fish. No, I
I
can
get
say a
it.
fish. I can say fish. Okay, do you have lungs? Do you have a heart like a fish? I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was just bringing something out because you guys were talking about Prince Charles, the dog, which I did see that video and it was kind of on my mind. So I wasn't aiming to be disrespectful. So when you use that word characteristics, yes, it may have, just because something has characteristics and it shares characteristics with something else, doesn't mean that that's what it is. That's why I was saying earlier that
Oh, you mean like monkeys?
That's why I was saying earlier. That's why I was saying earlier that no, marriage is not a business, sister. That's what I was trying to say, and I'm so glad that you pulled that up.
You've
Now
been
you
married
now
before.
hold on. Last thing. Now you have to be honest enough to say that no, marriage is not a business. Can you say that? And for the sake of honesty,
it's
thank
not
you.
a business.
There's no but. There's no but.
Characteristics
I let
of
her
a business.
finish.
It
No,
has
there
the
is no but.
characteristics of a business.
It's
So
not
it
a marriage.
does share characteristics of a business.
It's
So it
not a
might have-
business.
Let it, don't filibuster.
So
Just
it's not
let it fly,
finally
and
a
then you
business,
respond
like,
respectfully.
the
We can
US
turn down
government
a little bit of the testosterone a little bit, y'all. There's 3 men on the panel. There's a whole lot of testosterone and alpha male dominance going on already.
Anybody married?
That's what I said in the beginning. I said I'm divorced, so I'm the last person to talk.
I'm divorced, so
been
I've
divorced.
been there.
Yashabaya was here, but you
I've been there.
he's doing stuff with the city council, and he most definitely said it was a business. He said marriage was a bit. He said marriage is a business, and now he been married like about 3 or 4 times. You know what I'm saying?
Because he
And
turned
he
it into a
understood
business
the
because he's
fact.
been married so many times. That's why it's a business. Because he treated it like one. If he one person that's been married 3 or 4 times, he treated it like it was a business. But the average person like me that treated a marriage like you were supposed to treat it for 31 years and at 50 years old right now, if that's how he interpreted from his marriages, then yes, he can interpret it as a business. But the average person that's
He's been married 38 years.
The average, no, but 38 years, we were talking about how many times.
Right. Okay.
So he had
I'm
3
going off
failed
of how many
businesses.
times, I'm going off how many times, not the amount of years. So if he's been married 3, 4, 5 times, maybe in his mind, he's treating it as a form of a business because he's just getting married for the term of marriage. Or is he got prenup? So it depends on how you significating it.
No, I think that he probably. I think that based on what he said is that he married for love. He married for different reasons, and then now he runs this thing and understands it as a business, and
Because
it's lasted the longest.
That's
when
where
he
that word
put that
inherently come
understanding on
in
it.
at.
I think
That's
that
where
when
that
we, I think that
that's
we're
where that
thinking
word
business in a
inherently
negative
come in
light.
at.
Business is not a negative thing. A
Yeah,
business
that's
is not negative.
yeah, that's what that
Who
word
said it was
is
negative?
inherently like a business. You know, I mean, because you start off with this thing with love, but I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I mean, I'm gonna say day. At the end of the year, you will have to account for the business of that relationship.
Yeah,
as
accounting
a
and
relationship,
everything, you know.
as a marriage. So you
Nah, I
will
just
your
disagree.
marriage will
You have a house, you gotta
at
account for
least once a year.
Yeah, I disagree.
how much
The
did you
sister.
spend this year, all that stuff. So it is a
One
whether
person got to
maybe in other countries it's not a business, but in America it's a business because
No, it's not, sister. Listen, you just said that it wasn't. Now you're back to saying that it is again. You see, the problem is you don't want to accept the truth. So please, for you, stop saying that it's a business because you just read it. I just gave you an example to show you how it isn't, and you keep saying it, sister. You got to stop saying that. It's
I
not
want
a business.
I want to
Can I
say
can I just go ahead, sis Queen?
no, go ahead.
go
I'll
ahead.
wait.
Okay, so here's the difference, right? In a business, you know what I'm saying? The one side of the business breaks down. Like if I'm married to somebody and I'm treating it like a business, say she gets sick, now business wise, it's a liability, right? So that means that I can just, you know what I'm saying, go and get me a new, you know what I'm saying, business partner. I start breaking down, right? I start getting old. I put all my work in. Now she
You had
has
some
to
good
take over
insurance
me.
on her.
Hold on. So now I'm starting to break down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I'm saying? I got to get me a new bit. She has to get her new business partner. I don't think that that's how we should look at it. I think that that's yeah. I don't think that's
You can
that's
ask
not
me
good.
as a married person.
Hey, I tell
Right?
you what.
How
Rick,
how
if
Go
long
we,
do you
ahead,
but,
go ahead, Queen.
but
Go ahead,
what is
let
the chance,
Queen answer. Go ahead,
what is
Queen.
a man's chances of getting married if he don't have no business, if he don't have no insurance, if he's not able to include her into his business? What type of relationship is a man gonna have?
But the business is the marriage. That's the thing, is that if
There's
you come
one
together and
married person
combine your
on the
resources,
panel. No, Sister Queen was
maybe
about
you
to say
don't.
something.
Yeah, go ahead, Queen. Go ahead. Because I'm like, what? Go
She's
ahead.
the most qualified here.
Yeah, I am married, and I can say this. I mean, if you're in your mind looking at it as a business, then that's how you're looking at it. Because at the end of the day, you start off and it's about love. You start off, it depends on how you start off in your marriage. And to start off in my marriage back in the 90s at 50 years old, I started off my marriage as a marriage. I didn't even have the insight or the thought of even considering it as a business, because it wasn't a business, not when you're doing womanly things like paying bills, taking care of kids, taking care of house, putting food on the table, pleasing the man, getting pleased back. All that type of stuff comes in a marriage. And when you're going through those type of things, you're not looking at it as business in those moments. The problem comes in on the legal side of it. I never legalized my marriage as being a business. No, not at all. But I can tell you, when you start feeling like you're in the business, honestly, is when that person on the inside probably feeling as though they're out of love and there's nothing else that they can do in a relationship, or there's no other reason why they're together other than paying the bills, other than making sure that the mortgage is paid, other than making sure that there's food on the table for the children. Then in a sense, at that moment, you may start feeling internally like it's a business. Because I started feeling like that at some point, like, damn, the only thing I'm really getting out of it is I make sure the bills paid, we make sure the kids are taken care of, we make sure that dinner's on the table. But the other part of the romantic part, what do you put in right there? I never would have put the word business in there. But if you're a person that's thinking along that line, you can kind of say it's business, because now it goes into the bills, it goes into the business part of it. But technically on the table, I don't see it as a business. Not for me.
May I say
Thank
something
you,
real
sister.
quick?
I appreciate you for being honest. I
May I
appreciate
say
that.
something
Thank
real quick? When I was married before too, right? When I was married, I didn't look at it as a business. I'm looking at it now as looking at the past, as the history, you know, and I'm speaking from experience, right?
Yeah,
But when I was married, oh no, I didn't look at it as a business. I looked at it as love, and it
yeah,
ended in divorce.
that's right.
Okay, so let's do this then. Sister DJ, can you please look up the word business and share that with us really quick? Because what happens is we get too caught up in the colloquial usage and we don't actually look at the words that we're using. So
But
we have to. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, I don't even know why it's a word looked up other than marriage. Because if you
No,
start considering, even as a prenup, Some people feel like once you sign prenups, you turning it into a business. But some people sign prenups because they feel like they done put time in and hard work, and they just want to make sure they secured on their end. But that don't mean they not in love.
So hold on. So take out the definition of word business and just type in business. Take out definition of the word. We could use that too if you like, but all right. So a business is an organization or enterprising entity engaged in commercial, industrial, or professional activities. So none of that has anything to do with marriage whatsoever. Whatsoever. What happens is, like I say, we're so used to, like when a person say, man, get out my business. We're so used to using the colloquial word to try to define what a business actually is. But when we look at the definition of what a business is, marriage is not that. There's no trade, there's no commerce going on whatsoever. So we have to stop saying that marriage is a business. It is not. Just because you have a
So
contract.
whatever happened when what about the people that own farms, right? And you have kids that you teach to like raise work on the farm. And so you have land. So right now you're talking from a place of apartment living, house living. What about people that actually live off the land, and their kids are the ones that have to till the land and this, that, the other, and make money off the land in that household? You know,
Okay,
you teach your kids
so
to
I see
run
what
the
you're trying
land.
to confuse. I see what you're confusing, because what you're alluding to is a family business, right? So where you would teach your children and things like that. Now, can I have a family business with me and my brother?
Okay. How about this one? Here goes. I feel what Genesis is saying. I'm gonna bring this more closer to home. I was the business. And Genesis, you from Detroit. Are you familiar with the East Side Cheddar Boys from Detroit?
Yes.
You know, I'm one of the founders of that, right? Was that not huge here in Detroit or not?
It was huge.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, when I talked about how I was going to be doing a movie and stuff on Sarnetta, and they laughed and mocked it, I'll be doing another one tomorrow, right? When I was married, and I'm married for love, right? I was the business. I own my own record company and everything, right?
And then you have your family working for your business,
I didn't
right?
marry for business, right? But I was the business. There was a group here called 7 Mile. My man Squeak that was signed to my label. You dig what I'm saying? All my contracts and everything. He messed around and got a deal with Mariah Carey. Messed around and blew up. During this time, there were some things that was taking place, and I was in the middle of a damn divorce. You hear what I'm saying? And my business, my wife was a part of that. She was in it. She knew everything. She had stuff, my contracts and stuff. I couldn't even get a hold to it because she had parts of my stuff, and I couldn't get a hold to stuff of my stuff. So by me not looking at it as a business, I missed out on millions of dollars. Genesis will tell you. My people here, I'm Thomas Whitfield's nephew, blood. My name was a business and I'm still a business. And I'm saying that any woman that marries me as a business. And she comes into my business. See, this is what I understand now. I didn't understand that then.
And let me tell you how I understand it. My child's father is by 10 of Slum Village, right?
Yeah.
So when he passed away, if I would have married him, listen, right now I'm going through all type of probate, this state, blah, blah, bait, whatever.
I don't know about you, but I know Fat Cat.
Yeah, I know Fat Cat, all those guys. But I'm trying to tell you is that when you are in a marriage and people are really doing it, like really making it, not just in poverty, and you get above poverty and start to like really make moves, marriage is a business straight up. Because when you get married, like, do you know how quick that you know how quick and easy, if something happened to you, what happens to all your assets? People, listen, let me give you an example. My grandma, right?
You married, DJ? You've been married before?
I've never been married. I wish I would have got married.
So
trust
when
me,
you go to marry someone, you automatically looking at business when you see a man?
No, I'm not.
So,
No,
so right there,
I
so I'm just asking you. So if you're not automatically looking at business when you get with a man, see one thing that happens.
no,
with,
it's a combination. It's not that I'm automatically just like first business, first is attraction. Then I'm like looking at okay, what
like
this
at what
brings
point
me.
in a relate? I mean, it'll be
There's
kind
a
of hard.
combination of everything because I have assets. If I marry somebody,
But
then
your assets don't come
no,
along
listen,
with
no,
marriage once you
no,
get married.
listen,
That's
no.
before. That's not community property. So you can't include that. That would not be considered community property if you had that before you were married. So that
Right.
So
that's what I was just about to
that's off
say.
the table.
If
So
I
I'm just
no,
wondering-
no, that's why they have prenups because I
No,
can
no, no,
have
no, no,
all
no,
these.
no.
Okay, I
Prenup
have
is
2
wrong.
houses right now, right? I
No.
marry somebody, my houses can go to that person I'm
No,
married to.
that's community. If that's not community property, it is not included. I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
Let's look at what state you're referring to. Because we're not gonna, you can't put that on the table with everybody because that's honestly not true. When you come into the marriage and you brought it into the marriage, technically that's yours. It's what's established during the marriage what determines community property or not.
That's what you get half of.
Right. So I was asking you because it's hard to ask you something like that if you've never been married before, because I wanted to know you've met someone, been in love with someone, and what was on the table with you during that commencing was business, or was it relationship, love, feeling, and what we're going to do to see how we can make it and build the bond? Because I don't think that you're going into
initially been in the love phase of things, and I got to see how much, like, I was not married, but common law, pretty much we were together for like what 3-4 years, right?
That's not common law. That's not common law. Common law is like 10-15 years, girl. Stop.
Right,
Well, no, it depends on the state. Depends on the state. So if you've been with the person to start, okay. So here's the deal. What happened
Google
is
it.
that
Google it. Google it.
Okay.
Google it. Common law. Google it. Google it. You got to let us know. What
Yeah, I've
states you're referring
never
to.
heard
You
of
got to
common
Google
law
it.
being 3 or 4 years. It's always a minimum of
That's-
10 to
but
15
wait,
years.
that is if common law is
I heard
even
it
legal
seven.
in your state.
That's true too. It may not even be
Common
legal in
law
your
is
state.
even
That's
legal.
true.
So we
And let me
got
say,
to Google that.
and let me say this: there's been so many cases. The most recent is Israel Adesanya, MMA fighter, who he was with this woman, and for about a year and a half or so, they broke up. She took him to court to get like $50 million from the dude because she no, she was just a girlfriend. They were just in a relationship, but she said that. But listen, no, but this is add to your point. But what she was trying to say is, I helped him so much in his career, but he had a 10-year career before she even came around.
And
So what
she
the
don't
judge, the judge said, no, you get nothing, zero. She has to now pay him for
Wow.
cover his court costs. You see what I'm saying? By her trying to sue him and get that.
That you got to pay him.
Right. So this is what it says in Texas. I live in Texas, right?
Right.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry.
No. Where was the relationship at? You probably in Texas.
It was in
now.
Michigan. So Michigan does not thing common law, but
Okay, so your whole conversation is dead.
right.
Then.
So right.
Your whole
that
conversation
aspect
is
is
dead.
The state you in.
However, I would say this is that when it really comes down to it, is that if I would have been married to Batim when he passed away, everything he had would have went to me as a wife, and then had to be trickled down into the kids. That's
Right.
another thing that happened. So here's the thing:
sister,
it's
no.
a business.
Now, how about this?
Hold on. Because
You
you're
have
trying to move somewhere else. Why are you reading Texas when you were dealing with a dude in Michigan? You have to go to the Michigan laws, because once you go to the Michigan
common
laws,
law does not exist in
Yeah, it
Michigan.
don't exist here. That's that.
okay,
She ain't
so
getting
you
that.
would get nothing, sister, and that's her point. Is that you
Well,
would
she
get
said,
nothing.
but she
What
said,
I-
what she
no,
said,
the
if she
point
would have
I'm trying to
married
make-
him, though, that's what she's stating, ain't right?
I didn't
Yeah,
marry
but if she
him.
would, but if she would have married him, if she came in with nothing, she leave with nothing. If she established
Exactly.
something during,
No, if I would
then
have
she-
married him, it would be different. Like if I would have married
But
him,
I don't know about the
marriage
nothing
works.
part, right?
No,
I don't
you
know
would
about-
only get that if he died. That's
Right,
it.
right.
If he died, you would get it.
Well,
he
No,
died.
but you didn't
sister,
marry him though.
Thank
Like-
you.
No, but if I
How about-
married him and
how
he
about this one?
died, listen,
I'm
here's
a
the thing,
divorced
he
dude.
like
I'm a
died
divorced
at
dude.
any point.
I'm a divorced dude, and my wife has died, right? And I thought that, and I messed up because my wife was a nurse. She was a DON. This woman made good money, like $400 a day, being a DON. And we talk about made good money. This was back in the 90s, right? This lady died, right? And I didn't know but because I didn't marry as a business, right? Didn't understand none of that. You know, she died after we got a divorce. Even though I was divorced, I was still entitled to her money. So what's that? You know, and I didn't know that. See, but I know that now. And guess what? It was 3 years. I let 3 years pass. So therefore, I had to wait till I'm 60. When I turn 60, I'm entitled to that woman's money still.
But that's the whole
And
point.
that's a divorce, and we divorced.
But that's the whole point.
As long as you don't get remarried.
If she passes away,
yeah,
then you were married, then yeah, you are entitled to the assets.
Right.
But if you marry someone and you divorce, then you're not entitled to anything, especially if they had these assets before you came about, because that's very easy to prove. They could show their LLCs when they incorporated their businesses, the amount of, they can show their tax returns, the amount of money that they made. They can show this stuff.
Well, I put that woman through school. So she was nobody for me. I put that woman through school. I made her.
You can be in the military, have disability. All these things are based on a business. This is business, right? We're doing business here.
I think what we confusing it, what they might be confusing it with, Cube. I think what goes on, if after a marriage, if you didn't bring anything in, you cannot go for their assets. But what you can go for, if we're talking right, you're talking about, are you referring to getting money for spousal support? Because just
alimony.
So it got to be talking about spousal support, alimony. It got to be stuff like that you're taking them to court to receive while y'all after.
Well, you don't even go to the Michigan, you don't even go to court. You just file. What is it that what is it? Their retirement, their disability, their SSI, that type of thing. You can get that.
And what was that girl?
I did not have
Taylor?
to go to court for nothing. I just got the SSI from my daughter, and that was it. So
that girl,
we're talking about spousal report, spousal support, and that's totally different. Spousal support only coming to you through the judge when he hit that hatchet and put that on the paperwork in the courtroom.
Cube, are you divorced? Are you divorced, Cube, or are you never been married?
No, I've never been married.
Okay.
But check this out though. If you look at that case that happened with that sister, she's a singer or something, an actor, Teyana Taylor, and she was married to like a basketball Imam Shumpert. Now he had millions of dollars before he ever met her. He had millions of dollars before he ever met her. But when she went to court, she didn't go to court to get half of his assets. She went to court to get alimony, and that alimony was in the form of $10,000 to $15,000 a year. She got to keep the house and all the other shit. That's like alimony. That's not taking half of his assets. You see what I'm saying? Not
in spousal support.
Right. And if the brother would have passed away, then she would get everything. You see what I'm saying? So like there's a difference to that. So like
and it's different layers too, because to get alimony and then spousal support, you got to go in front of the judge to get child support and stuff like that. That's where you can just simply file for the paperwork. But it's different levels to all of these different things. You want child support and stuff, you can file for that without going through a judge. But when you're in a marriage and you're going through a divorce, then you're going to put the child support and all of that on the table. Or the judge gonna say you need to go to the child support section and file for that. It depends on
perfect example. You could take Jeff Bezos. Hold on real quick. You could take Jeff Bezos and his wife when they got divorced, because she was around before he created Amazon. She got $50 fucking billion because she was around before he created it.
He wasn't no billionaire before her. She got paid like that because he started making money during the marriage.
That's what I'm saying.
Long time.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
The money they made while they were together because she was a part of the marriage.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So for all of the years that they were together, they were making that money together. She was a part of his business, Amazon. She was a part of that. She actually physically worked there. So she got half. Well, she didn't get half of the business, but he kind of paid her out, gave her the $50 billion. So like, there's levels to this shit, and it's different. And it just
now. Here, I'm not myself. I'm not talking
that marriage is not business. Is that what we're trying to?
You just read it's not. Why you keep trying to say it is? You just read it.
God damn it.
Myself.
I mean, being married.
I'm talking about like Social Security. Like I'm at the age where I'm able to just about looking forward to my Social Security, right? I can choose either my passed away wife's Social Security or my Social Security on whoever one that makes the most money. Now, being that I've been living, I'm quite sure that I have a bigger purse than hers. But what I could, if I was a lazy dude, I could get hers at 60 and then just don't work no more and just opt out the system. But why would I do that when I got a bigger pocket? I could just wait a few more years and get mine. But what I'm saying is I can get her Social Security.
Yeah. Well, if you could get it, then that's what you're supposed to do. And DJ was saying, you know, do she feel like are we saying that this is not a business? I mean, when I got married, I didn't go into it looking at it as a business. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think that the average Black person ain't getting married because it's a business. The average Black person getting married because they want to take their ass out there and get married. But I can tell you what happened to me towards the end, and I'm still married, happily separated. When you look back at it, you're like, damn, man, that was like a damn business, because what was in the end of it? To me, at that point, I would say business, but on the legality of it, I can't say business. I say I went in.
Can you go into
that's where I'm
what
coming
you saw
from.
as a business, though? What
No,
made
but
it that you saw as a business? Like, give me some examples of what you saw after divorce would make.
No, don't do that, sister. Don't do that, because she's trying to feed her ego so she can say, "Yep, see, it was a business." That's all she's trying to do.
You get on my nerves.
I'm gonna tell you why it won't make a business. The reason why it won't make a business, because if you put the definition of a business back on stage, the definition of a business, the first thing you would need to do is clarify what entity of that are you saying is a business. You got a sole proprietorship, you got an LLC, you got an incorporated, you got the C corp, you got
a partnership.
So a business on my marriage certificate, none of that is there. So therefore, it's not a business in my eyes. And if it was, I'm not paying for those yearly fees that you're supposed to pay to the state. I'm not paying the yearly fees that you put the yearly taxes to the city. You pay fees to be in the business. You don't do that in your marriage.
Business license. That's what I'm
right.
saying.
Partnership. Listen, you signed a marriage contract. You're in a partnership.
But it's not a business, though. A business has to do with commerce.
But if it was a partnership, how much are you paying yearly for your license? Because you got to pay to be able. You have to pay to have an LLC and incorporation.
Right.
You got to pay to be a sole proprietor. Matter of fact, you got to pay to be a nonprofit and a for-profit. Because I got a 501c3, and you got to pay for that. You got to pay for the application,
taxes, don't you?
But everybody pay taxes, but not everybody paying taxes for business. It's different levels to taxes, though, because when you pay taxes,
you got income taxes, you got business taxes. Those are different.
But no, why do they? Okay, then if marriage is not a business, why do they really need to know whether or not you are filing marriage?
You get tax breaks, sisters. Come on, man, you got to know this. I've never been married, and I know these things. Come on now.
And I'm married. But you feel like in the end, that's why I could say I could relate to her, but not on the legal side. On the legal side, I can't relate because for me, it's not business. But on the physical side and the mental side, talking out my mouth, man, that was like a damn business.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can agree with that.
Everybody's just like on some like, oh well, no, I'm just being facetious, like not facetious, but like I'm just being
But you know how much it costs to be a business in the state? It costs more than it costs more than you think, because you paying for license every year. You paying taxes. Matter of fact, you even paying taxes to the tax revenue. So and at the end of the year, you paying taxes into your regular personal taxes. Because with a business, somebody come in and purchase stuff where you got to take taxes out so you could pay your state. So you ask to get a warrant, that type of warrant for not an arrest, but it's called a different warrant when you're not paying the business taxes to your state. Why do you think like people like what's all the ones that done went to jail for not paying taxes and stuff on their business?
Like Wesley Snipes.
But I'm about to really turn up in front of this.
Hey y'all, I got a tip. I think you're having me up here, Genesis. Peace, Q. Nice talking with you. What's that, Queen 62?
You too. Hopefully I can meet you again.
Oh yeah.
Right. What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me.
Oh, not this cone ass
Gotta fill up the Mercedes. You know what I'm saying? But while I'm here filling up the Mercedes, I want to get some of my thoughts off, right? And my thoughts is about marriage. I got a lot of people sending me a lot of videos to review about marriage. I don't know why. There you go. Talk to them. What up? What up? They keep talking about how, you know, what their emotional attachment or detachment style is, their communication style. They talk about all of these different things, but they don't talk about the one thing that truly matters. And this is why I know, this is how I know people are, they truly don't understand exactly what it takes in order to be successful when it comes to a marriage. Real talk. And the biggest thing that it takes in order to be successful when it comes to a relationship is to look at it from a man's perspective and a woman's perspective. From a man's perspective, the biggest thing is to look at it from a business perspective. And when I say looking at it from a business perspective, that means that every single thing that you do, you always take the ramifications as far as how it affects you and your family, because you are the head of the family. That's what a lot of guys don't understand, is that it's not a partnership, it's not a relationship, right? It's a business first. And anything that I do, any decision that I make, whether it be to sleep with another chick, whether it be, you know, the decision that I'm going to make as far as, you know, where I'm going to work at, where I'm going to move to, whether or not I'm going to have children, so on and so forth, all of those decisions should be based off of the fact is, does it affect me and does it affect the family more important than what it is that I feel? If it
You said pause. What? Why you say pause? Go ahead.
Yeah, because he's saying stupid shit like if I decide to sleep with another woman and bro, no, this is a relationship. It's not a business. You can't equate going to sleep with other women. That's not what you do in a business.
But you know what I could say?
There's laws against fraternization like in a business. What are we talking about?
You know what I would say to that, Cube? I would say this. How he phrasing that makes absolutely no goddamn sense to me. And I'm going to be honest, but I can say this. I posed a question a couple of days ago on my live. Do you think a man is going to choose love or they're going to choose money? If you go in it and ask, what is a man really? Look, see, women are going in a relationship off of love. A man ain't going in a relationship if he don't feel financially stable, financially fit, don't have it going like that. They go in focused on money because a man honestly is based around money. So what I can see as that being a concern, yes, a man gonna choose money over love. And once he find that goddamn money, then he gonna choose any woman he want. And when he fall in love, he rolls that way. But to just say to look at it as a business, no, I would say like where I'm at now, keep it. If you don't got the money and stuff like that, I'm not trying to raise you. I'm not trying to teach you. I'm not doing no goddamn grooming. I'm not going to be your cougar. You need to come to the table with yours and I'm going to come with mine. If you want to look at it like that from the beginning, why? Because this might be people that have been through financial losses because of relationships or because of marriages. So now they be looking in the side of, wait a minute, man, I'm coming into this. I know I'm covered, but I need to make sure whatever you come in with, goddamn it, is what you leave out with. If we agree or we stay married, that's when you start putting stipulations in it. But it's too much in front of that to call it a business. Business come with a whole lot of bills yearly.
Let me disagree with you on one point because you said a man is going to choose money. I may be the exception to the rule, but
that's not what I mean. A man ain't going to go and I don't mean in a
hold on, but you said to choose money or love. I'd rather choose love over money.
No, what I'm trying to say is if a man, like you got a bachelor man and they're not in a relationship, is a man going to go in his life right now to start trying to build and have his own money before he get caught up in the entanglement of love? I guarantee you the average man is going to choose to try to get his money right unless he already been rocking with a woman where they already got their vibe and they already got that particular understanding. Then I can understand you choosing love because you done been down this road. You know this person got your back. You know this person ready. You know this person understand, and you know you can build with this person. Even if they just home taking care of the kids, they took that pressure off of you. But
well, I disagree with that.
Right now, for me, right now, I'm going to choose my finances over a man in love right now. I've already been down love. Emotions off the table for me right now.
Well, let me disagree with you.
And that's what I'm talking about, love. See, people build relationships based off of love. Yeah. Love can love.
So what are you supposed to build it off of? Why should so you telling me love shouldn't be the hold on, let me ask you a question.
Every man not like you, Cube. Every man not coming like you, and that's why
I disagree with you. That's why I But that's why I disagree with you. That's why I said maybe I'm the exception to the rule.
You could
which,
be. That's why it's not geared to everybody. If the glove, I always tell people.
but I was going to give you an example though. But let me give you an example. When you look at a Jeff Bezos, who's the owner leader of Amazon, his wife was with him before Amazon. So are you?
She deserved to get paid on the
together
way
or they
out. though.
No, but I'm not talking about her getting paid or the divorce or anything like that. What I'm saying is that brother chose love, and then they built the company together. I'm not. Let's not
But
get
they
into
was already there, but they wasn't in a situation like how it is right now. They were in a situation back then where they could have chose love. They're back then.
Who
Think
can't
about
choose
that
it
now.
now?
They not Jeff. He not doing that now. Trust me. He done got married again, but it took him time to get to know that lady and then marry her. He been with that lady 5 or 6 years, and now he choosing love. And plus, he already got the money now.
No, but I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about when he met. Oh, you
That's
think
what I
I'm
just
talking?
said.
I'm
They
sorry.
had time to do that back
Oh,
then.
hold on. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm talking about the woman he just married 2 weeks ago.
No,
I'm
I'm
not.
not. You talking about his first wife with his son.
So yeah, that woman he chose for love, not for money. They didn't have shit.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I think you ain't that ain't what I'm going at. I'm trying to say,
What I'm saying is that I would choose love because I feel that that's more important in my particular life, and I'm using that as an example because I see that that's what Jeff Bezos did. So before the hundreds
you're
of
a
thousands of
smart one.
dollars, before the hundreds of thousands of dollars, before the millions of dollars, before the billions of dollars, he chose love with this woman.
How long
Will
ago
Smith
was that
chose
when he
love.
chose love?
This was
What's
like
his name?
1992 and 1993, something like that.
Exactly. We're in a new millennium. We're over 2025 in the year of the get it. That's where we're at
In
right
the
now.
year of the get it?
In the year of the get it. God damn it, right now. You don't see this red border? That means get it. Anything in red, that means
Red means stop. Red means stop.
That means get it. Stop and get it. Stop, pay attention, and go get it.
Okay, well, I'll just say for myself.
Cube, I'm gonna say
Okay.
this. Listen. Wasn't okay? Elon Musk was married. He probably married because he was in love. Bill Gates was
No,
married.
he was no. Elon
all
Musk
these
was
people
never
that was
married.
married, all these like billionaires that was married for love are not even married to the same person they was married to.
Well, plus they already
Then
have money.
They end up getting somebody that's not marrying for love, that's marrying for money, that they like find some old hot thing.
They marry for lust once they've had the money. And I understand that with men when they get a little bit older. These guys, think about it. Jeff Bezos is in his 60s. He just married a woman 2 weeks ago. He married for lust
Right,
and how the
but
woman.
before
Hold on,
that,
just let
he
me
was
finish.
married,
Let
though.
me
He was
finish your
married
thought.
for love.
But let me finish your thought. And yes, I agree. He was married for love originally, but the woman he just married 2 weeks ago, and they spent $50 million on their wedding, he married for lust on how the woman makes him feel. She's 20, 30 years younger than him. He married her because of the way how she makes him feel.
So that would be love.
No,
No, that would be lust. That would be lust.
So bottom line, that's business because
That's not business.
Let me tell you how it's business because she a hoe and she wants some money. And
Why she gotta be a hoe?
Come on now, Baba, can you? Maybe I'm saying the wrong stuff, Baba. Can you expound?
Yeah, read the
on
chicken bones and tell us what's going on. Cause
no, Baba ain't gonna read no chicken bone.
I ain't gonna read no chicken bone, but I will throw the old Pele. No, I'm just laughing at the whole. I'm laughing. Greetings, goddess. I'm just have been laughing at the conversation. Now here we are. Cube, how old are you?
I'm 39.
Okay, I'm 79. Okay, how many generations is that?
Maybe two. No, one.
No,
It could be one. It could be one, but more than likely two.
Generations.
Yeah, I heard you correctly. You're 40 years older than me, so it could be one, but most likely it's two because a woman 40 years old can birth a child. So yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm going from the masculine standpoint because we most time we're probably looking for a wife or a companion or whatever, right? And when I first got married back in 1963. Okay, that was the subject was not like what we're dealing with now. Different kind of woman raised, different kind of ways, different rules and regulations. They had a lot of stipulations, but as time moved along, women have changed their priority. There was no feminist movement. There was no this Me Too movement. Okay, everything have changed over the years. So what you encounter, what we encountered back then, a lot of times there was arranged marriages. Situation came up, girl got pregnant, got married. That was to give her some kind of make her an honest woman. They say all that kind of man.
Yes.
Okay. Now it's not the same thing. In some states, we have what they call community property. They got married for business to create businesses. They put their wealth together. Some got married and put kingdoms together, put tribes together. So everything you got to understand what was the reason that person got with that person. And it's not always about love. It's about business and finance and building wealth. You know,
Right.
our
But
young people been taught the wrong thing. So I came along at the time. My mama said, "Look, nigga, if you get a donkey pregnant, you're gonna marry that donkey. Okay, how ugly it is." I was scared of that. So I was careful while I planted my pole just in case. You understand? Y'all don't deal with that. Y'all run around swinging and danging and dick dancing all over the country, dropping seeds everywhere. You don't care. But see, we were forced to have respect for that woman. If you get her pregnant, make her an honest woman. Take care of that house and that baby. Protect that family. Keep the family name. Y'all don't see that like that now. See,
No,
we're
we
not
don't.
so much. We're not like about family. We're about what makes me feel good.
That's it.
Well, hold
That's
on,
the
hold
game.
on, hold on 1 second, Elder, if I may.
Cube, you on a different level too. You one of those ones that you should be proud that you got older people sitting on here saying that you come from a generation where you were taught how to be a man and that you're going into a marriage for a marriage, not for money, not for business, and to know how to build with your partner. So you should give yourself a pat on the back for that. I mean, it's not nothing bad that anybody is saying against you. And I agree with you. Marriage is not a business for me. But when you go into it, treating it as such, you treating it as a business. But the natural word of marriage doesn't come underlying business. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. That's it. We really agree with you. Genesis is the one that feel like it's actually a business. You are saying that, no, I'll marry someone when they don't have money. I'll marry someone right there for love. You got to stand up, find your flock of men that believe in.
It's not about having money. I'm talking about the whole structure. The
But
whole
it
comes with
contract
money. Nobody
of
goes to
marriage
business for
is
free,
based
though.
on business.
Nobody
But-
goes to business for free though. But
But
there's
hold on, so
areas where people come out with nothing.
but hold on. Even though
It's a
you say it's,
partnership.
but when you say it's not about having money, you may be partially correct. But what you're saying is it's about a money mindset. And what I'm saying is I don't have a money mindset. You have a money mindset. And part of the reason you have that mindset is because you don't live in Cambodia. You don't live in Vietnam. You live in America. In America, you need money to live. So which has caused you to think the way that you're thinking. But in actuality,
No.
Well,
No.
hold on.
No.
Bob,
See,
I'm gonna ask Baba this
listen,
question. I'm gonna ask
listen,
Baba this question real quick.
You just
Listen,
changed the topic just now, Cube. You changed the topic. You said that only in America you come with American mindset because that's you got to have money. You send me to
no, I wasn't. I was listen. I live in America.
Mindset.
No, listen. I live in America, but what I was trying to say at the end of that, what I was saying is she has a money mindset. Not that a person has to have money, but they have to have a money mindset. And what I'm saying is,
So you do have to have money because you got to pay your bills. Period.
I said that. That's exactly what I said. I said in America, you have to have money.
All over the world, you have to like be able to like
Everywhere you go, you have to have money. Why you think they come into our country scamming it, and we're trying to get illegal asses up out of here? Bye, don't come back. No more.
But I'm also talking. Listen, I'm also talking about the propaganda, and this is what Baba was alluding to. This is what he was alluding to when he was saying that, hey, back in the day, we didn't have these particular mindsets.
Right.
So that's what I'm alluding to, is that because we live in America, we've been propagandized. This is why a lot of our women and a lot of our men think the way that they think. That's exactly what Baba said. I'm just saying it in different words.
But I think what it is, when you stereotype it and say United States, every country looking for money. Why do you think? Listen, I don't know a country that don't need money. Why do you think we have so many illegal immigrants?
Say we don't
They
need money.
So I think you isolating the United States.
Hold on. You confusing it. One of the things that I said was we need money. I said we need, not we want. I said we need money. I literally said that.
No,
I
because
said
you were
we
saying
need
about
money.
other countries. What?
No,
Where?
because but you
Mhm.
got to let me finish. You didn't let me finish the thought. So
I
what I'm
didn't.
saying is the reason why the reason why what I was telling her, I was telling DJ Genesis, the reason why you think the way you think is because you live in America and you don't live in Vietnam or you don't live in Cambodia. Because of the majority of the people that live in Cambodia, they're not trying to find a mate based off of money. Whereas here in America,
Bullshit.
hold on, let me finish. But the majority of people here in America, the way how we think is based off of money, and I can evidence that by based off of what Baba just said back in the 1960s when he married his wife in 1963. It wasn't about money.
So why do you think a lot of the foreigner women like our American men?
Are we talking about 1963 or are we talking about today?
I'm talking about both.
Well, they had different mindsets in those times.
But they still know the bills needed to be paid, and they were looking for a man that can get that done, even though you're still being manly and gentlemanlike.
Okay. So the
Back
people.
then and now.
I think we're talking past each other. If I'm being honest,
I don't think so.
Actually, you're not. You guys
I
are.
think what happened is when
Here's
you
the thing,
isolate
it's
America.
cute.
if I say we need money, where are we disagreeing at?
No,
Why do you think that Cambodians don't need money?
No. When I say we need money, what part of that do you disagree with?
I disagree with the part where you was trying to say only United States got the mindset.
No. Let's stay right here.
Like Cambodia don't. Like
I never said that. I never said that. Let's stay right here. When I said in my soliloquy, I said we need money. That's what I said. I said we
got
need
the
money.
mindset.
What? No. I never mentioned the mindset. Listen. No. That came later. But listen, what part do you disagree with when I said we need money? Which part of that you disagree with?
I don't think nobody, because I said that from the jump.
Okay, so that was just a part of my comment.
But that's not what we're talking about with you. We're asking you because the way you insinuated as if the United States, like Americans, only looking for the money side of it, but other countries like Cambodia and ... That right there is where isolated me at, because Cambodia need money too. That's
And
why
this
they go
is
after
where-
our Navy men and our military men. For money.
Thank you.
So this is why we're talking past each other. Because when I mentioned these countries, you have to understand. When I mentioned these countries,
Say it again
I
to
said
see if we're still on the same page, because I know I heard what I heard.
no. You did hear what you heard, but you misconstrued what I heard.
So
Because I did say what you said. I did say what you said, but you missed the underlying point. We all need
perspective where we can understand it, please.
Okay, so we all need money. No matter where you are on the earth, we all need money. So now let's talk about the mindset of why you would deal with a person. What are you looking for in a mate? So the people in Cambodia, the people in Vietnam, their reason for marrying someone is mostly different from the people that are here in America. Such as Baba just said, back in the 1960s, they didn't have those ideas to try to marry someone with money. Because he said, wherever I put my flagpole at, I was careful with mine because I know
But hold on, can I say
that's the case you can't include Cambodia then, because right now with the mindset of Cambodia, China, Nigeria, Africa, Bahamas, Jamaica, all of them got the mindset of money. That's where I'm saying you're isolating people when they are all in the same realm of life that the United States is in as well. That's what I'm trying to say. When you say Cambodia and stuff, you don't think right now in this day and age, they're not talking about money? Of course, that's why they want our military men. That's why
This
they
is
want
the
our
difference.
passport bros.
This is the difference, and that's why I say we're definitely
You
talking
been to
past each
Cambodia
other.
before?
No, but I would like to visit
Right
one day.
there.
You want to go? So listen, check this out.
Matter of fact, let's go to Japan too. I want to see how you think I'm
But
joking?
hold on.
No, I don't think you're joking. No, I don't think you're joking because I would like to visit one day too. But see, here's the bigger point. That's why I say I think we're talking past each other, because when we look at the mindset of the people in Cambodia versus the people in America, we have what, a 72% divorce rate in America versus Cambodia. Hold on, sister. See now you're talking about what I'm talking about. Hold on. Wait, let me finish.
It's almost
But
like
let me
you're
finish
spilling
though.
the milk over out the cup when you go so far, because I know plenty of women from Korea. I know know plenty of women from Japan. I know plenty of women from China. And I'm telling you, they may stay in marriages not because their heart want them there, but because that's how they were raised up in the country, in their country from where they at. But they've been
Thank you.
worn out.
You just made my point. You literally
So
just made my point.
Same thing, though.
You just made my point, and you made Baba's
That
point.
means we
All
can
three
bring
of us
all
are now
of
on
them
the
to
same
a
thing.
modern day. Is my point.
Okay, now
Oh,
one
so
thing.
all right, so what? Real quick, Baba, I want him to. What is your thoughts on what's been being said so far?
On what was being said, well, my point,
Yes.
because remember, your situation dictates your morals.
There you go.
And everybody's situation ain't the same. I mean, even back in the day, when I first got married, right? Because it was taught, I was raised a certain way. But when I met a young lady who was not raised a certain way, that created another problem.
Yeah.
See, back in the day when I came along, Baptist folks married Baptist folks. They didn't cross the religious line.
Yeah.
It was not unequally yoked. See, that was the main thing back then. But nowadays in time, do you think you're gonna get a sister who's a millionaire go marry a nigga working at Burger King?
No. No.
But you
That's not
okay?
right.
And so you got. So my thing is, we're talking on with a broad brush. It depends on the mindset of the individual that's looking for a mate or a wife. Because I've been on dates, and the first thing he said, "Man, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? What? Well, I sell apples on the corner. Well, nigga, you're not in my league." And we got a thing among us that's called it's called a caste system, upper, middle, and lower. Okay, back in the day, the light and bright, we had all these different labels, and it depends. And back then, the family said, "You know what? We're not going to let you marry that girl because she ain't no good, or you can't marry that because he ain't this." You know, a lot of folks went on. So it depends on who had the most influence in the family as the choice you made. So like I told them back in the day, see now you hard to find a black family with 12 or 14 kids and a wife, because we now on a plantation raising no cotton.
No.
You know, we're in Wall Street, and then like I told you earlier, everybody was not sent here to be married.
That's right.
Everybody ain't qualified to be married.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I learned a long time ago. Just cause they look good, and you said it, Cube, is so much this thing is not so much as love, it's lust. Lust for what? Lust for security, for other reasons, what all they've been through. We got to learn that we can't break this with a broad brush, because it depends on what kind of criteria or what that person wanted in her life, or vice versa. And a lot of times we don't do that because we let our sexual parts make decisions. And after that goes by, I still got, supposing you marry somebody and one day your ding-a-ling don't work.
Right.
Now what you gonna do?
You scarred.
Because at a certain time, that boy gonna go from stiff to noodles.
To limp.
To limp. Then what you gonna do?
And you know what?
You're basing on sex.
Yeah.
You gotta go beyond that. And sometimes what keep marriage together is the business. You got so much in business. Sometimes it's not. So it depends on your criteria, why you want to stay. And I know folks I've been married 4 times. Why? Because I thought I was in love the first time. Got married at 17 in the Air Force. I'm happy as a June bug. Come home 3 o'clock, catch the wife and be with another nigga. But I'm floored. Okay, I'm out of that marriage. I'm married with all women. I'm on their track. Ain't none of them no good.
Right.
I get married a second time, 4.5 years. Oh man, got another good one. I married what's called one of them Cajun women, long, pretty hair, bright skin. Oh man, she dumped me at 4.5. Then I married again. I was with this woman 38 years.
Now you ready?
38 years. She came one morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm in debt, $400,000 for a brand new house, car, and everything. She decided she was tired of being married. Where did the love go? Where did the love go? 38 years. Where did the love go?
And you know what, too, Barbara? My daddy was in the military. My daddy was in the Navy. My daddy was a merchant seaman ever since I was probably born. And when my daddy started traveling the world, I could show y'all things that my daddy had me made and brought back for me from many countries. And one thing that my daddy always had a conversation and told me about is how the women throw themselves. Back in the days, my daddy is 74 years old. Back in the days, my daddy used to tell how those foreigner women used to throw themselves on them. And this was back in the days. My daddy just retired.
And they're still doing it, trust me.
My daddy just retired as being in the military no more than about 7, 8, maybe about 8, 9, 10 years ago, something like that. And he was the one, he can tell the stories. And maybe I need to bring him on so he can start telling the stories about how the women act in other countries, being that he got the experience to tell us how they act in other countries.
That's good. Wait, Q, but do me a favor. Hit the shift and plus button so we could like zoom in.
Oh, you want to zoom in? Okay.
Shift and plus, I think, or like maybe Windows and plus.
No, it's if you're on Windows, you can press Control and then roll up your mouse.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, you're right about that, sister. We do need people to say it, but we can also look at the data that backs up what these people are saying. So my point is, when I was talking about a mindset, so we have here in the United States is between 40 to 50% of marriages end in divorce. Now, when we look at Cambodia, what do we see?
We don't care about Cambodia. They
No, we do. Yes,
I
we do.
don't.
Yes, we do.
I
Yes,
really
we do.
don't.
Because that's what I brought up. That's what I brought up.
don't.
So what I'm trying to show you, can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Oh, you no,
Hey,
you can't.
zoom in a little bit.
Hold on.
Zoom in a little bit further.
No,
Zoom in a little more.
No. I need to share Cambodia.
We can't see.
Where's Cambodia?
No,
Where
I'm
is
sure. Hold on.
Cambodia?
Hold on. It's right here. This proves my whole point that I'm trying to make. This proves my whole point. So now Cambodia, they're 1.8 to 2.4%. That is hold on. That is a direct. That is directly what I'm talking about. So 40 to 50% people in America are getting divorced, whereas it's 1.8 to 2.4% in Cambodia. So that right there is a mindset. So even if you hold on, let me finish. So even
I see something. Please let him finish. I see something.
Right. So even if you want to say, oh, those 40 to 50% of women in America, no, excuse me, if you want to say that 1.8 to 2.4% of women in Cambodia, they're staying because, da da da. Well, what about women in America? A lot of them stay. A lot of men stay. A lot of people stay in marriages, but it's still at a 40 to 50% clip, whereas in Cambodia is 1.8 to 2.4. And that's the mindset. That's why I started off by saying we all need money, but secondly, there's a mindset that has to go into it. And the women and men of Cambodia, they think differently. Their mind is different than how we think in America. And if it wasn't, you wouldn't see a 40 to half of marriages end in divorce, whereas 2.4% of people in Cambodia. And that's my point.
And the people in Cambodia and other countries definitely
please.
don't have the platform we
Put
got.
it back up. Put it
they
back
don't got
up.
our platform. And
Yeah,
I
put it
guarantee
back
you,
up.
if you
Now,
talk to
notice
Africans, they're
this.
very
Wait a
Hey,
minute.
hold on, Queen. Hold on, Queen. Go ahead.
Look what it says. Divorce rate in Cambodia is strictly low. Remaining at this recent, but largely due to what? Cultural factors that.
Thank you. How we think. What is culture? What is culture?
See, so the thing about it, we don't have the same kind of culture that they have in Cambodia. Quite, and that's because we have more freelance, more choices to go from, and that makes a difference. They don't have all them damn choices in Cambodia. They don't have all the things we have opportunities in Cambodia. And that's comparing onions to tomatoes. That's what the problem is, because certain law will not allow them to do a lot of divorces. That's like right now.
And that don't mean they're happy. That's what I'm trying to say. That don't mean they're happy. And
no, because a lot of them are not happy. They're in arranged marriages.
Yes.
So you see, the thing is, we're not being just because you know the person's history and background for doing what they do. We're not being just because we don't know the total lifestyle. We never lived in Cambodia. We don't know anything about the Cambodia culture. And because certain places you can only have 2 children. In America, you have many babies you want. Or none.
And not only that, Bob,
about being in the Air Force, I've seen a lot of women, when they see a soldier, they latch on for the benefits. For the benefits.
They don't give a damn if they married or not.
Well,
And that's why in Vietnam, a lot of the babies born to American GIs was treated worse than slaves because they were considered mutts. You know, that's where the other thing came in. So we have to look at this thing on a broader rope. It ain't so isolated as the opportunities are that they have. And everybody see an American soldier as an opportunity to better their life condition, whether they love them or not.
Okay, so watch this. Let's say we put those numbers up to 15%. We're still only talking about 16 to 70% of women and men in Cambodia to where their marriages end in divorce.
Let me ask you this. What is the ratio of women to men in Cambodia? What is the ratio? Because in America, right now, it's 10 to 1.
No, it's not. Come on, brother.
Oh, yeah,
You made that up.
No, I didn't make that up. I did not make that up. For every one man, there's 10 women.
No, it's
not. It's equal. It's equal in Cambodia. Hold on.
Wait. You don't believe that?
No, no, it's not that I don't believe it. It's not true.
But man, where I live at right now in Tallulah, Louisiana, it's 7 women, every one man in this town.
But hold on, where did you get 10? But where do you get 10 though?
10 is nationwide.
Okay, look, in Cambodia, it's 96 to 100 females, the same where it is here in America. It's literally the same thing here in America.
It's not.
You gotta be kidding me. Come on, Cube. Come on, man.
Man, y'all, come on, man.
I mean,
look at that. Look at that. 98 to 100 women. It's the same thing. I just told you, stop doing this. Stop doing that. For every 100 women, there's 98 men. For every 100 women in Cambodia,
Cambodia, like a island, like
no, stop. Let's not move away from what was said. What was said was there's 10 women to 1 man. But when we looked up the stats, it said for every 100 women, there's 96 women in Cambodia. When we look at America, for
hold on.
Let me finish what I'm saying. For every 100 women in America, there's 98 men. There is no such thing as 10 women to 1 man. That's not real. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you made it up. Like, that's just makeup. That's just not real. We don't care about Atlanta. No. Look at that. In Atlanta, look at it. There's only 5 more women than men. Come on, stop it. Nowhere you're going to look at that you're going to see 10 to 1. That's made up. That's not a real stat. Like, these are old wives' tales that people get online and start to say. That's just not real. Like, we got to stop doing that. Like, we can just look at the population of the earth and it tells us that.
All right.
Okay.
So you're saying
I got to catch this call from City Council. I'll get back with you.
All right, no problem. Yeah, you would try to catch that call. What's out of the call?
No. I mean, no. Wait a minute, Cube.
Catch the call. No. Catch the call, brother. It's all good.
No. Seriously, I'm not getting.
I appreciate
we got a lot of things going in this small town, and right now we've just lost our water company, and they're trying to take the state trying to take over the city with administrative orders, and we're trying to fight back because we're 80% African Americans in this town, and the little few white people is trying to take it over and get in the key spots, and we're fighting discrimination and unfairness in the voting thing, and I'm a part of that. So I'm fighting on all fronts. It ain't just this. We trying to save the black.
What you're doing, brother.
Yeah, the black farmers. Our black farmers are being mistreated here in Louisiana, getting denied opportunities. So we got to help a fight because all said and done, if we can't eat, damn by how many babies we're gonna have, we're gonna be in trouble. So I'm fighting. I'm fighting on the council side. I'm enjoying this because I'm getting the education because I might have embarrassed a little bit, but I guess the thing is, but I know where I am now, it's 7 to 1 in Tallulah. And I live in a town with 7,000 people, and we're right now 7 to 1. You know, these cats running around here, man. Cause a lot of cats that turned out to be down low brothers, you know.
Hey brother, go catch the call, man. But let me just say I appreciate your service and what you're doing for your community. I really do appreciate that. But go catch that call so we can make sure that you guys have water and all of that. You can come back. We'll probably be on for a little bit.
Women slightly outnumber men, 51. So he's talking about Louisiana. So that's what he means right here.
Yeah, and right there, that's telling you it's 90 for every 100 men. Excuse me, for every 100 women, you're still talking about 98 men. Like, come on, stop it. The brother was wrong. It's okay. I give him a mulligan.
What was he wrong about?
He said for every 10 women, there's one man. I was like, that's crazy, bro.
But he's not telling a joke though. He's
No,
not
no, he
being-
wasn't telling a joke. He was
more
just
of a
wrong.
ratio of women that are available looking for a man and showing that they're available than there are men that's coming to the forefront saying that they're available. Yes, it
No,
is.
no. You just
Unless I'm
retconned.
understanding it wrong again.
Yeah, you just retconned his whole statement. That's not what he said. All he said was,
I was going off what you said.
no, you couldn't have, because
Yeah,
what I
you
said,
said, what Baba said was there was out of the men, there's 10 women to 1 man. Isn't that what you said?
right. So where did you get
That's
what
I
you made
commented
up?
from. I commented from there. It is more women that come off available than it is men.
But who said available? You made that up. You interjected that.
Because that's what I went off what you said.
But hold on, did I say women
You
that
did
were
say that.
available?
I went off
I
of
didn't
what you
say
said.
that, sister.
Yes,
I did
you
not
did.
say that.
Okay, so all right, so he's
Stand
so
back.
on here, 89.4% women and 84.1%
Why are we going into
of
heterosexual?
men.
Nobody ever mentioned that.
Well, no, because we have to like go with.
Well, yes, no one mentioned that. All he said is that there's 10 women to 1 man. I
Well,
said that
no, if
wasn't
he's
true.
like talking about like relationships and
No, that's not what he said. You can't
Well,
retcon his
no,
whole
this is
statement
about
and interject.
marriage and stuff, so we can't like factor in homosexual men.
So hold on. Queen 6'2".
Yes, sir.
So can you go back,
Mm-hmm.
DJ Genesis, to Cambodia? Because this is where it started from. Go back to the men to women ratio in Cambodia, because I'm gonna walk her down so I can catch her up on what we were talking about.
Where you think I was at? Gone when we was talking about Cambodia.
No, you did walk away, and you didn't see
Y'all
this
had brought
part.
Cambodia back up again.
Yeah, we were.
Okay.
And the reason why I brought it up
Mhm.
is because what he said was that there's 10 women to 1 man, and I said, no, brother, that's.
That when people are
With all the
talking like
polygamy that goes on in those countries, why would he
Oh
not
my
be right?
God, we're just adding just so
But
much
it's the
to
truth,
it.
though.
No, what?
It's
So
It's
you
the
not the
actual
truth.
truth, though.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold
it
on.
is.
So
They
you're
have
just going
multiple
off of
wives.
that there's X amount of men. That does not mean that they are straight men or
No,
that they
who
are
talked
available
about
men.
straight men? No, but that never
This is
came
a
up.
thing. Marriage is a bit. We're talking about being married. We're not talking about like just.
No, we were
What?
not.
No, look at the title of the bit. Look at the
Man,
title. Look at the listen. Cube.
you gonna pull a muscle flexing, girl. I'm telling you, y'all
No,
need to
Cube.
stop.
Don't
Stop.
listen. Look up and to your left. Marriage is a business. Let's talk about it. That's the conversation. So
But that's
it
not
would
what
not
he was
make
saying.
sense to just only calculate just the men in a certain society. It'd have to be the heterosexual men that are available for marriage, not just all the men. Period.
Hold on. See,
This is
now,
marriage is a business. Let's talk. That is the title of
Okay,
today's conversation.
okay, but hold on. In your facetious attempt to retcon what he said, what you didn't understand is that in America, homosexual marriage is legal. So you're still wrong any way you look at it. So it doesn't matter if a person is heterosexual or homosexual. We're talking about marriage. So you're
Okay,
still
well, you know what? I'm talking about female to male marriage.
no. See, that's the problem. You're talking about what you're talking about, and you ain't listening to the brother what he was actually saying. Me and that brother was having a conversation, and he fully understood what I said. And he even said before he got off, he said, "Yeah, I
Do you think
apologize."
that
Hold
this
on.
whole
Let me finish.
conversation is about
No,
like
let me
gay
finish.
marriage?
Sister, let me finish. Did you hear him
Why do
say,
you think that I would be factoring in gay marriage when the whole conversation
sister?
was about men and women?
Sister, did you hear him say before he logged off? He said, "Yes, I apologize. Maybe I may have embellished a little bit." So
Yeah.
so he admitted that he was wrong on the numbers. So it had nothing to do with heterosexual or homosexual. Had nothing to do with that. He even recognized that he embellished the numbers because you pulled it up and proved him wrong. So it wasn't about heterosexual or homosexual. It had nothing to do with that. He admitted he embellished the numbers, and that's cool. That's why I said, "Hey, brother, go ahead and catch the call." And I made a joke. I said, "Yeah, you would want to run once I done got you." You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Yeah, I embellished a little bit, but we got going things on." And I said, "Thank you for your service, for fighting for your community."
And what I would intervene and say all the rest of it, I get it and understand it. But when we get in technical and tedious, I can understand where you're coming from, Q. But the reality to it is, for me, I would never in my soul compare any other countries to the freedoms that we have in the United States. And because there not only is a lot of freedoms in the United States, we have a lot of illegal and legal immigrants here that also add to our statistics of the divorce rate. So we need to factor in also those foreigners that are in our country and not in their own countries where they probably can't get a divorce, but they're getting a divorce in our country when they come over here. We need to make sure that when we add in statistics, we need to put the statistics in the stats. We need to make sure that they're itemized so we can see of what country did you really come from, of when did you get married. We need to look into all of that too. And again, to put us in a boat and compare us to a little place like Cambodia or a little place like Chikwachi and all
Right,
that.
an entire like fucking like continent, Cambodia, island.
When we got millions and billions more in our country that actually will balance off because we are in a broader number where you're going to see things on a bigger scale.
That's an interesting statement.
Bigger scale, huh?
I said that's a very interesting
Well,
statement.
so the better statement is Atlanta to Cambodia, not like a continent to a fucking Cambodia.
United States is one of the largest countries in the world that we have a lot of
Continents. Well, no, North America. Okay. And
Well,
then
that's the
United States. And
well,
then
that's
United States, as a part of North America, has its own statistics, and it's a big slab of land. So you cannot like compare a whole slab that has multiple cities and states in it to one place, Cambodia, that's the size of a thumb compared to America. It wouldn't even like equal out to some of our states in America. So that's very that's disingenuous to like bring that up and say, well, no, Cambodia has this thing. Well, I'm sure that you can go into Utah and say, well, they're not getting divorced either, and say, well, based on that, well, you know, this state in America doesn't have divorces, and Cambodia, so therefore, no, it's like, you know what I'm saying, based on that size of that place. No, you don't know. Okay, so if you how can you compare an entire continent country, like one continent?
Hold on, you have to be clear with your words because you're kind of stumbling a little bit. Do you want to say country?
No, I'm not.
Or continent?
What I'm saying is that
you know what she's trying to say. Q.
No, I don't. No. But see, no. I truly don't. No, hold on. Let us say it. Hold on, let us say it. Are you saying country or continent?
Canada, when you cut Canada off, you have the United States, right? So it is a part of a continent. So you cannot take a continent and compare it to, or even like a portion of a continent, and compare it to an island or whatever Cambodia little small area is, and say, well, in this small area where it's maybe 2 million people versus 100 million people, that's not the same thing.
Wow.
Okay, so I know what you're trying to say. You understand what she's trying to say, Cube, or no?
Not at all.
Okay, I think what she's trying to say is, when you bring, you see how large United States, this is the United States right here. And she's trying to say, when you brought up the statistics of saying the 41 and 45%, whatever it was, what the divorce rate is in the United States, when you brought up the huge statistics from what the United States divorce rate is, and you brought it up compared to a country that's not the same size as ours, you brought it up to basically an island, which is here, which is Cambodia, and you came with the 1.8% and the 2.0%, and you said, look at their rate. They don't have a high divorce rate, and you're comparing this pothole right here to this whole big old country. So you're going to get a smaller compared to how huge we are, especially with everything we have in it. But she's not even.
It's all kind of Muslims and all the type of different religions and everything. But Cambodia itself probably like really only focuses on like one major religion, and it's a small group of people that are practicing that religion. So therefore, they probably have a lower like rate of whatever based on, because like out of like 1 million people, all these people practice a certain thing. And so therefore they are less beholden to do certain things. America is so-called a free so-called country where you have a bigger landmass of people. And so therefore you have a lot more people doing different things. So you cannot like compare that.
So let me just show you why I can really quick. And this is why I didn't understand what you were talking about. That's why I said I need you to be specific when you say country or continent.
And also make sure you comparing us to countries that can stand against us too, even
Like
in
similar
numbers.
Nah, we ain't.
You have to. You can't do it
Hold on,
differently.
hold on. So,
You
That
so
means you
we,
can't compare to other countries.
So
hold
you want
on, hold
compare?
on, hold on,
How big is Cambodia? What is the
hold on,
land?
hold on. So when we're
What
talking
is the
about,
landmass of Cambodia? How big is
okay,
Cambodia?
so let me add, that's what I was about to get into. So which is bigger, Asia or the Americas?
No, you said Cambodia. Don't try to do
No,
Asia
sister, you have
minor.
to slow down because you were so incorrect. I have to baby step you. So
No,
which
you
is
don't. You got to talk like you talking to adults now. Come on. And just
okay?
tell the story.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
you
Well, I
don't
just
have
tell
to
you
go
then. Well, I
down
just tell you. Well, I just tell you then. So when you're talking about Cambodia, Cambodia is a part of Asia, and Asia is bigger than the Americas. So when you say, "Oh, you can't compare these two," I actually can because I'm not comparing the Americas. I'm comparing the United States, which is one country, versus Cambodia, which is in Asia on the continent of Asia, but it's
Okay.
one country. Hold on, let me finish. No, you
I
gotta
was
let
about
me
to say,
finish.
but no, but you got to stop right there. You got to
You're
rest right there.
comparing
You got
17
to rest. No, you got
million
to rest
people
right
to
there.
340 something million people.
No, it's not even that. You still got the rest right there, Q. Because even when you try to compare us to Asia, even though we know Cambodia is a part of that,
Didn't do
when you
that
try
though.
when you try to compare us to Asia, even
I
in
didn't
numbers,
do that, sister. So
no
you have
way.
to stop. I didn't do that.
Let me finish. Even if you want to compare us to Asia, even in number, you still also got to compare how many foreigners are in our country, even filing for divorce, and they didn't do it. And you got to go deeper in these statistics than just
Why?
the numbers you're showing me there.
Okay, sister, you got to stop. I never compared the United States to Asia. I never did that. That never
You
happened.
compared the United States to
No,
Cambodia,
I
though.
didn't, sister. I didn't do that.
What?
I did listen. I didn't do any of the things.
Stop it, Q.
See. It sounds
You just
disrespectful.
you compared Cambodia to the United States. You just
See,
did. You did.
it sounds disrespectful when I say, okay, let's take baby steps. But when I actually start saying it, y'all start telling me I'm saying stuff that I never said.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Because
All
you
I
keep
asked.
going in circles with
let you
us.
make your point, but you
Okay,
said
so here's the
Cambodia.
point.
Why did we even come upon Cambodia?
Okay, so here's the point. So here's the point.
17 versus 300, 17
You're
versus
looking at
340.
numbers. You're looking at numbers. You're looking at numbers. So now I wanted to touch on what you said. Oh, we're talking about the Americas, da da da. Okay, well, we shrunk that down and we're dealing with the continent. Okay, well, let's shrink down what we're actually talking about. We're talking about the United States. So I'm not comparing the Americas, I'm comparing the United States, which is in the Americas. So now when we look at Cambodia, which is in Asia, that has more people, I'm not talking about Asia, I'm talking about Cambodia. That's what I'm doing. So now I can compare this country to that country. That's what I can do, and that's what
Cambodia
I was.
is the size of our country.
God, what is going on, bro?
Maybe
Are
you're
we
not talking
serious?
clear. Is Cambodia I'm not understanding how are you comparing Cambodia to anything dealing with us?
Listen, I'm
I'm
not
lost at.
okay. I'm not dealing with the landmass. I'm not dealing with the
So what are you
population.
dealing with?
I'm trying to tell you, if you let me finish. I'm not dealing with the landmass. I'm not dealing with the population. I'm only dealing with the rates of divorce.
And
That's
I
all
just
I'm
said
dealing
you
with.
can't even
In
deal
this,
with that. You can't.
hold on. I'm going to.
It's taking you a
I'm
long
going
time
to.
to get there.
No, because y'all cut me off multiple
No
times.
way. No way. Stop it.
So watch this. So watch this. Let's just get right down to brass tacks. Let's get down to brass tacks. Okay, so now I can compare Cambodia, which is a country, and I can compare
I'm
the
talking about the
divorce.
United States. I'm gonna be honest with you. But what
Okay,
else
but
we talking
let me get there though.
We going too
Let
far.
me get there. Let me get there.
No, because you got to come. You got to worry about your own house. If you got women that you know and they're
Listen,
going out of business, that's what we got
let
to do.
me
We
let me
going too
just go
far
into it.
other countries, and we can't even get rid of illegals out of our country right now.
Let me
For
listen.
me,
I was gonna debunk that statement that you just said
yeah,
because
because
you
we
were
can't do
entirely
that.
wung about what
We
you
got
just
too
said.
many illegals here for me to worry about a percentage
You're
of
wrong on
divorce
that.
is somewhere else.
Yeah. You're still wrong. You're still wrong on
Okay,
that. So now, when
go
you
look at
mentioned
my channel.
illegals, when you mentioned illegals, which I was about to get into, so can illegals get married in America, or is marriage only for
They here illegally.
They can marry
Oh
they can
my
marry
God.
an American citizen.
You don't think they got married in our country?
or American
Come on,
citizen.
they forged up papers to get jobs and stuff.
But hold on. Illegal. He asked the question: can illegals get married in America? Illegals can marry an American citizen and then try to get a green card. So that's the answer.
Come on, Cube. You comparing the wrong stuff. Now we talking about the marriage. If is the United States, what is our marriage business? How we getting into other countries and they divorce? We going too far in other countries and they don't give a damn about what we got going on over here, as long as they can stay for free and undercut us on our dollars. Now you know this is a topic I really don't want to get into because this is a fiery topic on my channel. Fiery. Honestly.
All right. So cute. So
like
the question is that you asked, can illegals get married in America? Now, did I answer the question correctly? Illegals can get married if they are married an American citizen. Yes or no?
Not illegal. Not illegal. Illegally, they ain't supposed to get married. If you're not legal in the United States,
this gets back to my point. Marriage is a business because how can a person, if it's not business, how can a legal person marry or marry a person unless
but illegal can't even be in the country, let alone get married. So the answer is no.
So that's based on what?
Based on you're illegal and you're not allowed in our country.
Okay, what makes it illegal? Because America's a business.
You're not legally in the United States.
The United States is a business. The United States is based on a business.
And if United States is a business, then all the illegals let ICE find you.
But I'm saying the United States is a business.
Let ICE get you.
And so, and even Cube, I'm trying to tell y'all is that this whole thing is based on contract law, the sea, not the sea law, but you know what I'm saying, like oceanic law. I don't know what the word like the sea. You know what I'm saying, like the merchant law. It's based on like sea. That's why even when you go to court, you have to like go into like this thing like a ship and all this stuff. And I'm not trying to like sound like a Moor or whatever, but I'm just letting you know is that all this stuff, every one of us have a number. Everything that we're doing is based on a number, including our marriage.
I'm not going to go along with that because my marriage wasn't a business. And if it was a business, I owe way more money.
Do you have a marriage contract? Do you have a marriage contract issued by the United States government?
Huh?
Did you have when you had a divorce, did you have to like sign?
I'm not divorced.
Okay. Do you have a marriage certificate?
I got a certificate, a marriage certificate.
Okay. So who issued that certificate?
The United States.
Okay. The United States is a business.
For you, the United States is a business. I know I live here and you create businesses because I want to know how many.
No, the United States is 100% a business.
Guess what? But what's your business in the United States?
What is my business?
If you stand in the United States as a business, what business are you? What business do you have in the United States?
My Social Security number is my business because I am business. But because everybody that lives on this continent are actual like currency based on their Social Security number.
Well, I mean, but if you're in your mindset, you look at it as being a business, then that's for you. But for me, being married 31 years, it's not a business for me. It's never been a business. When I got married, I didn't look at it for business. But while married, I've opened up at least 8 businesses where I paid certain taxes into all these businesses yearly, sometimes quarterly.
Right. So if you're paying taxes into these businesses, all right. So if you make a business and you create that business, what part of that is community property? Inside
the marriage, it goes with the divorce. If it was created while
that's a business. So if I create a business and as long as I'm married, whatever business I make is community property, that means that marriage is a business at that point.
How do you not get what she's saying, DJ Genesis? How do you not get that? She created an entity. She created an entity that she's calling a business. Marriage is not the business. The entity she created that she goes and has to pay her $42 for a business license. That's the business. What are you talking about?
Business. However, whatever business that she owns is owned half by her husband.
But what if I didn't open a business? Like my husband never opened up a business.
If
So
you
what
buy
that
a
called?
house, whatever you do is called community property. Whatever you do on this land in America is business. It's
Oh
called.
my
It's
God,
what are
sister,
you
So what
sister.
happened
talking
to
about? Like
so what
what?
happened to the grandparents back in the days when they didn't have a
Y'all know that
job?
we're doing everything that we're doing is business.
So what happened to the women and the men that are at home, wives and husbands in the marriage right now? What do you call the ones that are at home? That's a business for them too, an at home business.
Don't they file taxes?
They of course they file taxes. Yeah,
Okay, do they file it underneath a number?
they file it up against their
Do
name or
they
they.
file underneath a natural person or underneath a number that the
They use their
corporation
social
gives them?
security.
So
They use this.
who issues the social security number? The corporation.
That don't
Have
define
you ever
business,
worked for
though.
a corporate company? Every corporation that you work for issues you a employer ID number.
You
But
have to.
a corporation, you
An
got to
EIN. You only get an EIN if you open up a separate entity. What are you talking about? Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Cube, have you ever worked corporate?
Man, no, man.
Yes
No,
or no?
because
Yes
no,
or no?
because you're being ridiculous at this point.
No,
You're being
you're being
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
Just because you get married, you don't get assigned the EIN. Like you don't. Like stop talking like that. Like that's crazy to me.
Your EIN number is free. You don't even have to file for that at the end of the year.
Like, what is you talking about, man? You just because you get married, you get an EIN, you get a business license, the city stamp it. Like, no, that's not real. Marriage is not a business. You read it earlier, and you're trying to you're googling stuff, but you don't even believe what you're googling.
Yes, marriage certificates have a number.
That don't got nothing to do with a business. You got all your children.
That's 100% of business. That's how they file.
Hey DJ, all your children, but all your children.
Anything that is filed underneath a number, your social security number, your whatever you're doing is.
So when you get a ticket to ride a ride at the fair and they give you a number, is that a business too? Like, come on,
what's
man.
the number? Oh, you got two children.
You buy the ticket, and then they give you like that ticket, and then that allows you a certain amount of money, basically what you paid to be able to ride the ride. That's a.
But it's not a
number.
business. You said anything with a number. Just because you get a ticket
You
at the
guys don't
fair.
even understand what I'm saying. You guys are so like stuck on like trying to prove me wrong. You're not
No,
listening to me.
I'm not trying to prove you wrong. You read that you were wrong, and you admitted earlier that you were wrong. Now you don't want to.
Listen, when you got married, Queen, did you sign a marriage certificate?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Did that marriage certificate have a number?
Yep, just like I got two children.
Did they not file it with the state or the whatever that you got married in?
I could go to McDonald's and get a double cheeseburger, and it's gonna have a receipt number on the end. Like, what are you talking about?
Business. McDonald's is a business, sir.
So what do you call your children? Are your children businesses too? Because if you got two children, which one is
yes, they are. They are a part of the. Listen, America. All of us.
Yeah, I don't have that number. I've been married too long.
Part of the business of America.
No,
that's why if you actually take your social security card and look it up, if that social security card actually has a number that's on the stock exchange.
So hold on, say that one more time. What? What's on the stock exchange?
If you take your birth certificate and look at the number on the bottom of it, it's a red number. Okay. And then you look it up, that number is on the New York Stock Exchange.
So it's on the NYSE.
Yes.
Why would it not be on the Dow Jones?
Go get your social security number. I mean, not your social. Go get your birth certificate. There is a number on there. If you actually look it up, you will find that number is traded on the New York. We are commodities. When they got
how much is your stock worth?
Currency.
Well, hold on. How much is your stock worth?
Currency of like the gold currency. Humans became the currency, and so therefore they created like the bills, which were the actual birth certificates that they use right now, and then they trade that on the New York Stock Exchange.
Okay, cool. So let's walk with you and use your logic. How much are you worth according to the NYSE?
I can tell you right now. Hold on.
Yeah, please do, and give me the tag number so I can pull it up. Also, I don't need your social. I don't need your social. I just need the tag. I just need the call sign so I can go to the NYSE right now, and I should be able to pull it up.
I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna tell you exactly what. Hold on.
Yo, this is crazy, man. We got to do better as black people. We got to do
I mean,
so much
whatever. I
better.
mean, you can
Hey,
say
hey, take
whatever
your
you
screen. Hey,
say.
take your screen off. We don't want to see your sign and stuff. Take your screen down
Oh,
while you do that.
okay.
We
I'm
don't want
sorry.
your
You can't see that.
information.
Okay, my bad. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna play this other thing while we're looking at this. Hold on, let me play this. Hold on, let me see.
this is crazy, bro. God damn. This is
So I'm saying,
wild.
you asked me, what do I bring to the table, right? So
I
I'm like,
heard that
okay,
part.
what I bring, I can't bring nothing more to the table than my capabilities when it comes down to business. I'm not that big of a cook. I'm not the biggest, clean house person. I mean, I keep my house clean, but I'm not like the best cleaner. I mean, I know how to do what I got to do when it comes down to the bedroom. But when they're asking me, what do you bring to the table? They are asking us
No.
Ow.
She was right. Betty Fair, number one, she was right. You should have shut that.
That's
guy
my cuz. That's my cuz.
My
Sugar
cousin,
Love.
you should have shut the other guy down, and you didn't. But you forgot that what type of table he got.
Wait, say it again.
What type of table you got? What type? You know what I'm saying? You said we
What type of table you got? Right. Okay, I should have said, hey, what type of table
you
you got?
got? You worry about what I'm bringing to the table. Is this a small table, a big table, round table, wooden table, plastic table, metal table? Like, what are you? Like, you should have got into. He's like he was trying to get into you. Should have got into him. Like, what type of are we talking about?
All right, so let's hear the rest of it. What I said, okay? Let's hear what I said, okay? Because I kind of like
terrible.
Because
I wasn't
wait a minute.
What is this? What is this we listen to?
Earlier in the stream, we were talking
psychobabble.
Oh, niggas fall short. We seeing women as sexual.
It's psychobabble, is what it
more
is.
by having
What
other
does that
different
mean?
values from women.
Let me
But
go
I'm
back. So what happened is they asked, what do you bring?
What I'm saying is, if I pull this beautiful scepter out, you, even against your own best mind, you gonna suck on this motherfucker.
See how crazy he's talking to me?
Yeah, why are we
Let's go
listening to this
into-
type
Yeah,
of
but I would have shut
ridiculous?
him down.
Fuck your dick. I'm a software engineer.
I'm
Yeah, why are
trying
we
to-
even? Why are we
wow.
listening to that with some dude saying some stupid shit like that?
Well, that's what we were discussing. I'm trying to find out what my. All right.
Yeah, you should just be able to go to the NYSC, type in your call tag, and we should be able to see how much it's worth.
No,
So-
it's based on your Social Security.
So go and find it. What the hell? What is Amazon? AZN? What is not
I'm gonna
iPhone?
tell you, is that
Apple?
it's
Isn't
not
it?
based on that.
Go
This
to
is
the
based on my-
NYSC.
No. This is based on my income right here.
No, go to the NYSE.
what I'm
No,
trying to
sister,
tell you- no.
you're saying income. No, it shouldn't be based on your income. You said it's on the stock exchange. Go to the NYSE and show us that. This ain't the NYSE.
No, this is the government's website on.
No,
what is
you
my-
said
what is
you
my
said
value until I retire.
you said that there's a little red number on your social security card that's on the NYSE.
No.
Let's-
It's on your birth certificate. I don't have my birth certificate right now, but I'm trying
Okay,
to tell
we
you.
don't need that. Go to the NYSE.com and let's find out what your worth is based off that little red number that you said exists.
I don't have I don't have that with me right now. I'm trying to show you right now that this thing is being tabulated based on everything I earn in my life.
No, go to the NYSE. That's where you said it was. Don't let's not paddle backwards now. Don't
I'm not
backpedal now.
paddling backwards. I'm telling you is that this is how do they like come up with this number, right? It's
I
because
don't
they
care
are
about that number,
tracking-
sister. Go to the NYSE
No,
where
you're
you
not
said it was
listening.
at.
No, listen. I don't have my birth certificate with me right now.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
so what?
jumping through all my stuff to prove to you what I'm talking about.
Okay, so
I'm
who
showing
told
just
you this?
based on Social Security number, how they are able to track all your earnings and tell you how much you're gonna get by how much money.
Is this
that
the
you're worth.
goddamn IRS that you showing us? What the hell is going on,
This
man?
is Social Security, sir.
Ma'am, you said some shit. You said that there's a
No,
little red number.
listen. This is
Why you cutting me
this
off?
is no, because you're. I'm showing you the
Why you cutting me
social.
off?
Okay, go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
All I'm asking you, you said underneath your social security card, and then you changed it and you said it's actually your birth certificate. Cool, wherever it is. You said there's a little red number that is being actively traded on the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE. So what I'm asking you to do at this particular moment in time, can you go to NYSE.com and show us what you're worth, who's trading it, like show us all of this. Show it.
You know what? You know what? I can't do that right now. What I can do is show you how much money I have made up until my time right now,
What
and
website
how
is
they
this?
are calculating my worth based
So that's your
on
Social
up until
Security?
retirement. Yes,
Is that Social Security?
that's Social Security.
I mean, but you're supposed to have that for Social Security because you paid.
Everybody
into
got
But
that.
the
Yeah.
thing,
You
but hold
paid
on.
into
Here's
that
the
with
thing: is
taxes.
what do you think that happens when they take the money out of your check for Social Security?
It goes
That's
here.
so you will have money for when you
They
get older.
trade it on the stock exchange.
No, they don't.
Bullshit. When you put money into the bank, they
Oh my
trade it on the stock
God.
exchange.
Sister, no, they don't. You making up
Bullshit. You
stuff.
don't even know. You don't know what. You have no idea what is.
I don't know, but you can't show.
Listen. You think that when you put this money, when they take the money out of your check, that it's just sitting somewhere, that they're not trading it. I'm
Yeah, that's
showing
crazy.
you
Yeah,
that
but that's your money.
what
That's
they're
not your
doing
name.
is
That's
that
your
they are
money.
calculating all the money that I have made,
But that's
and
your
then
money.
from there determining based on their trades how much money they are going to give me when I retire.
That's
And
not
That's not
true.
if they, even if they're using your money, that's like in a bank. When you take your money and you put your money in a CD, they're gonna use your money however they need it. But that's not your name. This is not your name. You acting like they taking your name and your Social Security number and you on the stock trade. No, if they're utilizing your money that you have
they're
in
using my
savings.
number and
Listen,
then
this
That's
number
your
you're showing.
money. That's your
Listen,
number of money.
listen. This number can't go down. Do you understand that? This number you're showing us. Hold on, hold on, Genesis. This number can't go down. You want to know why? Because this is what you've paid into, so it doesn't go
I'm
down.
continuously paying into it. That's
Stop.
why it's going up.
Sis, you don't understand what you're talking about. So when you trade things on the market, it can
Can
go up or it
someone
can
that's
go.
more come up here and explain this to him because
No, I don't need a more. You need to listen
because
more.
you're up here trying to tell me, and I'm looking at this thing like this is the money that I put in the Social
Okay.
Security, bro.
So tell me this.
Do you know what your Social Security number is? You know how much money you're gonna get every month when you
Okay,
retire
so
at a
hold
certain
on.
age?
So answer me this one question. Answer me this one question. Do things on the stock exchange, does the price of these stocks go up and down? Yes or no?
Money. It's the money, not the name. The money, because your money is in savings. That's how they make money off your money, but that's not your name.
Y'all are
Hold
not
on. Answer the question. Genesis. Answer the question. Do stocks go up and down? Yes or no?
They do.
Okay, so stop right there. Can that number ever go down?
Of course.
No, that number can't go down. That's what you've paid into it. That number can't ever go down because that's what you've paid into it.
Negro
it
Ralph,
cannot go down.
welcome to the panel. What do you have to say about this subject?
So I actually was going to do this like almost like 10 years ago, right? I know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm born in Virginia, but Chicago owns rights to my birth, my Social Security and birth, right? But it's also traded overseas and things like that with Lloyd's of London and things like that. Not only are you owed money at birth for just having a Social Security and a birth certificate, other countries as well are using your medical. You say if you go to jail, you're worth a lot of money if you go to jail. Just you paying bills and things like that. All of those things that come in a LLC or a capital. There, some other person is making money off of that in another country, and it's owed to you in America. But I only learned about some of this stuff through this Moore guy who was trying to be sovereign.
So let me ask you this question, brother Negro Ralph. So you said when you go to jail, you're actually worth more. You're actually worth more money. Are you worth more money depending on the amount of times you go to jail, or your length of stay?
Length of stay.
So it's length of stay, time, and crime that you commit.
Okay.
So you make money. So if a person is involved in a vehicular homicide and they go to prison for a few years, How do they access that money that now they've made money by killing someone? How do they access that money?
So so the state processes your time. So say if you go to the state or if you go to feds, wherever you go in that, wherever.
Brother, let me redirect you. How do you access the money? I don't care about what the state does. How do you
access the money? So you have to become sovereign to access that money. You have to become a straw man.
How do you access the money, brother? It's a very simple question.
I just answered that the best I know how. It was like 10 years ago.
You don't know how. Okay, great. Thank you for your
input.
input.
Okay, but I'm telling you, you're giving these women a lot of hostility. But
have you ever been to jail and or prison?
I mean, what do you consider jail? Like
have you ever been to jail and or prison? Yes or no?
No, I've never been to prison. I've been locked up before.
Okay. How did you access your money when you got
I didn't
out of jail?
access anything because I'm not sovereign. I'm still a part of America.
Okay, so you're just making shit up just like her. Thank you for your input, brother. We appreciate it.
I mean, you can get Brother Inky up here, or you can get any more will tell you how to do this. This is how they usually.
You have no idea what you're talking about because you're referring me to someone else.
I only came up here to give this lady a $5 cash app, tell her that she's speaking the truth. I don't know how, and maybe you should do more research.
Well, you said I was being hostile to the women. Now I guess I'm being hostile to you because I'm asking you a question that I have yet to get an answer to.
I'm really gonna take you too serious, Q, because you like to ask a lot of questions and dominate. So I just hear what you say. I answer the best I can and keep it moving.
So listen, I didn't ask you to answer the best you could. I didn't ask for a response. What I asked you for was an answer, and you have yet to give me an answer. So I can care less about a response. What I
gave you an answer.
And my question was,
I gave you an answer.
Hold on. I asked you a specific question on how you access this money, and what you told me is to go to talk to Dr. Inky or another person. So you have no answers to this question. So why are you even up here? How about you give your cash app and go back to the audience?
How about you give a cash app and I'll go back to the audience as well?
Well, you don't want to do anything. You can just leave.
No, man, you did not like you going to tell me what I said I was going to do. I'm not going to argue with you online, especially I know that you like kind of weird, but you know, I'm just going
someone that has no answers to the things that they profess.
You don't got no answers to the things. You just question it. You're not even trying to help us do research to be a part of the show.
So why would I have answers if I'm actively asking questions? You make no sense, brother. This is not.
I'm saying
not your conversation. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you for standing up for me. You know what I'm saying? And shouts out if you did give me a cash app. Shouts out to that because
I'm going to do it right now. I'm about to hop down. I'm about to read it.
Send it yet. Nigga,
no, I'm sending it right. I'm gonna send it right now while I'm in the chat.
You're doing too much talking. Send it
you mad? You mad because you're a struggling father? I didn't cash out. I didn't put some money on the channel. I just got finished sending Rob Rack some money. I send everybody some money that I support. You don't support no one. You just get on here and talk.
So what?
You're a struggling father. You can't really tell me anything.
Okay, I'm a struggling father, but guess what?
But you know what? I thank you, Negro, because I'm struggling trying to keep this channel going.
Yeah, run, nigga, run, nigga, run, run, nigga, run, nigga, run. Get out of here.
Q, come on now, Q. Come on now.
No. See, listen. Let me say this to you, Genesis and Queen 6-2. Let me say this. The brother said I was being hostile to you, sisters. I apologize if it came off that way. I feel like we're just having a conversation. I truly feel like we're having a conversation. The sister even alluded to that when she said, "Oh, why would you use dog? That's disrespectful." I said I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I could use a fish, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm actually just attempting to have a conversation, and that's all it is. Like it begins and ends just right there. Just because my tone may be elevated or this or that doesn't mean I'm trying to be disrespectful. Not at all. Isn't this the masculine shit you niggas was talking about earlier? You know.
Oh. The masculine? What do you mean by the masculine?
No, I was being facetious about that because when I first came on, they was talking about, well, intelligence is masculine and this is masculine. I was being facetious because I don't believe none of that is intelligent. I don't believe intelligence is masculine. I think that's just a feature of humans that we are intelligent.
People. That's people.
Yeah. I think that's just a feature of humans that we are intelligent. So no.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, I think where the conversation turned at was when Genesis was saying about being on the what'd you say, Genesis, on the exchange, and I guess
The NYSE.
yeah, I think that's where the conversation probably went, where we were kind of looking for the answers as to where did that information come from.
Well, it was on. It's on. Go on your own, Social Security thing and find it out. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about my Social Security, I personally didn't understand it. So if you want to, you can repeat it where I can understand what you're trying to say. But to put my personal information on there, that's totally against the law. Like totally against the law.
Yeah.
If I go in the bank and I put my money in a CD, and you decide to utilize my money through the CD because it's there and it's waiting, and I'm only making the interest off of it, but I
didn't show like my personal information. I just showed that. Listen, this is what happens with
right. I was saying what it was being sold on there is what I guess we trying to get to the understanding of. Like, what are you saying that was being on there?
So I'm trying to let you guys know is that
hey sister, really quick, I hate to cut you off. I do apologize about that, but I did want to ask you, do you mind if I cover this and play this on my stream tonight? Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, you could have been covering it. I thought you was
already.
I saw your thing up there already.
You saw what thing?
There's a green button to like be able to play it simultaneously. You could have been hit it.
No, I would never do nothing like that. But no, go ahead. You good. Let's listen to this coon ass nigga.
Top that says like simul stream on your thing.
Oh no, I don't use StreamYard. I use OBS, so it wouldn't work for me. No, that's cool. But go ahead. Let's listen to this coon.
So what I was trying to explain is that
yeah.
Whenever you have even like I said, even with the banks, when you like put money into the banks, the reason why, even if you put a check in the bank, right, and they be like, oh, it's going to take 7 days to clear it. It's not. It don't take 7 days to clear that.
No.
What they're doing is they're putting it into the stock exchange, trading it, and then after 7 days, bringing it back to you after they made money off of it. So what I'm saying is that all this stuff, and trust me, any banker will tell you that that's what they're doing.
Are you talking about with the money? Because I guess where you threw me, because I said if you're talking about money, that's to be understood because that's how they make money. But
right,
if you
make money, okay. So Social Security, right?
Yeah.
If I make $400 this week, they take that money out of my account. They are trading on the stock exchange.
Well, how long has it been sitting in your account? How would they do that if you need to go use it? So where is the money at when you go put your ATM card in and pull it out?
Good question.
What do you mean? Like they took it out your account. You don't get it until you turn 65.
What?
They take the money out of your. Listen, when you get your fucking check, right?
Why are you cursing?
So I made I made $1,000 this week or whatever. They take 200 out and give it to Social Security.
Oh, okay, yeah. We agree
what do
with
you
that.
think they're doing with that money? They're putting it on the stock exchange. Like, what are you?
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know what
you think they're like holding it.
They easily agree with you.
No, you think that they made an individual account for everybody that they're like just holding it there for you. You know,
yeah, but what you made allusions to, but listen, sister DJ, what you made allusions to is that they're actively trading this money, and you can make money. But sister, stop.
Listen, why would someone?
Why won't you listen and let me complete a thought?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
What you were making allusions to is that it's on the NYSE to where the stock price can go up or go down. And what I said, no, the money that you put in while working your 50 or 60 years or whatever, that's what you get. You don't get anything from them trading your money, even if that's what you're saying that they're doing. You don't get any money from that. No different than if you have a CD.
I never said that you got money from it. I just said they were trading it. I never said you get the money from the trade.
I'll say they use your money for what they need to use it for.
And then
you made allusions to that.
Give it to you when you turn 65. They give you a set amount, and that's it. Meanwhile, they make millions of dollars off you. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we are the commodity.
Yeah,
no, we're not. No, we're not.
What? How is it that our work is a commodity, bro? Like, what do you mean?
Nah, you may have to take an econ.
If I don't know, if I work for a company and then they take the money based on my labor out of my check to go into Social Security, and they trade that money. What
Where
the
did you
fuck?
see that?
What do
The
you
company
mean?
does, sister. The company does not keep that money. The company doesn't keep the money to trade
What
it.
company?
That
The
money,
United States.
sister. That money is transferred over to the
The
government.
United States was a company. What do you
Come,
mean?
see, this is why we can't get anywhere
The
because you
United
don't
States
even want to be honest enough
corporation.
to
So
listen.
it goes from one corporation to the next. What are you talking about?
So what's the Corporation of America? You know what? Let's not get into that because it's already
Man,
going off of the rails,
bro, like
and you know,
you
it's
don't
just
understand that the United States is a corporation.
it's not. America's not a corporation.
America's not a corporation.
No, it's not. Show and prove right now. Show and prove right now that America's a corporation.
And when your money go out of there, the government ain't gonna play like that. Even if they do, you still gonna get your money. Now, if you want to tell me something like that from a bank, like a bank utilizes your money, especially when you put it in a CD, I definitely agree with you on
Can
that.
you come here and explain to him how America's a corporation, please?
Why you keep calling other people?
Please. Thank you, because I don't have all the information, everything. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a corporation. Listen, Baba not only can like tell you
How
it,
do
he
you
can like
know
give you all
something
the
that you can't
details
show?
of it.
How do you know
Because
something you can't show?
I just know.
Oh, okay. Well, I just know God exists, and it just so happened to be Yahweh. Like, come on, stop it.
Well, when I don't know, I got other people that can tell me exactly what it is. Okay.
Sister, America is not a corporation. I'm so sorry.
He's saying that, so this is how we got. This is how we got into this argument, right? I explained to him that Social Security is traded on the New York Stock Exchange. All your Social Security benefits is traded, and I showed him my profile.
Let me go here. Your Social Security card is tied between 12 federal banks, which is owned by the Bank of Brussels, Lloyd's of London. In 1871, America was dissolved. United States became a corporation. If you doubt what I'm saying, look at your Social Security card. There's an alphabet and a number with it. Pull up the 12 federal banks, Monica. So sometimes you got to show the people. And your birth certificate is a bond that exchanged on the market. We are commodities. Will you please put up the 12 federal banks, which is not a part of the government? They are separate entities that's controlled by the Federalist movement. That's documented.
Okay.
Wait, hold on a minute. This is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with, let me see if I can get it. This is what you're dealing with. Okay. Put up the 12 federal banks on your Social Security card.
Wait, bring it back up again. Show it again.
Okay. Well,
show what you just showed again.
Well, that alphabet is, that tell you what state that actually owns you. You were, when your parents had signed that document, they gave you to the government. Please pull up the 12 federal banks. And then remember, you got these 1871 charter where America got a charter with Britain. And it says, and we are chartered under British. We fought the British, but we're chartered under them. And they control a lot of America. Please pull up the 12 federal banks because some people don't believe fat meat's greasy. There's a thing called, it's called protocol, and also the color of law. I don't like to talk about, a while ago you got me to do something. The 12 federal banks. So the federal system is comprised of 12 banks. Here they are: Boston, New York, Philadelphia. I want the alphabetical order. Give me the alphabetical order. So when you look at your Social Security card, you see who owns you. You want the order, Monica. You don't want this. You want the order of each bank by numbers, A through whatever it is. You know, these are the branches, and you want the alphabets.
See, I haven't done this in about 10 years, though, sir. I haven't done this in about 10 years. But I was trying to elaborate with the brother that, you know, the Lloyd's of London are actually the whole capital of these banks, which they will chip off your birth certificate, and you need to be a straw man to even try to use your money or exchange your money or a contract.
Okay, so really quick, we appreciate that, Negro Cone. But
Nah,
back
nah,
to
nah,
back
yeah.
back
I
to
don't
you,
want to
Baba.
talk to you, yo. I don't even want to
No,
talk to no girl.
you don't have to like be calling
Yeah,
people
because I
names.
know he gonna say something slick, and I ain't
This
trying
is
to deal with
not
no girl. I ain't trying to deal with no girl
platform to like
energy.
talk and mess to each other.
Okay, you
And
got me on here, and please
Well, let
allow
me
me.
ask you this real quick, Baba. We're gonna let you, but I just have to ask you a question. When, because I think you're alluding to the Federal Reserve. When was that created?
The Federal Reserve. Let's see, when did they bring that in? After they left from the political arena, I think that's around what was that? I have to pull it up to be exact. I don't want to give, but we can pull it up. But
Now
I
you
think
give us a roundabout date. I won't hold you to.
around 1939 thereabouts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
But
was
the thing about it
1913,
is,
but that's fair. That's fair.
yeah, yeah, and thereabouts. That's when because before then you could not. Yeah, yeah, that's about right. When you was first born, you had to be at least 12 years old back when I came along to get a Social Security card. That changed when America began to lose its gold and its wealth. So now you're born with a birth certificate and a Social Security card. Back when I came along, you had to be at least 12 or 13 years old to get a Social Security card to get in the workforce. All that you work and do is tied into that. So they was borrowing against us as commodities. Everybody's chattel slave now. So if you go back and look at the 1871 charter that America signed with Britain, not the 1879, because that was sabotage. They came back with one where that the 13 families that said because of the country was broke, they said we cannot invest without some kind of collateral. So they started using people as collateral to get the money they need from various banks. America is in debt to about 12 countries that we're indebted to. $1.1 trillion to Japan, 948,000 to China, the UK, and the list goes on. We are $32 trillion in debt to foreign aid. That's why all that stuff they talk in China. That's all BS. Why China owns 14 of our major imports and control a lot of our things coming in and going out. So now, if you will go back and pull up the 1871 charter, and plus the Klan is tied into it, but the 1871 charter, there it is, says Japan $1.1 trillion. The list goes on.
Well, hold
And
on, really quick. I just want to ask a question about what you're saying. So you're talking about America being $32 trillion in debt, and that's understood. But question, it's a two-part question, just two, and I'll let you continue. How many countries don't operate under debt? Can you name me the 5 or 6 countries that aren't in debt?
no.
Okay, so you can't do that. So there's about 5, I think maybe 7 countries that aren't in debt. So you would agree that the majority of countries, overwhelming majority of countries, they operate using debt. So every country is in debt.
Brunei, Hong Kong, and Afghanistan, among others.
Right. So let me read it for you. There's Iceland, Norway, Luxembourg, Singapore, Switzerland, Germany, Hong Kong, Denmark. So there's a few countries that actually don't operate and they're not in debt. So 99% of the countries that are on this earth, they actually operate using debt, right? They're actually in debt, right?
I would say I can concur with that. Yeah.
Okay. So now, with that being said, what is your magnum opus? Because what I'm trying to figure out is that what you're saying is that they're leveraging people, but every country is under debt, and they utilize debt to do their daily business.
Well, with America being basically broke from the wars we've been fighting and so forth, they had to go in debt. That's why I asked you to put up the 1871 constitutional of the debt where America became a corporation, or type in search engine, is America a corporation or a country? That's why they don't have a seat on the UN, because they're not a country. They are there to police the UN, and therefore they are not. Now, the only company, may I finish? The only sovereign nation on this land is a group called the Washita, and their seat number is 245 at the United in Switzerland. We had the young guy on a few weeks ago, Imam Bey, who was there in Switzerland when they got their number. America's there as the enforcer or as the sergeant of arms, because we have military bases in all these countries that in order for us to go and do what we do. So America, she's the police for a lot of these things. And also not only that, Israel is not a country, it's considered a state. You notice it said, and the state of Israel, because Israel owns a great stock in America. That's what it was all about, was creating this thing with Columbus. So it says, if you go back and pull it up, there's a book, that is a work called the Protocol of the Learned Elders of Zion, and the thing called Pawns in the Game, and then the Color of Law. Give me the 1861 Constitution. 1861 Constitution. See, and it's 3 constitutions that operates the nature of this country. You know, so you want the 1871.
1871. That's what I'm looking. 1871.
Okay.
So can you, like, before we get to that, where are you going?
No, let him go. Let Cube. Let him finish.
No, I want him to finish, but I want him to tell me where he's going.
Let him look. Let's look at what we're looking at, Cube. Let him go. Let him go.
So when you look at what's going on here, then you ask the question of the charter between the charter between America and Britain. Type that in. Charter between America.
Can I tell y'all January 18th? That's my
No. Let him finish. No.
January 18th.
No. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay. It says, you're gonna run into the Klan and all these folks tied into it. But let's go back and look at the charter between America and Britain. Type that in. The charter between America and Britain.
Cause see, we kind of dibbling and dabbling everywhere. I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with this. So,
well, no, you're asking about whether it's a corporation or a country. It is not a country. The only thing America left is Washington D.C. When they went and put the fringe around the flag, that's the United States Incorporated. It operates on the maritime law.
Okay.
America does not have fringe on it. Anybody in the military will tell you, once you put fringe on the flag, it alters and changes the authority of that flag.
Okay, so just real quick, you said 2 things now, and you kind of put them together. So initially you said that a state in a country, a state can't. You said a state isn't a country. So those are 2 different things. And now you just mentioned something else.
I'm talking about Israel, the country.
Right.
It's called the state of Israel, not the country of Israel.
Okay, so what is the difference between a state and a country?
Who owns it? Who controls it? It is not free. That's why they tell you in their Bible to knock that America was founded to support the state of Israel, because in 1948 there was a thing called the Balfour Declaration, where Britain, and America came together to create.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with that. I'm telling you, I disagree with that. I'm telling you, I disagree with that because a state can also be a country. It can. So even though it's called the state of Israel, it's also its own country because they are sovereign, and this is why they're doing the things that they're doing.
Sovereign.
They're not sovereign. They're not sovereign.
They are not sovereign. Right there it says creation of Israel, 1948. So anything created was created by who? They couldn't be, because they were created by somebody else other than themselves.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can we type in, because here, this is where I don't understand it, because when I type in, when did the United States become a corporation? I came up with the Organic Act of 1871, consolidated and reconstructed the District of Columbia's government. It did not make the U.S. government a corporation.
Well, you're going to get that AI response, but when you go back and pull up the actual documents, it don't read like that.
Right.
It's the Republican.
So you're saying that. So you're saying that you
they actually changed that within the last 10 years.
Right.
So Baba, are you saying that you actually have a document that you can show that says that America is a corporation? You actually can show us that document.
I can't put them now because it's in my library, and I got 1,500 books. I have to go through all my whole listing. But we taught this 20 years
No, that's not
ago.
what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I'm saying, can you show us that?
I can't. I have it, but I can't show it because when I'm able to get to where it's all that and go through the files to pull it up. It's not on a floppy disk or anything. But we studied and taught this stuff when I was 20 years ago, when a lot of stuff come down, because we had 3 people in our group that was captains in the military, and we went through all of this.
But what I'm asking is, do you have the ability? Maybe not tonight, and that's
He's
cool.
saying he does. He's saying that it's deep into his files. You gotta like go look it
I
up.
heard what he said, but I'm conversing with the brother. Golly.
All right, go ahead.
Right. So, do you have the ability to show, given the time, you can show that there is a document that shows that America is a corporation? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of what that document may be? So tonight we can potentially look it up, even though you can't show it. Can you tell us what it is so
I'm
we can
trying to
potentially
give you
look it
where
up?
to go. I'm trying to give you where to go look or check certain records to see what it is or ask the question. I don't like to use Google and all that because with AI, they go in and they start switching things up. But our group had a think tank in Dallas back in 99 and 2000, and we studied constitutional law changes because there's three constitutions that govern the nature of it, what you call the United States. And a lot of the white scholars, different ones, have been in meetings and realized that what we call the United States is a corporation. It was called Inc. for many years, and then they flipped it over. But that's protocol, and then that's where they organized in June the 13th, 1489, when they allegedly when they started a thing called protocol, and in 1492, when Columbus came over to the land to be the reference for the spies Jews of Spain, that's when they went into what they call Gaza and took the land from the Palestinians, which used to be owned by the Canaanites, which was a Dar tribe, and took the land, and they began to encroach more, and that's why we got the war going between the Palestinians and the so-called Israelites, and that's where the problem is right now. So now they're trying to form two states, a Israel state and a Palestinian state.
You know what, Baba?
Daddy is right there,
Wow.
between the United States and Great Britain. Pull it up and let them read it.
I would like to go back to that other document that was shown, because I want to say like the 8th and 9th word said Jews. Yeah, the 15th century protocol, it said the principles and morality of these latter-day protocols, as old as the tribe, here is from the 15th century, which Jews can hardly pronounce a forgery, seeing that this is taken from a Rothschild's journal. So I don't even understand what is the purpose of this document being shown.
This document shows how they came together and organized
the banking system.
The bank, not only the banking system, but the system of taking over and control of these United States. I happen to have the book. I've got my wife trying to get it.
Can you point me to the stanza where it says that?
I'm trying to, but
Hey, Mr. Baba, isn't that something to do with all the colleges, all the hospitals, all the
He moved away while you were talking. He's not interested in your question. He moved away. He's not listening.
I'm trying to
No, he's getting the books right now.
He can hear. You can still clearly see the man. And Cube, Cube, you so goddamn gay. You so fucking gay sometimes.
Bro, why am I a homosexual? What have I
No,
done?
I mean,
to cause
yo,
you to think I'm a homosexual?
you got the illest girl mentality as a man, bro. You don't give off nothing manly, bro. You don't give off nothing manly.
What have I done to cause you to call
You
me a
didn't scream. You didn't based on the women. You didn't took over DJ Genesis show. You rude to the guests. You like an angry black. You like an angry black woman who can't find the money to take care of her children. That's what you sound like.
What have I done?
You know, hey, you right. Hey, Mr. Baba, I'm not gonna waste your time because you don't here to teach. But I'm not gonna let this girl like man.
Yeah, beat it, nigga, beat it.
I'm going on mute. I ain't saying leaving. Ain't that what the baby mama say? Leave, go.
Don't tell us you going on mute. Just do it.
Man,
nigga,
nigga,
just do it.
Listen, y'all.
I see why the women leave you, Cube. You too much of a bitch.
Here we go.
Hey, hold on. You see that book in my hand?
Yes, sir.
This is a copy of the book. It's 70 pages. In it tells you about them taking over the banking, all metals and jewels, and business and governments and buying governments. It's got one that says liberty is not free, and it tells you how they've done it. They're tied into everything. It's called the WZO, the World Zionist Organization. Which is
you're talking about the Jews?
Huh?
You talk about the Jews because you said they.
Well,
when you say they, are you referring to the Jews?
Wait, the word, there's no such thing as a Jew.
No. I'm asking because you kept saying they and them. I'm asking who is the they and them? Is it the Jews?
It's a Zionist, so-called Jews.
Okay, I rock with you because you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. So I
No. Nigga gay shit.
No, I understand where you're coming from because to be a Zionist, you don't have to be a Jew. So I'm following you. I just wanted to know who the they were, and the they you answered it, which is the Zionists. That's cool. I'm listening.
Yeah, it's with the Zionists. Here's the page that I was talking about, page 13. If you got the book, you can read that. I mean, I go through all. When I'm telling things, another thing is it's called the 11 executive orders under that rule, under the Federalist movement. The 11 executive orders written by John F. Kennedy in 1962, and it's called the Federalist Paper, and that's where this thing comes because the Federalist is a no whole nother operation, and that's what we operate by. Let me tell you, everything they're gonna take over control when this y'all talk about 2025. This is older than 2025, and it's built off of this particular what you call prototype to get for world control and controlling all the resources. That's why Trump is going to the country saying, well, let me have your resources. Let me have your resources. But once I control the resources, I control your country. The man who controls your paycheck controls your destiny, wherever your wealth comes from.
Interesting. So can we get to the part to where we show that America is a corporation? We understand the Jews and they may have had
And
a
then
part in
can you
this.
also show about the Social Security
How you
about how
cut me off in the middle of my question? What's going
no,
on?
because also you was up here.
I'm asking the Baba, the all like, can I talk? Can I converse
God
with the
damn
brother?
it. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
I'm gonna get booted off of here in a minute. I just know it. It's coming.
No,
Oh,
no,
shit,
you ain't gonna get booted off. I'm
Q,
just
you
like,
like me, Q.
that
You know what?
motherfucker.
You know what the problem is, Q? You notice I'm sitting back. I'm just as quiet. See, you got to go look at my channel. They know how I would listen. You doing what I normally do. Where everywhere I go, they be ready to get my ass
I
out
need
of
it
there.
all.
Like,
I need it all. I need to
But
see.
no, like no,
I'm just sitting here.
listen. I'm
But
gonna tell you
Baba
this,
is very.
that y'all came here to get the information. We giving
Hey,
it to you. So, but
hey,
my
6'2".
thing
This is
is
why I
that
said we gotta go
I
to
showed
Cambodia
you.
together.
No,
This is why
I
I told
showed
you,
you.
6'2".
No,
We gotta go
no,
to
I
Cambodia
showed,
and then Japan, right?
We got to go, and no, we got to go to UK. You got to take me everywhere. All we want to do in their country is walk the streets and see how they look at us.
Hey,
ain't
got no money now, so we gonna
Hey,
have
we
to.
gonna get the money for me. You gonna get the money. All you got to do is walk me in their damn streets. Because when them Japan see me walking up and down their damn street, they gonna say, "What the? Hey, when I go to rising on their ass like this."
A 6'2" Negro.
And then they gonna say, wait a minute, and she got a what the hell do she got on what now? Listen, all
Put
we
on
got
some
to do is walk
flip-flops.
me through the streets and we gonna make that goddamn money.
There
Book
you
us a
go.
flight. Book
There
us
you
a
go.
flight. I bet
We
y'all
going tomorrow. God damn it, we going tomorrow.
But the problem is you
and
joking.
your imagination.
You're joking,
Okay,
but
so
I'm
all
dead
right, all right,
serious.
Baba, can you
Yes.
show about like the because I don't know everything about the Social Security thing, but I just know it's true.
You don't know
All
anything.
you gotta do is take your
Shut
Social
up.
Security card,
You.
take your Social Security card out, flip it over, and see what's on the back of it. Should be 9 numbers and a alphabet. It'll tell you what bank owns and controls that card, which is tied to a birth certificate, and how much it's worth. You know, one while you
Oh,
could go in
so
there. One while you
so
could
hold
go
up.
in there.
All right, so do you have your Social Security card?
Yeah, mine says right here has these 6 numbers, not 9, like you said, and
Well,
it says
it may vary, depends on the time they got, because it was 9. They made about, but is there an alphabet in front of any of those numbers?
yeah, there's a ZX.
What is the alphabet?
ZX. Z is
Z,
a zebra. X is an
Z is in
xylophone.
zebra. Okay. So if you go in there, you will find out what bank controls that particular.
What bank starts with Z?
Huh?
What bank name starts with Z?
It don't mean the bank number. It's just how it's listed.
The bank associated with it, he's saying.
Oh, okay. So how do I
You might be
find?
associated. See what it is. You're gonna need to find out what's. Hey, Baba, is that Z number that's associated from the original bank, or is it gonna take us to the new modern day bank?
It's gonna take from the new one, because I think, I don't know if it don't go to Z in the old one. That's the most number they brought in when they began to read. The World Bank came in and got involved, so they make change. But remember, everything is governed by regions, and every alphabet has governed so many regions. So it's 12 regions.
And can I ask you a question, Barbara? I mean, I'm really curious to know why would it be covered up? Because if everywhere you look, it says that the United States is a country, what would be the reason why there's nowhere where we can find that it's showing that it's a incorporation?
Because they took it down about 12 years ago. A long time it was called United States Incorporated. They took it down a minute because people began to ask questions. Because when they was unable to go to Geneva and get a seat on the council, that's where the problem came in at. But if you go in and type in, and you say, well, is America a country or is it a corporation?
It says a country.
Yeah. Well, you go back further, but that it changed. That's why the 1871, and if you find, I can try to find it. We did a whole show on it where it says that it was a corporation. And that's why we got in every state in the United States. Only way that America's tied because it's based through the base. If they got a military base there, then they are part of that. And every year, every state has to file its sovereignty. Every 10 years, they have to go back and file their sovereignty papers because they are part of the United States Incorporation.
Okay, so what it's saying here, Barbara, it says, and I wanted to wait to bring this back up because this ain't no disrespect or anything, but it does say, it says the Organic Act of 1871 consolidated and reconstructed the District of Columbia's government. It did not make the U.S. government a corporation. It said an anti-government extremist group called the Syrian Citizens spreaded the conspiracy that the theory of the law transformed the government into a corporation. So that's why I was trying to understand, why would they look at it as a conspiracy theory? If we're
anytime they want to hide some shit, they call it conspiracy. If you go back and pull up Monica's ad between the United States and Great Britain, pull that back up.
Hey, while you pulling that up, let me say this to 6'2". I need you on my show to do an interview so we can argue uninterrupted and get down to brass tacks.
Pull that up, Monica, please.
All right.
Monica.
What is it?
Monica, pull it up. Monica, pull it up.
It's called between Great Britain and the United States. And if you notice, most time when we talk about America, it says United States and the District of Columbia. If it's all the same, why we got a conjunction and the District of Columbia? And why is it all the federal operation is in Washington, D.C.? Or why is it in Virginia?
So let me ask you this question.
What was the name of it?
Wait a minute. Because
what was the name of the thing between Great Britain?
It was called United States treaty, the deal between Britain you had a while ago and the United States. You was going through the list and just go back. Now I don't claim to know it all, but I just did a lot of reading and research, and our think tank and went through a lot of things, and we have the documents. But as you know, the more you raise hell about a thing, the more they go in and change things. They try to get things off. There's a lot of things we brought up years ago. You can't even find it no more. I got books that's out of print. It says,
Hey, Baba, you're in a better place because even though you don't claim it all, Monica don't claim to know nothing. So, no, I'm just joking with the sister. I'm just joking.
Okay, brother. Let's bring it up. Several submissions of Great Britain, United States. The Treaty of 1783, but we got to go down further. I'm looking at the one of 1871, and it should be in there. You can put up all the listings, 1781. And that was and why we need a treaty. We whooped their ass in 1871. If we beat the British, why we needing contracts with them? That the whole British American War was fought for us to defeat them to get to become a country. Why we got to go back and
the treaty right here, Treaty of Paris?
No, that's a different one. We want a deal. The recent one is it's the corporation. It's a charter. Put the word charter in there. Between America.
So what you said is like, why do we have charters? I would ask you, why do we have armistices?
Say what now?
You say, why do we have charters? I'm asking, why do we have
charters? I was going back trying to pull up the information to make it easy to look at as we was doing our research back in the day. and matter of fact, we did one of the 3 constitutions that govern the nature of the United States. You know, in 1871, you know, that's about Dallas, but well, man, let's see.
Monica, can you pull it up, Monica?
We're working on it.
That's Monica.
You know what? I'm just so used to calling her Genesis that it's funny you call her Monica. So I gotta
Man, you
be
get on my
funny with
nerves.
it.
Stop it.
What happened in
Monica.
1871?
Saying my real
Click on that
name
one.
is my
And this is
government.
So I get on your
1871.
nerves, but he don't. What's going on?
That's
No,
how you get in trouble all the
Monica.
time. You worse than me.
So,
That's why.
because you got the Organic Treaty of 1871, the document signed. Okay, you just flipped off. Anyway, let's go. All right, 1871. 1871.
Shout out to the brother. I think that's JJ on the panel. Shout out to that brother and his lovely wife. Shout out to that brother.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
Peace.
What did it say?
The term organic treaty. Can someone read that?
Yeah, which established a new territorial government of the District of Columbia, repealing the individual charter of Washington, Georgia. This act is oftentimes misrepresented by the sovereign citizens who claim the transferring of the United States.
Ooh, you shouldn't have brought that up, brother.
Right there.
Okay.
You should have brought that up because this kind of kills what you was talking about. Because this clearly says by sovereign citizens who claim it Hold on, Monica,
Where
go
you
back
was
up.
at when I read that, Cube? See, I read that 30 minutes ago. What you
No,
was-
you read it. No, you read it from your phone, but you didn't display it.
I
You
said
read it.
3 times
Okay,
ago.
now let's go back.
Sister, you
Let's-
read it, but you didn't display it. Now it's being
Let's-
displayed.
Wait a
This-
minute. Before we jump the gun, let's go back. That's the first thing they scream about conspiracy and groups when the truth get out. That's
Well,
how
hold
they
on.
wait.
Why
let me
we can't
finish.
deal with this though? Why we can't deal with this? That shows
Because
that it's
this-
misinformation and
because this is bullshit.
So hold on.
Wait a minute. We've been doing this thing for over 20 something years.
Mm.
And we've had the documents and the proof. But over time, because certain people get control of the information, as they say in protocol, they control the narrative and they constantly changes it.
So hold on.
So I'm saying when we got into it, it was documented as a fact. Now what
Okay.
they saying now, 'cause a lot of folks are looking into it. The more you look into it, the more they change the narrative.
Well, I'm so glad we're looking into it because it says that this act is often misinterpreted by sovereign citizens
Misinterpreted by
who
who?
claim.
I said that.
Misinterpreted by who?
Sister, I'm agreeing with you that you said it. I heard. Listen, sister, I heard
No,
you
hold
read it
on,
from
hold
your
on. No,
phone.
no. Hold on. According to PolitiFact. Now, what the fuck is PolitiFact?
Yo, that's sad. You don't know what
According
PolitiFact
to
is. That's
PolitiFact,
crazy.
right?
PolitiFact is a company and a website that distinguishes facts from fancy when it comes to claims. That's what PolitiFact is. That's
Says
crazy.
who?
You don't know what PolitiFact is.
Says who? Who determine what of their accuracy or not?
Because what they do is they investigate claims to separate facts
But
from
who do the investigating? Who doing the investigating? Do we know any of these folks?
the people that work there. You ain't gotta know them. You don't know who run Boeing or 747 when you get on one. You just pay your money and get on one.
Wait. See, that's where we get
Pointer-
off.
Hold on. No, it's the people who are researching the Pointer Institute. Who is the Pointer?
These are independent journalists that
How do we know this?
Institute. Who is that?
How
So
do we know
now,
this?
And then
so
it
now,
says bias.
Now I
Right,
know what
the
you're gonna
Pointer
say.
Institute
My
is-
question is this, and we can go round and round about that. But back when we started it, these folks didn't exist. There was no thing called that when we started back to
Pointer
20
Institute.
years
but
ago.
they exist now. Hold on, but listen.
And based on what? To destroy
PolitiFact.
the narrative of what's going on. If they got a 501(c), they're a part of the government.
Okay, but hold on. No, that doesn't mean that you're a part of the government. That means that you're in concert with the government in a
But then
particular way.
but
But
they
hold on, let's
they
get back to this
control-
though, because
Okay.
for some reason we're trying to ice skate away from what
But hold
was
on,
just
but
said,
I'm gonna
and
say
I'm
this.
not.
Is that okay? So at one point this
Stumbling and fumbling.
information existed, but because the Pointer Institute said that it's false, then that makes it not true.
Well, no, that doesn't mean that it's just not true. What happens is what excuse me, what
So
happened is
PolitiFact, based on the
I'm a,
Pointer Institute, says that
okay.
it
Okay,
was
now you wanna know something that's so funny? All of the 13 other things that he told you to pull up, you never questioned those sources. But for some reason, this is saying something contrary to his point. Now it's well, hold on. Who did it? Who got this? Who got that? We have to stop playing these type of games. You didn't question
But
the
no,
12
only reason why I knew this is because it said according to PolitiFact. It
because
says time,
PolitiFact.
organic treating, da 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 da, and then it said according to PolitiFact. So therefore, it made me have to look it up and say, okay, according to this, who is PolitiFact? So
Okay, so do you
then
not
you
know
go
who
into that
PolitiFact
on
is?
Institute and then go further in. Yep.
Okay, so go to politifact.com and then go to their about me section. It'll tell you that it's a collaboration or a conglomeration of independent journalists that come together to debunk political facts. And this is a political fact that was debunked. And this is why you're saying what you're saying. No, go all the way down to its about me page and it'll tell you exactly what it is, just like every other website. You have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. Press that X at the top left to take down the menu and then go all the way down. There you go. How are you a software engineer and I'm telling you how to work a website?
This
No,
why
I'm
you.
just I'm joking. I'm joking.
I swear to
This why
God,
right
please
here.
don't do it,
This
man.
why me and you cannot sit together because
That's
two
not
of us
a
ain't
good
getting in
user
trouble together.
experience. That's all it is. Bad user experience.
I'm not getting in trouble with you no more.
No, I'm not. Go to our. You see where it says about us? Go to our staff, and then we're gonna read who pays PolitiFact. Okay, so PolitiFact journalists. Hold on, you're looking at white people, but let's read let's read it. Let's go back up. Let's go back. Monica, go back up, Monica. Go. Okay, PolitiFact journalists are committed to helping you sort out the fact from fiction, just like I said. You can learn more about our team below if you're interested in having a PolitiFact journalist speak to your group or have general questions. You can contact them at truthometer@politifact.com. That's crazy you don't know what PolitiFact is, but so let's look at who pays PolitiFact because some may think that it's a Democrat thing or Republican thing.
It ain't.
No, it
It's
actually isn't.
Pointer.
Why don't you just click on where it says who pays for PolitiFact?
Where?
Right under the about us. Yeah, there you go, sister. PolitiFact is a nonpartisan fact. Game over. No, it's nonpartisan. Checking website to sort out the truth in American politics. PolitiFact was created by the Tampa Bay Times, a Florida newspaper in 2007. In 2018, PolitiFact was acquired by the Poynter Institute, a nonprofit school for journalists. You can view the Poynter Institute 990 and major donor list right here. But PolitiFact receives funding from online advertisements, so no one pays them. So when you see those advertisements that are clickable, that's who pays them. Sort of like if you have a YouTube channel to where they play an ad before your video. No, YouTube isn't paying you; those ads are paying you. So
That's
no,
right.
it's nonpartisan, sister. So when you
No,
ask,
no, wrong.
hold on,
Okay,
go
Time
ahead.
Publishing Company owns the Pointer Institute, which owns
This is
the
crazy.
Tampa Bay Times.
This is crazy.
What's crazy?
That you don't understand what I just read.
No, Time Publishing Company is a huge corporation.
It's nonpartisan. Do you
They
know what
don't, because they
nonpartisan
said
means?
Party
that. That's
style.
it.
The party style, Monica. The party style.
Hey,
Like
Jamie,
Republican,
hold on.
Democrat.
I'll be right back. I'm on the international call with Monica. Okay. All right.
Can listen? Can I work for you if you're a Democrat and also be nonpartisan? Even though you're a Democrat, can I work for you and be nonpartisan?
Who owns the?
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. You may be a Democrat or Republican, but can I work for you and be nonpartisan?
Yep.
Would
That's
be
your
so
party style. That's your choice. You don't even got to reveal that.
Can I work for you and be independent?
You damn
Yes.
sure can.
But the thing about it is that they're nonpartisan. They don't belong to any party. They separate the facts from the fancy, or as they said, the facts from the fiction. That's what they do. That's their whole goal.
Let me insert this, and that is this. I noticed they started in 2007. When I started our research about this, 99 and 2000. So we was way ahead of them before then. We had a lot of things on the market. They started trying to debunk a lot of things that was going on around that time to save face. I explained earlier that when we started our think tank and did research back in 1999, when there was no such thing as politicized, they came out in 07 because a lot of black conscious group was doing the research and putting stuff out there on the market. They began to fight us because we were exposed on a lot of things that they was trying to hide. And in doing so, they created a defense. Even in protocol, they said we learn how to control the electronic media and the print media. Name me one black company that owns a newspaper, that owns the printing press, that owns the printing press. Even none of us, none of them. So they control the narrative. That's how they control the information. And then we can go and chase and talk about who did this, but we were doing research long before what you're talking about came out. Before there was a QAnon, I'm saying 1999 all the way up to the 2000 and better. They came out in 07. Quite naturally, they're going to try to debunk what black folks are saying because we proved a lot of them wrong and proved it right because everything from Iron Mountain to the King Alfie plan, these are things they was doing, and also the Bohemian Grove, they were doing secret meetings, and we were getting data and printing it up and putting it on the market. They began to fight us groups because they were saying we was creating disturbance. So now I'm not gonna get into dialogue. All I can say is this: to each his own. I'm not saying believe nothing I say. Keep doing the research, but look where you research and look where you looking your information from. Who's controlling the data? We don't control none of that. We're arguing on somebody else's hearsay, they say opinion. But we've got papers and documents and books that was written way before these folks ever showed up. Pawns in the game. Okay, behold the pale horse.
Okay, you
Protocol.
show some of these books
the color of law. You know,
you show some of these books
understanding
have, like, bump
law.
all this.
You know, I ain't got time. I mean, I'm not trying to save face. I'm just telling what I've researched in the years I've been involved. Treaty between the United States and Great Britain. Go back there. If you open it up and read it, it'll tell you that they got a chart, that they got a agreement. Go back to that where you just got away from that. What's the next page? So I'm not trying to impress nobody. I'm 79 years old. And what am I trying to impress? And I don't need no validation. You know, I tell people, I mean, I'm 79.
I agree.
I don't lie to nobody or impress nobody. I'm just trying to help our young people know you can't believe half the bullshit that you read. Go do your research and find out where it's coming from. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
And,
And
by the way,
I appreciate
with
your
him
research.
doing his
See this book right there? We went back and did the whole thing on the language. That's me to the little fat dude to your right. That's me. That's the other guy that helped put all this together. We created this thing on the so-called paleo language for our people to understand how to understand, because a lot of things they say that's in the Bible is not in there. Okay.
So you're a Hebrew?
I was with the Hebrew for 12 years till I learned more about it and came into the African spirituality of Ifa. I'm a universal spiritualist.
But you came out of that Hebrew stuff though, right?
I came out of Church of God in Christ, out of that Christian stuff, out of that bullshit.
So would you say that the Hebrew Israelite stuff is bullshit too?
Yeah, because they operate on a myth.
Thank you for saying that, because I agree with you actually. So
because according to Encyclopedia, 1984 edition of Encyclopedia Britannica, under volume 10, page 191, says, second paragraph said that the vast repertoire of Jewish myth and legend is found in the first 11 chapters of the book of Genesis. It's all mythology. Galatians 4 and 21 said the story of Abraham and Sarah is an allegory.
yeah, thank you for saying that, brother, because a lot of us don't understand that we're into this Hebrew garbage.
That's it, because they want to get labeled, because we're still looking for an identity. When we first started this show, we have been searching for an identity since the late 40s. We've been anything from colored folks to niggers to Afro-Americans. We've had all kinds, yet we have never named ourselves to create a culture to become cohesive around. We've been wearing everything everybody gave us. So they tell you, well, you know, the Bible says you're going to be a byword. And I asked them, when I walked out, show me in Deuteronomy 28 chapter verse 1669 where we ever came into Egypt in damn ships. According to your story, you walked in, you walked out. Where's the damn ships?
Yeah, it's a lie. We know that the fake black
But
Hebrew
I'm getting
Israelites
at
are
that.
not real.
That's why I left and kept searching on the journey and why and Ephah is where I am and Ephah is where I'm going to be because it is the only universal spirituality that ties us into the celestial realm and our terrestrial existence. But
All
no,
right
that's
now,
not.
hold on, brother. You talk about celestial realms and come on now, brother. You okay? You okay with the ephah? But when you talk about tying us into celestial realms, we
Well,
know that ain't true.
hold on.
We know that ain't
I
true.
have to warn you that brother Cube is atheist.
I don't care what I know what I experience and what I see and what works. I don't give a fast rapper to what he say and do. I know what's worked and it's been active with me for the last 40 years that I've been practicing Ephah. I know what Ephah can do. As the Pope everybody saying, and it ain't missed yet. Now everybody to each his own what he want to believe and choose and what they want to fish with a 25 test line, a cane pole. But I will follow Ephah irregardless because it has not let me down. All I can
Hey,
say,
brother, and you know what?
everybody.
Shouts out to you for that. You know what I'm saying? And that's great. I appreciate you trying to impart wisdom on the younger folk. And that's 100% totally amazing. And you know, our parents, and their parents were into Christianity, they were wrong, and it's just unfortunate that you're wrong on this ephah stuff too. But it's
Well, I
okay.
mean, you know,
Like you said, we can
remember
believe what we want to believe.
that's your opinion entitled to it. That's not
No,
my
that's not
opinion
an
on you.
opinion. It's a fact. But
No, it's not a fact. It's an opinion. Show me where's the fact at.
well,
But
ephah.
you know what? Let's say this for a later date when we got off the subject.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, Baba, Yashabia. Is that how I pronounce it?
Yashabaya.
Yashabaya. I apologize. I would love to interview you so we can talk about this ephah stuff, and you can tell me the about the greatness of it, so we can kind of so
The
I can,
greatness.
excuse me, not we, so I can understand what it is because I think it's a
Let
load.
me ask you this, and
It's,
one question: do you have a computer?
I'm on one.
Okay, where do you think the system, the binary system, came from?
It's operated off ones and zeros.
What do you think he found a divination system that built it? We got documents of that. It's built off the ancient off the ancient they call fractal that our ancestors built, and they built a computer off of it. So you gonna tell me it's not active because you're using it right now?
Yeah, I'm
If you
gonna tell
understand
you
the
it's
old, if you understand the old news and how the configuration, the geometry, the algorithm, and the binary system that's tied to the divination system, that's where your
yeah,
computer came from.
that's not accurate because when
It
you
ain't.
understand,
So,
no, I'm gonna
so
tell no, it's not, and I'm gonna tell you why it's not because when you look at ancient societies, no one had zero until Islam brought
that's
the
brother, that's
numerical value.
BS. That's
Okay,
BS. Monica.
well, maybe you can show me something different, but I haven't found any
Just,
system that brought a zero before they
just
brought it out.
say you ain't found. Don't mean it
No,
didn't
that's
exist.
what I literally just said that I have not
Yeah, no,
found any.
and I'm Dido. I'm on it responding. Where you didn't find, I found. That's why I use it. And every religion has a form of divination that they use to communicate with the celestial realm. A
What is
so-called
divination? What is divination?
divination. Divination
What
is a
is it?
binary system that is used to communicate with the laws of nature and how to get answers.
Okay, so what are the laws of natures and who wrote the laws of natures?
The laws of nature are written in your essence.
No. Okay, well you answered that. Who wrote them?
You mean who wrote them?
Exactly what I said. Who wrote them?
Various different ones wrote was inspired to write certain things. But have you? The thing about it, it's only a theory till it's tested, and I've tested it.
Okay, so who wrote the laws of nature?
I can just give you the written who wrote it.
The
All I
creator?
know,
If you
look,
can't if you, so
wait,
so if you,
because that's a loaded question in a sense. Because what I say is, we say not so. I can only go by my experience. When I came through this
oh, so
thing,
your scope is limited. So your scope is limited. So if only
all
thing
of
you
our
have,
scope, all of our scope Q is limited.
I
We don't
agree.
know nothing. We
Right,
don't
so
know
I
nothing.
agree. So okay, so if all of our scopes are limited, then what you're operating under is a limited basis, right?
And guess what?
Hold on, really
limitation,
quick, really quick. So if you're operating under a limited basis, how can you make a declaratory fact about something when you're operating under a limited basis?
because of my experience with it, based on what I experienced, and I'm
No, it
steady
doesn't work
growing.
that way. You can't declare
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
something.
whoa, whoa, whoa! How you gonna tell me what ain't working? Wait, I'm 79. I've been using it for 50 years.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that you can't declare something when
I'm
you
not
have
trying to declare it. All I say, what works for me. Listen,
Oh,
you're
okay.
hearing,
Well,
but you
that's
ain't
fine.
listening. Well, wait a minute. You're hearing, but you're not listening. I say, what works for me. I didn't say
Right.
you. I didn't say the Jackrabbit. I didn't say Reverend Shoodown. What works for Baba Yashbaya has not failed me yet. And
Yeah,
that, and
respectfully, I would disagree. I don't think any of that works for you.
well,
But
then how you know? Wait. So that means you know my eye print, my and my fingerprint. You know all about me because you don't
I
know
don't
anything
have
about
to
me.
know that. I don't have to
You
know any
don't?
of those things.
You don't? Why?
No, I don't have to because what I know is that the auspice that you're operating under is a false pretense.
Well,
How
okay,
you know
that
that?
is your opinion.
Say that.
You know, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to that. That is not how I feel about it. Now you can go
Nah,
out there and
it's
do
How
not
can you
actually
tell
the
someone
case.
else what works for them though? That's crazy, Q.
and then you can't because you don't know nothing about me.
No, it's not. Listen, I don't have to know any. I don't have to know anything about a little boy
First
in
and
China.
foremost, well, first and foremost,
Hold on. I don't have to know anything about a little boy in China to tell you that Jesus is not real. So what
well,
makes you think
we
that
ain't
I would
talking
have
about
to know anything
we ain't
about
talking
you to
about
tell you
Jesus.
that
We're talking
Ifa is
about
not
you,
real?
you and I talking. You and I talking.
Hey, but hold
And
on,
you,
hold on,
Ifa is not
hold
the
on,
same
hold on,
thing as
hold on.
Jesus, though.
This
It's not the same.
this guy's up here trying to question somebody, but you believe in we monkeys, chimps, promote.
wait a minute.
Okay,
So
we can talk about that, but
I'm like
let's stay
talking
on
to Q.
topic.
I'm like talking to Q because he's a young man and he's trying
These
to
dudes
tell me
need to stop, man.
about
They
my
can't look. She called me to come in here and shake some things up, man.
Oh,
Because
she called you? Oh my God.
yeah, you're here disrupting the show, man. You know, you're attacking my elder, bro. So
All
deal
right.
with
I'm gonna
me.
leave. I'm disrupting the show. I'm gonna leave, man. You guys have a good night. I
You're
appreciate it.
disrupting. You're attacking the
Yeah, I don't
elder,
want to
bro.
disrupt. I don't want to disrupt.
You,
But Baba just said he enjoys
hey,
talking to me, so
see,
I don't know I don't know where to go with this.
I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. But
Hey,
how you gonna
Hey
question?
Baba, did you just Hey
How you
Baba,
gonna
did you
question
just say
Esau?
you
Well,
enjoy
look,
talking to me?
bro, be quiet. See, this is the problem, bro. You just ranting. How you gonna attack Ephah? I mean, but you push this Charles Darwin madness, bro.
oh.
Man, what are we doing? You should be the last person questioning anything. Did you see what happened to Angel Reese the other day? You know, she's on the cover of the 2K. You know, you play sports. But you know what they got coon ass Negroes doing? They took off her face and put a monkey chimp on her face, bro. Shaquille O'Neal was about to whoop boy's ass. See? So that's not acceptable. Like you running around here and you and Unc calling us monkeys and apes. And we evolved from this and that. No, come on, bro. So how do you question African spirituality versus Charles Darwin and all these other people who put us beneath them? These people in these books say that other species of mankind evolved more than the black man. See? So how do you question Ephah? I'm trying to figure that out. How do you question anybody who believes in a creator? So what? We just came from nothing? Where do we come from? Bro, you basically pushing their agenda. So, man, you got to cut this out, man. You got to cut it out. You know?
And with that, the brother left. He said he appreciate talking to me, and I'll be honest, and I'll say I really do appreciate talking to that brother too. Conversing about Ephah, which I totally disagree with. Some may want to characterize it as me attacking it. No, I disagree with it. The same way I disagree with Christianity, Hebrew Israelites. But no one would ever come on a panel and say, "Hey, Q, you're attacking the fake black Hebrew Israelites." No one would ever come on the panel and say that, because you know why? Because JJ, he agrees with me when I say that. So he would never say, "Well, why are you attacking these black Hebrew Israelites?" This is called hypocrisy. This is the
No, the
best
hypocrisy
definition
is
of
you're put. All right, I'm gonna
hypocrisy.
let you talk, and then
Because
I'm gonna
guess
go.
what?
Go ahead.
Well, that's what I did. I let you talk. Now it's my turn to speak. So
But you've
yeah.
been
So
talking
this
for
is
4 hours, bro.
okay.
Every
But you,
time I came
I
on a
waited
panel,
till
you've
you
been running
stopped.
your mouth over
I
talking the
waited till
elder.
you stopped.
No,
I
but you,
waited
did
till
you
you
do that for the
stopped.
elder? No, you didn't. You didn't do that for the elder.
You said you was gonna
She
stop.
wouldn't
Why
have had to
aren't you
call
doing
me
it? You said
because
you
she
were
said she
going
wouldn't
to
have had to call
stop.
me.
Why aren't you
Deal with
doing it?
Sango. Deal
You
with
said you were
Sango.
going to stop. Why aren't you
No,
doing it?
I'm not gonna stop because you were disrespectful to the elder,
So
bro.
first you said you
Go
was
do,
gonna
so
stop. Now
go
you're
back
not
over
gonna
on
stop.
Sarnetta, man. Look, we don't do that over here, man. Go back over there and go be his porch monkey. That shouldn't be disrespect because you call yourself a monkey. So go back over there with that. We doing something different over here. You see? You guys over there pushing that bullshit. See?
Your phone is breaking up, man.
No, don't tell him anything. He just let him go. He got to get it out.
No.
I hear what he's
No.
getting
You
out.
put up your yeah. You put up your atheism versus EFI. Which one's better for our community? Which one's done more? Your atheism is trash, bro. Nobody that can't even galvanize the people. What?
You know what?
Where they at? Where they movement at? Was they in front of the anything? Any civil rights movement? Where they at? Where they programs at? You know, get people off drugs and alcohol. Where they helping with the GED program? People. See.
You breaking up bad. Yeah, we can't. You're breaking up. We can't hear anything you're saying.
I'm gonna call from my phone.
Okay. But I will.
No, man, you're not gonna come over. No, hold up. Hold up. No, bro. Go back over there on Sarnetta and do that. You attacking the elder, bro. 78 years old. Was you not interrupting him? Was you over talking him? I'm sure you was. Why wouldn't it have been called? You see? You don't even do Sarnetta like that. He's the elder. You just let him rock out. You know the pop be wrong with the two left shoes over there, bro. You don't say a goddamn word. Because he got you niggas scared to say something about Napa. You see? So we don't want you over here. Now with this type of attitude, bro, go back over there. We building different things. We
say all this stuff about to the elder like this. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Come on, man. You want to debate the elder? Debate me. You know, you over pushing this white man. Tell us why we should be atheists. Go ahead. You got the floor. Watch. He won't answer that. Tell us why atheism is better than African spirituality. You got the floor, sir. I'm gonna be quiet.
Because we can't be quiet. I talk too damn much. I've been quiet a long time.
Nah, go ahead, Queen. That's a flex. He lying. He wasn't quiet the last time. He lied. Go ahead, sister. He just gonna interrupt me. Go ahead, sis.
No, hold on, sis. Don't save him. What are you doing? No, I want him to. Like I say, I got called for a reason, bro. You take that back over to the Sarnetta. Don't come over here disrespecting the elders, man. What are you doing? You want to question EFI? What do you even know about it? Was your people teaching you about atheism? Your great-great-grandma and your mom, and they wasn't teaching you that bullshit. I have probably your whole family in church and believe in God. What you didn't make the choir or something? That's why you so mad? I mean, what's going on? Why you hate God so much? Why you hate the creator? Something greater than yourself. Huh? But he wants to put us down and say we monkeys. You said we're monkeys. You didn't say you didn't say we're vibe. You took it to a whole nother level and said we're monkeys. In 2025, that still don't work. Did you see what happened to Angel Reese? I know you pay attention. Go ahead, bro. So tell us why atheism is better for our people. Go ahead.
Because we quite.
No, you don't gotta raise your hand, sister. Go ahead. He's just gonna interrupt me when I talk, not you. He's just gonna interrupt me. Go ahead, 6'2".
Answer the question, Q.
No, there's no way I'm gonna converse with this dude. I tried to converse with him earlier. He cut me off and started talking some other
You got the
bullshit.
floor now.
No, that's not happening. He's lying. That's not real. He's lying. That's not real. But go ahead, sis.
No, I was just gonna say, I know that you are saying about it being an atheist, and I can also tell you that one point in my life I was an atheist. I know the definition in my book. The definition of an atheist is to know of but not believe in. And there was a long period in my life where I was back and forth, and I was whatever the case may be. So whether you believe in any kind of spirituality, and that to me includes Christian, atheist, Ifa, Jewish, Muslim, whatever it is, I feel like nobody has, not necessarily you got the right to ask or tell your views or why you over here and why you're over there. But for me, nobody will change my heart. Nobody. I don't give a damn if you're an atheist. I don't give a damn if you Ifa. I don't give a damn if you Christian. Where it started at for me, it started at from the bottom of my heart, because when I had to hit my heart, couldn't nobody help me. Man couldn't help me. They money couldn't help me. And I had to go to where my heart told me this is where you go at, because this is what you need to believe. And when I believed it from my heart, you can be an atheist, you can be whatever, you can be a Christian, you can be Ifa, but if you faking from your heart, ain't none of it gonna work. You ain't gonna survive through it. So if you feel like you're an atheist and you're strong in those inflictions of an atheist, can't nobody take your atheist ass from you. Me, I can believe in Ifa and I can believe in my Lord. I can believe in both of them, and nobody can take that off the table. And because I believe in my heart, I will walk up in the Jewish church. I will walk up in the Muslim church, because when we go to singing the church hymn and when we go to praising whoever you feel from your heart, you all go the same way. Either you look up or your hellish ass look down. And for me, I look from the bottom of my heart. And if my heart tell me to go in a Catholic church this Sunday, I'm going to take my ass in there. Because if I want ribs when I leave up out of there, I'm going to eat me some damn ribs. And I'm going to say, hey, amen. And I'm going to keep
Thank you for saying that.
And
Yeah,
I'm
thank
telling
you.
you, that's why it's all about the heart.
Queen sister, but you letting this guy escape. Don't let him escape.
Oh, me, hell, I ain't letting him escape.
All right,
escaped.
so let me say this.
Look,
So
look,
let
look,
me
I-
say this.
look,
Let me
look,
say
look,
this.
look,
I go
look.
live 2 to 3
Nah,
times
bro.
a week. This dude got my phone
You don't
number. He
teach
can
nothing.
have any of these same conversations that he's
I've had
faking
it with you
like he's
before.
trying to
I had it
have.
with you
He
before.
can do
I
it.
had it with
I
you
go
before.
live 2 to 3 times a week. But that
DJ, you need to
join
mute.
the
What you
live
calling
button
for,
is
DJ?
like
You need to mute
poison
this
to this
guy.
nigga. So don't
Mute this
believe
guy.
this shit. What
Mute this
happened
guy.
is oh, mute me.
DJ
Why?
Jensen, yeah,
Why?
because
Because I'm saying
you
something
cause
that you disagree with?
no,
I'm saying
nigga, you
something
lucky
that
I'm
you
in a
disagree with.
you lucky
See,
I'm in
here's
a
the
you
thing.
lucky I'm you
She
lucky I'm on the
called this
road, nigga.
nigga, and
But
now
yeah, she
she
called.
gassed
And
his
she
ass
whooped
up.
your ass. You've been mad
She
because she
gassed
whooped
this
your ass in the
motherfucking
debate,
nigga
nigga.
up. So now he's
Yeah.
over here trying to regulate. Nigga, the fuck you can't regulate, nigga. I've been beating up
Hey,
everybody
DJ
the fuck
Jensen,
that done
get this
came up here,
dumbass
nigga.
nigga
And you
out
will
of
get the
here.
same shit. Listen, watch
Nigga,
this. When I go
nigga,
live, I want you to
hey, you
hit
lucky I
the
came there,
motherfucking
bitch
button,
ass
nigga.
nigga. Nigga,
That's all you
fuck
gotta
you.
do. Hit the
Wait,
button,
Fuck your
nigga.
whole ass, nigga.
That's all you
You a
gotta
just a
do. It's
fucking
very
piece of
simple.
bitch ass
Hey,
It's
nigga.
Q,
very
You
fucking
a
simple.
bitch.
See, the
Q.
problem
You
is this nigga
hey,
still, his pussy is still bleeding because he don't fuck with Sinetta and the pie anymore. That's
nigga, I
really
don't
what's
give a
going
fuck
on.
about
His
them,
pussy
nigga.
is still bleeding.
Nigga,
That's what's
hey,
really
DJ
going on.
Jensen.
She called the
Okay.
nigga, gassed the nigga up, so now he's over here and he has a
Nah,
goddamn
nigga.
problem. This is why he
Let me
says,
go.
well, go
Let me
back to
step
Sarnetta.
outside. Hold
We
on.
ain't doing
I'm
that
gonna
over
step
here.
outside for
Nigga,
your
this ain't
bitch
your
ass.
fucking channel. What do you mean we ain't doing nothing? Nigga, this ain't your channel. You don't dictate what the fuck goes on over here, nigga.
Hey, you don't
What the
either,
fuck?
hoe ass
How does
nigga.
that happen?
I'm gonna go
Okay, well,
outside for
nigga,
you.
I've been
I'm
over
gonna
here
go
and
out.
I've been conversing with other people and I've been getting them and cleaning them the fuck up. And you
Now
can
come
just
on
be
now,
the
Cube.
same nigga.
Cube.
That's it.
Wait a minute, Cube. You better go on my channel. Don't say you put me in that, Cube. Listen, I just been at war all day with these goddamn illegal immigrants. That now, come on now. Just because I gave you the flow today, now you just saved my voice tonight. Come on now,
Nah, it's
Cube.
cool.
Because yeah, me and you
cool.
gonna sit on me and you gonna sit on the stage. You need to make sure you hit
Okay.
me up because I like a fair conversation. And when you listen, I like to go fair in the conversation. So you talk about going deep down in the bottom of the orders to the pits of the goddamn oil. You dealing with the right woman now, baby. I'm a mentalist.
All right. So check this out.
Come
I'm
on
gonna drop
now. I'm just giving you the free
no, it's
flow
cool.
tonight.
I'm gonna drop my email. I'm gonna drop my email so you can hit me up whenever you want to do a show or whatever. So just respond to it so I can have yours, and we can definitely converse. I'm totally cool with that.
Just put your channel in the private chat. Put it in the chat or somewhere so everybody will know when we get ready to go there.
And let me say this before I go. DJ Genesis, you got to stop doing that. You called this nigga over here to do and to make what's happening right now. That shit wasn't called for. You ain't have to call that nigga. You've been calling niggas all night. Let me call this nigga on cue. Let me call that nigga on cue. Stop doing that because that's not cool. Because you see this nigga over here acting a whole motherfucking donkey for no goddamn reason. And then he's bringing up Sodnet in the pie and all this other shit. That tells you that he doesn't have a problem with me. He has a problem with these people. Sis, don't do that shit. You wrong for that. I'm telling you right now. I've never had a problem with the brother JJ until tonight. When you just
still
did what
ain't
you
got
just
no
did.
problem. You don't have a problem with nobody.
No, now I got a problem with the nigga because that's some gay shit. Bro, that's some whole shit. Why the fuck would he come on and say, oh, we ain't doing it over here. Fuck you. Get that nigga off and mute him. Why? Because I'm disagreeing with an elder? What the fuck does that mean? Because I'm disagreeing with somebody older than me? Well, you don't know nothing about Ifa. Well, guess what? I'm asking questions and I'm disagreeing. What is the problem with that? Like I said, if I was on a Hebrew panel talking to Hebrews saying I fucking agree with them, he wouldn't have a problem because he disagrees with Hebrews too. But his panties is in a fucking bunch because Genesis, Monica, you gassed this motherfucking nigga to come over here with his bullshit. I never had a problem with JJ. Never called him out of his name. He never called me out of my name. But he's doing it tonight because you just did that shit. Stop doing that shit. And that's the second time you did it. You called this person and that person to come up here to deal with me. And that shit ain't popping. But let me say this. I'm gonna go ahead
and deal with you for what? So you telling me you've been a bad boy all damn night?
Hey, listen.
You've been a bad boy all damn night.
No. What I'm saying is she called niggas for me. Like, oh, let me call this person because da 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 da. Let me call that person. This the third person she done called, and now the niggas going crazy and nuts. And I never had a problem with the dude. Fuck out of here. I'm not cool with that shit. That's some fuck shit, yo. For real, Genesis. That's not cool. I never had a problem with that brother. Now I got a fucking problem with him. Like I said, I do live streams 2 to 3 nights a week, and my fucking join button is like poison to that motherfucking nigga. But for some reason, I come on here tonight, and now he got all this shit to say. Bitch, nigga, hoe nigga, all of this other shit. Where's it coming from? Don't do that, man. Don't be gassing niggas to come up here to do that type of shit. Like, that's real. Don't do that, man. That's not cool. You know good and goddamn well that I've been arguing in good faith. I've been disagreeing with stuff, but I've been arguing in good faith the entire night.
To an extent, you was a little ass, but you know the type of person I am. I could deal with that because I could be an ass myself.
No. When I say good faith, when I say good faith, I've been honest in my arguments. I'm not trying to.
Hello, can you hear me?
You want me to tell you what it is, Q? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Because if you notice, I kept my mouth shut. The reason why I kept my mouth shut, because regardless to what, whether you like it or not, especially when you're on someone else's platform and they show a lot of respect to Bible. And I think because it's a lot of respect, even though you have your questions, even though you want to ask questions and you have something to say, I guess everybody really looking at it as, okay, wait a minute, he disrespected.
No. What happened is now that I'm able,
hey, DJ, if you let me know when I can speak, because I ain't for no goddamn game. Don't call me, get rid of motherfucker, and then you put me in the goddamn back.
Nigga, you don't join the panel and say, when can I speak? What you do is you join the panel.
Nigga. Hey, like I said, nigga, you take your bitch ass back over there and shot out of your whole ass, nigga. Nigga over here push that monkey shit. You bitch ass nigga. Get your ass out of here. Say, why you got this dumbass motherfucker over here, man?
Hey,
Genesis, your elder?
Hey, Genesis, mute
him. With you, bro?
Hey, mute him, Genesis. Mute him. Mute him right now. Genesis,
mute him. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Genesis, mute him. Mute him, Genesis.
Shut the fuck up.
Kick him out of here, Genesis. Kick him out of here.
Hey, DJ Genesis, don't call me back for this bullshit no more.
Don't do it no more.
Like I said, you and Sunday the same fuck shit. And now you can't even get this dumb motherfucker. You call me to get this dumb motherfucker out of here.
Right.
Why ain't you just kick his dumb ass off? What the fuck wrong with you? I ain't here for your goddamn entertainment. Hey, like I say, bitch nigga, you's a hoe. Nigga, you was here to be a distraction to our people. And y'all sit here entertaining this goddamn agent. Nigga, you's an agent.
Never had a problem
with an agent, nigga. You against every black organization. Yes, nigga. Hey, look. He's against every organization. And you, can one of us come out of time? This what you told me for?
He turned his camera
DJ
off.
Denison,
In the middle of the
mute
street,
this motherfucker,
yelling
and then I'm
at
gonna
the
go.
top of his lungs. He's
Okay, I'm gonna go.
walking
All right,
around
you
the
know what?
street.
I'm gonna light
Just
you
like
and
that.
DJ up.
He's
Hey,
walking
DJ,
around
I,
yelling at
hey,
the
my foot
top
on your
of
neck
his
now.
fucking
Cause you
lungs
playing games
for
for
no
fucking views.
goddamn reason. Why would you
Nigga,
call
shut the
this
fuck up.
crazy man on here
No,
to do
hey, like
what
I
he's
said,
doing
DJ.
right now?
Hey,
Why
DJ,
would
why
you
you
call
called me
this
over here
nigga?
for this?
Look at
You
him.
want to get rid of this dumb
Kick him off. Kick
motherfucker?
him off. Mute this nigga. I'ma leave, but he ain't left yet. Mute
Hey,
this
guess
nigga.
what?
I'ma
Hey,
leave,
you bitch nigga.
but he
Hey,
ain't
like I
gonna
said,
leave.
you disrespect
Nigga,
my
just
elder
leave.
again. You
Nigga, don't
disrespect my
announce when
elder
you
again,
come.
nigga.
Nigga, don't
Hey,
announce
somebody
when
gonna
you
come see
leave.
you.
What the fuck is you
You
talking
disrespect my
about?
elder
What is
again.
you
Somebody
talking
gonna
about?
come see
What
you.
is going on?
You
I'm
and
saying it
your
again.
elder, nigga.
I'm
Nobody
gonna
gives
say
a
it
fuck
again, you
about
bitch ass
anything.
nigga. Get your
Nobody
monkey
We
loving
cares.
ain't
ass
hear
up, you
nothing. Get
low
out.
ass nigga.
Nobody
Nigga, fuck
cares
you,
what
nigga.
the fuck you're talking about,
Nigga,
JJ.
fuck
Nigga, you
your bitch
sound
ass.
crazy, nigga. You're always on
Oh,
that.
I
Blah,
can't
blah,
hear
blah, blah. Nigga,
nothing.
you sound
DJ
crazy,
Genesis,
nigga.
hey, DJ Genesis,
That's the
fuck you
problem.
too.
You just
You had
sound
me call me
crazy.
over here
Oh,
for
so,
this
so now
fucking
you gonna
dumb
say
ass
fuck your
shit.
sister?
Now I'm
Hey,
gonna go in on
Genesis.
you and
Did
him.
you hear that?
Don't play
Genesis. Now
with me.
he's saying fuck you.
Now
Hey,
fuck you,
Genesis. Now
nigga.
he's saying fuck you.
Hey,
Do
fuck
you hear
your
that?
whole ass,
This
nigga.
is the
Get your fucking,
crazy
you
nigga
an
that
agent,
you
nigga.
invited over here.
You the agent,
Now
bitch.
he's so
You
mad
the
that
agent,
he's saying
bitch.
fuck you.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
that
over there sucking
crazy,
something at a
Genesis?
dick,
And
bitch.
he's now
You
saying
over there
fuck
sucking
you.
something at a
Do
dick.
you listen? Can you hear this
Kiss
dumb
the
nigga?
father ass,
He's
you old
now
ass
saying
nigga.
fuck you
Don't
because
nobody
hey,
fuck
don't
with
call
you.
me over here.
Don't
Don't call
nobody
me
fuck
over
with
here.
you.
Isn't this
Don't nobody
crazy?
fuck with you, Q.
Isn't this nigga
Don't
wild as
nobody fuck
shit?
with you.
You
You're a dumb
called this dumb
motherfucker.
ass nigga
You
over
used to
here
talking
to
to
try
yourself.
and deal with me, but
Hey,
instead the nigga turned on you. Ain't that crazy? He's walking
yeah,
down
okay,
the
nigga.
middle of
You the
Broadway,
agent. You got
yelling
mad
at
because
the
old girl
fucking
whooped
top
your
of
ass,
his
nigga.
lungs. He's
Man, fuck
yelling at
your
the
bitch ass.
goddamn top of his lungs for no
I don't give a
goddamn
fuck.
reason.
Hey,
For
DJ
no
Jesus,
reason.
fuck you
And he
and fuck
doesn't
him.
care. It's crazy. The dude doesn't even care. He's yelling at the top of his lungs. DJ, mute him. DJ, kick him out.
DJ having technical difficulties. She wasn't able to hear. She don't even know what's going on. I'm saying to myself, what the hell just happened here? What the hell? Yeah, but you know what, Q? You know you wrong for that. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why you wrong for that. You wrong for that because you're more of a mental person like me. You're a mental person like unbiased. You're a person where we look for straight for the truth. That means don't cut around them corners, goddammit. Because if you cut that corner the wrong way, I'm gonna catch you and I'm gonna snip you. See, you that person, but the thing of it is, you got to learn when to and when not to. That's the problem. Because see me, they hate me when I jump on stages. You know why? Because I don't got to look in your face to hear you. I hear every damn thing you say. I don't give a damn if you told me that 13
I
years
cannot
ago.
hear a word
I can hear
anybody is
you.
saying.
I can hear you.
I don't
You
know
get
what's
what I'm
going
saying,
on.
Q?
For some reason, my sound went on. My whole browser just went mute.
Yeah, JJ is a
So that's
fucking.
why I have not
Well,
been
you
able
just
to
got to
see what's
learn
going
to
on. I don't know
listen.
what's happening.
Well,
I
hit the
can't
mute
hear
button.
anybody and what they're saying. So I don't know what's going on. So I
Hit your
can't hear
mute
nothing
button. We'll
at
handle
all.
this.
Nothing.
Hit your mute button. We'll handle
So I'm
this.
going to, I don't know. Queen, can you at least like just help me to wrap this up? Because I don't even know.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
can't hear nothing.
just hit the
I
mute
can see
button.
you
Hit the mute.
with your head. I
Wait a
don't know
minute.
what's happening.
Wait a minute. Hit the mute. Yeah, we got this.
Yeah,
So
so
listen.
you can go ahead and say your closing remarks, and I'll say mine.
So what I was basically saying to you, Q, you are a more mental person. So this is what I had to learn. I had to learn when I'm on other people's stage, show them a little bit of respect. And when I eat their ass up, I either eat their ass up on my own stage or I eat their ass up when I react to a video. When you're here in your other people's house, hit them in the head real quick and you can run. You don't got to skate with them the whole ride. Why? Because people already know when you can cut a person off like this every word. See, I'm the type of person I could turn a 60-second short into a 1 hour long reaction video. And I mean
like
every
me.
bit. Listen, I mean, go look at my channel. I mean, every bit. I took a Kevin Samuels video. I tell everybody this. That short was 60 seconds. I turned it into 48 minutes. And I wasn't even done, to be honest with you. I'm that person. But because you're a mental to the point, get to tell me how you got there. Don't cut no corners. But see, that ain't what you told me back then. See, you notice how I tapped out the conversation? Because you can't do that to everybody. You got to hit on a point and run away. And then when you invite them to your show is when you kick their ass. Invite them over to your house. When you invite them to your house, you own all the mics on them. You get what I'm saying? You got to understand you come to just hit people in the head, but don't keep trying to chop them in the neck because you're going to lose. Why? Because it's a different platform. They come looking for respect. Whether you might have heard some wrong inconsistencies and things that didn't add up, and 2 + 2 didn't equal 8, and little stuff like that. You can't sit in it when you at somebody's house. Remember that. But when you come to my house, when I go to your house, we know how we gonna go like this. Because we gonna listen, somebody gonna break down, and then you will notice everybody can't handle you in the conversation. But that's why you don't got to need to handle everybody in the conversation at times. You just need to say what you got to say. And the people that's with you and for you, you're gonna know they snap too, but you notice people fall back. You get what I'm saying? That's why when I came or when you see me do stuff like this, and you do me when I'm like, whoa, that ain't what I just heard. See, that's when you got to learn telltale signs. You got to practice your signs to do this. Everybody know you can be a challenge. I had to, when I sit on stages, because I know what I'm doing, and I know everybody can't handle me. You got to understand when your time is. Everybody gonna remember you for that, but you don't got to go that far in it because they respect the Baba. They respect him, and you might have heard a little this, and you might have heard a little that, but you got to do like I do. You got to just say, and you got
Yeah,
to keep
sister.
moving.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I appreciate the wisdom. I could go into but this, but that, but nah, I ain't even gonna do it. I'm just gonna accept the wisdom and say I appreciate it.
And say you on the right.
Because you're right.
When
Because
you with somebody like me, you're on the right page, but you can't do that with everybody because they might not be where you at.
you're right. No, you're 100% right. You're definitely right. I'm gonna take that into consideration and I'll move on. I 100% agree with what you're saying because that's how I like to operate. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe this crazy nigga got the best of me tonight and allowed me to get out of character. If you saw earlier when y'all was kind of going in and weren't listening, I just went on mute for about 5 minutes and chilled, and y'all changed the whole topic. So
Listen, it ain't that I wasn't listening.
no, I'm not saying that. No, it's cool. No, I'm not tripping off that. I'm not tripping off that.
I'm trying to tell you, whether I'm on your side and I wasn't playing no games because when I could see things going like this, switch up the subject and go somewhere else and try to rearrange it. You notice I'm rearranging because we was going on too many topics. In 1 minute, we went on too many topics, and my mind don't function like that. You can tell me one sentence, but in that sentence, if I heard 3 topics, I'm gonna back your ass up to the front door. That's where you see you get what. So I know where you at, but you can't play that game with everybody. It ain't gonna work.
Nah,
you got
I
to sit amongst the people, like Unbiased. If me, you, and Unbiased was sitting on the stage together, it'll be hell on wheels because you're dealing with people that's like this. Even though you might be an atheist, even though I might be, I love the Lord in my heart, and I love Ephah. Then you got Unbiased. He might be on the Baptist side, but guess what? We 3 can sit on the table.
I'm a straight to the point type of nigga. Straight to the point. Let's and see. That's why I say I'm gonna take your advice because I can understand how it could have been misconstrued because people were thinking that I was disrespecting the brother, but I wasn't. That's why I said earlier. Well, where are you going with this? And you was like, no, just let him go. Just let him go. Because I was trying to I'm trying to get to the point. We could go to 1867, 1822. Fuck all that with me. Where are you going with this? So I'm gonna take your advice, and I do appreciate it.
And you know what? If you look on the live right now, it should say we've been on live for 4 hours and 44 minutes. Do everybody see that? If you see 444, well, you should be able to see it, Cube. We've been on live for 444. So those 4 4s across the board mean a lot for me. But everybody,
I'm a 666 type of nigga, but I get you.
No, I'm talking about what the time is.
No, I know it says 44444. 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. It just passed. Yeah, but I'm a 666 type of nigga is what I'm saying. But it's cool.
I figured it out. I figured out why. Okay, now I can hear something. I could not hear shit.
I'm a 111 girl, and I'm a 555 across the board. My angels number across the board is 5s.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We're gonna figure all of that out when we get to Cambodia and all of that and go to Japan. You dig?
You better. You think I'm joking? Imagine me over in Japan with these heels, and I'll be done took this boudet off and with the. Hey, I'll go to picking out that goddamn pro on them. Them little short Chinamans. They say, "Who the hell?" What the hell? I know the Trump administration ain't sent her big ass over here because we all know she from this goddamn town. They be filming our ass just like this.
Click, 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 click.
I say, hey, it costs money for you to snap them.
I finally figured out why this whole time but maybe I wasn't supposed to say nothing. I don't know.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool. Maybe you can go back and listen to some of the
I
things I
don't even
said,
know.
but
I
it's
couldn't.
irrelevant
I
at
don't
this
know what
point.
the hell happened. It was just all
Yeah, we
blank.
know what happened, but don't trip. It's cool. I'm gonna go ahead and
I got cussed
retire.
out. I'm getting cussed out by people. People
Of
calling me,
course,
cussing
he
me out.
cussed you out. He's a madman. But I'm gonna go ahead and
No,
retire.
but listen, it wasn't like a matter of me like calling someone
There's
to like
no
start some
explanation
bullshit.
needed. There's no explanation needed.
It was more or less like, okay, well,
Sister, there's
we're up
no
here, whatever.
explanation needed. I saw what happened. I understood clearly what happened. There's no need for an explanation because it's not going to change my mind. So I'm cool with that. I'm going to retire. I'm going to go on my show and I'm going to cover this. My audience is going to laugh. I'm going to laugh and I'll continue
Hey,
my life.
whatever. Okay,
Did you see
cool.
my I dropped my channel in the chat and in the back.
Yeah, I see you right here. Yeah, okay, yeah. I just
Oh, you
clicked
just
on
I
it.
don't know
Oh,
if
you
that
live on your
happened to
channel
you.
too. You live on your
I
channel too.
cussed out.
Okay.
You letting him talk to the elder that way. I don't even know what. Did you cuss the elder out? I don't even know what
Of
happened.
course I didn't, sister. You know that's not real. You're talking to a
Put your
crazy man.
channel name in the back, Q. Why you put your email? I can get that from your channel.
Okay, well, yeah. Let me just put my.
You ain't gonna like it. It's bad. Is it bad? Unbiased, Ron? I'm not. I don't want to go back and see it. That's no. Yeah, it sounded like it was terrible.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. But yeah. Let me put it in the back.
I see
Okay.
that my numbers went down. Whatever the hell went down, it
Yeah,
just
because they didn't want to hear the screaming and hollering. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to hear that. You know, we had
that
like
was not
11.
any intention I had to like even like make anything like that go down.
Well, yeah, you could say that, but it's cool. I ain't tripping. But do you
No,
do
no,
see?
it is no. I said that. I'm listen. I'm if I what the fuck. I'm gonna say I said what I said, and that's what I meant.
And I'm okay with what
That's
you
not what I
said.
was trying to do at all.
But I'm okay with what you said. It's not
Right.
gonna
Well,
change my mind. So I am okay
I'm
with.
not trying to change your mind. I'm telling you what it is. You like have your mind about what you feel. You know, I
Okay,
had
sister.
Baba come up here to talk to you about what I had him talk to you about. I don't know if he got to speak about it or not. I don't know because
You
my
pulled up
whole
13 articles from him. He had a lot of time to speak. So listen, it's
no, he
okay.
came back again, and then I think he
I'm
was saying
going
something.
to retire. I appreciate for you, allowing me on. I do appreciate it because you didn't have to, and I do appreciate you not acquiescing to the BS of kick him off, kick him off. I do appreciate that too. So I'm gonna retire. I'm gonna go on my show.
But no, I allow people to like speak their mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And Baba,
it's
Baba
cool.
he's a strong guy. He didn't probably argue with worse people than you. I know about Baba.
Worse people. So that's crazy.
You
Worse
ain't the
people than
worst.
you.
No, I'm saying you ain't the biggest like bad wolf that Baba have debated. So
Thank you for trying to soften the blow, sister. But
right.
what's been said has been said, and I appreciate it. So, like I said, I'm gonna retire. I appreciate you allowing me on. Appreciate you, Queen. Everybody, we're definitely gonna have to commiserate and try to do a show and have some conversation about
Right.
some things that
I
we
just made
disagree
it
with.
worse by me even saying that. But I don't give a whatever.
Why you keep cutting me off? I'm trying to give my parting shot to
God
leave.
damn it. God damn
I'm
it.
trying to leave. I'm just trying to give my parting shots, man. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for allowing me on here. Mainly DJ Genesis, and I'll catch you guys next time. My channel was in the back. If people want to come check it out, you can type
And you
in
don't
Outcast.
have blue eyes, by the way. Why you got like a avatar with blue eyes?
And my hair is about 5 times as long as the shit that's on this avatar too. So
What the
what does
hell
it
kind
mean?
of like wine
What does it mean?
avatar
I
is
don't
that?
have blue eyes. I'm not wearing a chain or a hoodie, and my hair is 5 times as long as that. So come on, sister, we playing games.
Don't be
But
trying to
let's
have a cute avatar, okay?
And Ash, are you Caucasian?
fuck no. I'm a
No,
nigga for real. Go to my channel and you'll see what I look like. Like
I'm being
stop it.
funny. You don't think I hear your damn voice?
Oh, yeah, I'm about to say, like, come on, man. I always turn my camera on. Get out of here.
I don't give a damn about your camera because I don't never put on the camera. I come just like I am.
Nah, but I'm just responding to the Caucasian accusations.
It's been 5 hours, y'all. But you ain't trying to be Caucasian with the blue eyes.
It's an
Blue eyes Negro.
avatar. Are you wearing that scarf on your head right now? No, stop.
I am actually.
That's my cue to go. Peace, y'all. I'm gone.
It's not the same color though. It's like brown. So
Right, so you're not wearing that one exactly. Hey,
Right.
you guys have a good night. I'm gonna go over here and laugh and have some fun. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the very good build. I thoroughly enjoyed this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not over here often, but I thoroughly enjoyed it until the end. But appreciate it, man. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Until the end.
Peace.
All right.
Good night.
Lord have mercy. I did not know. I could not hear nothing, girl. I could
Yeah,
not.
you missed it all. You missed a great big old fight. I was like, they was going at it.
Was they? Oh man. I missed it. Oh, but you know what? I don't even know if I could have stopped it because you know what? These guys, when they get to going, you can't do. They're not gonna hear no woman say, "Hey, stop it, guys! Stop it! You guys stop! Y'all don't fight each other."
Yeah, what
They gonna talk over each other and whatever. What happened?
Mandinka wanted you to mute his mic.
Oh, so that's why he told me, "Fuck
hear
you!
anything.
Don't ever talk to me again." You allowed him to keep talking and fuck you. I'm like, okay, well, all right, fuck me then. God damn it.
Where that happened at?
He called me in the back. I'm like, bro, I can't even mute his mic. I don't even know who's saying what.
Well, that's why Cube was upset.
The Lord, whatever people, whatever said, let it happen. Whatever it was, made it so I could not stop whatever it was from happening. So, hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because I literally could not hear shit that was going on.
Because Cube wanted to know, why did you call Mandinka on him? That's what he was alluding to.
Well, no, I called you on the panel. I called Mandinka. I called Zion. I called people to get on my panel.
See, but what happened was I don't know if you could hear, but Mandinka was telling us that you called him like for the muscle. Because he said you was getting out of, he told him that he was
you know what? I was kind of on some like, he's saying this, whatever. Come on up. Almost like on some like inciting some shit. Like, I ain't gonna lie.
You what?
I kind of was on some like, hey, he doing this. Come on up here and see what the fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I was on some like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I was.
That's what Cube was referring to.
I kind of was. I ain't gonna lie. Like he said I was instigating. I instigated my ass off on that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
You was on messy boots.
I was on messy boots, bro. Like, hey, he's saying this, man. Come on up and
so
your mind about what it is, but not like on some like let's get everybody to argue, but on some like okay. Because my thing is, he normally I have been called, but I have not been. This is not the first. I called Mandinka before the thing ever started.
Yeah, you called him before it started.
I called you before it started. I called everybody. So and then I'm like still trying to get people to come up on there and like make their commentary. Because I'm like, okay, it can't be just Cube and Baba. I'm like, I want more people to join the panel. So yeah, hey,
so I think
it's on up,
So now that it's just you and I talking, if we want to wrap it up, we could wrap it up and give our follow-up, because I'm gonna tell you how I looked at it in the eyes of Cube, just like I could tell you how I looked at it in the eyes of Bobble. And I can tell you even about Mandinka. But let's start with Bobble. I feel like what happened with Bobble said things where Cube even questioned it. There were questions like, okay, this right here. And when you're dealing with people that are mental people, they stop you in their track because they like, wait a minute, wait, stop, because I need to understand what this is before you could go on. Wait a minute, stop. That's what a person that stop and think about things or figure out things like in a different realm. So while Bobble was talking, Cube had certain questions because as soon as he started alluding to that, don't make sense. That's that right there. And he wanted to go back to it because he got questions. And if you saying that is this, if you saying it's that, then what he's saying is I want you to show it to me. Don't just tell it to me. Show me where this became this and that became that. So I think what happened, because I told Cube, you can't always do it like that. When you're sitting on certain stages and everybody's showing respect to a certain person or something like that, you can fight your way through the crowd, or you can hit somebody and say what you're saying and then keep it moving. And he wanted to elude that. Okay, if we're a corporation, show me where it say that. Well, why does this lead to this? Well, how could you say this if it don't come to that? I think that's where it looked like it was a tug of war, but for him, a sort of aggressive talker, like people say I can be at times, he was going in looking for his answers because he wouldn't get the answers that was being, it wasn't coming to him the way it was being laid out. And I think he was trying to get the barber to show me this. Tell me why. What made you say this? What this mean right here? What do you mean that over there? He was really coming on a conversation where he should have been talking to somebody like me. Or he should have been talking to someone like I know Unbiased is. He should have been talking to someone like Ronald is, somebody like Insatiable My Men. He got to be talking to people like that can handle that snap back and what you mean. And okay, yep, it's your turn, my turn. Because he'll talk just like that because his mind is working far past what the general conversation is. And even Baba is very, very, very knowledgeable. And what he got to do to understand where Baba coming from, because Baba could be alluding to books that they had, paperwork that they had, you know, things that was in the system, but they've erased it out the system because they don't want you to know this and they don't want you to know that. But in the meantime, because we're mental people right now, we want to know where, show me how you came up with that. If you want to change the mindset that I already researched, looked up, came up with, and when I trace it back through the woods, this is where my rest spot is.
Bottom line is Bob was looking at books and Cube was looking at like searching.
Like Rod, he like me, like Baba looking at books, and that's where if they come together on a different level.
But then people will say, well, those books they're dated, and then the new technology is the real information.
But
So,
dated is what you want, though, so that wouldn't even apply. Dated is what you want, because if on the dated document shows what the reality and the truth is, I personally don't care about AI and all that. Honestly, I don't give a damn about AI or Wikipedia. I don't care about all that. I'm looking for the knowledge. Why? Because I'm a resourceful Capricorn in my mind. I scope this earth for what the truth is. I don't scope this earth for what your innuendos are or what you think or this. So if you got that documentation, I'm the type of person, I want to goddamn and see it. You not know all my books? I try to show y'all all my damn books all the time because I sit on my desk with nothing but books, and all my fingerprint is on my books, because when I leave this earth, these books gonna be worth some money to their ass. And you better know it. My kids gonna eat good. So
you know, also Baba Yashabai, you know, he's an older man. He can't be getting like arguing with people like about what.
And that's what I was trying to tell you.
They say those what did Bob Yosef Ben Yochanan said is that my equals I debate, others I teach. So therefore, you know, you can't be trying to debate an elder that has books
you can pose your questions, but what you got to do, you got to pose your questions, and you got to know how to do it within a line of respect. That's what it is, because everybody respect the Baba. So you got
a little bit of an egotistical thing going on with the atheism thing, to where it's like, so everything you say is some bullshit and blah 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 blah. It's like, well, that's not the way to go about it. You know,
and that's where the problem came in at for me. Like, you can't tell me, like I said before, it doesn't matter what your spirituality is. To me, it doesn't even matter what your religion is. It's all about who I am, because I could be Ifa, and in my heart, whatever part of Ifa I am, that's where I'm at in my heart. Because you can't.
I'm sorry, I didn't have no sound when you got up there, and so that's why I couldn't even come up there and like monitor what was going on. But I'm back on now.
Yeah,
if you want to come up and like make a few statements, whatever, and close everything out.
It was okay. We end up Baba. The biggest confusion. See, here's the thing. Baba said that he liked the conversation, even though Q, came off like that. Baba came off of his way too, trying to shut down, and they trying to this. I didn't have a problem so much with the debate like that, long as it wasn't no profanity, no outright disrespect. I think where I kind of had an issue at, and I had to bring it clear to Q, you could challenge people's religion if you got your own opinion of it, but you can't tell them, man, that's BS, especially if that's somebody's soul, heart, and spirit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Say that again. Huh? Oh, you on the phone, girl?
Don't have a tree in there. No way. Foundation here. Yeah, you see, you go out there. He don't want to know anything. He want to debate, and that don't change the price of bread you get the grocery store. But anyway, I'm good. I enjoyed it. I really did. Give it back. He whooped somebody. But we say, man, Ben goes something. And he come in fine. But like I said, no, everything's kosher, baby. All right.
All right, thank you, Bubba. All right.
I think when Baba dropped off more so when Mandinka and him started arguing.
Well, he can't listen to that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, he dropped off. He dropped off during that altercation. He dropped off. But you know what? At the end, it's just gonna have to be like I was telling Q. You got.
And I don't even know why the spirit didn't allow me to come back on during that moment.
It's okay.
What do you think that was? Where I could not like it. I mean, my sound was gone. Everything.
A technicality.
I closed my computer down, came back up, couldn't still hear. Finally, at the end, when everybody was about to go, then I could hear. I'm like, what do you think why do you think that whatever the spirit was just wanted that to happen like that? What was that about?
I think it was just a malfunction that happened because it does it to all of us. You know what? Did you leave? I was trying to tell you to leave out the studio because that happened to me before I exited.
I left the studio. I closed the browser. I closed everything down. You know what it was? Is that when something happened where I had hit the wrong button? Because I even asked my daughter, like, what could be the reason? Why? And when she came in here, I hit the button and it works. But sometimes there's a reason why God is like, not God, but like the spirit is like, no, let this go. You know what I'm saying?
But see, that's where I correct people at, because for me, if I'm talking, whether I'm a part of EFA or not, the Lord's still the head of my life, because nothing tells me that the Lord can't be in my life. And that's a fact for me. So no matter how people feel about it, if it's your spirituality, it's yours. So if you wanted to say, I don't know why God did that, it shouldn't be. That's where I feel like when people start having.
No, I'm saying like that God wanted that to go, no, because it blocked it, because like it blocked my ability to.
Right. I was saying when you took God, you said God, and then you took it back. And I'm like, no, but you can leave whatever you want to leave on the table. Everybody need to start handling their spirituality according to who they are on the inside. It ain't nobody else's business, if you want me to be honest with you. I feel like whatever my spirituality is, as long as I ain't putting it off you because you're not accepting it, then that's my goddamn spirituality. Nobody not going to take my ruler away from me, and nobody's not going to take my Lord from me. Period. I don't care who want to be an atheist. I've been down that road and was still spiritually inclined on the inside. But when you lost and confused, you go whichever way you want to go. And when you find yourself, you stay where you at. Period. If you want to be an atheist, don't put down nobody else though.
So you've been an atheist before?
I've been an atheist before.
Wow. So what changed you from being an atheist to where you are now?
Just time. Time changed me. Healing changed me. Understanding changed me. Just little things like that. See what happened is when you raised up in the church, you partly raised up in the church over here, and then you come to another sector where my mom owned a couple churches. I still didn't get the feel from none of them, probably because I didn't really like my mom, because I didn't really know her, felt like this, because remember my dad raised me. And then way younger way my grandmother was involved in it. So I'm like, wait a minute, I feel like I'm alone. And then everybody say there's a Lord, but I never seen him. But I do know that anything I used to ask for, I could walk out the door and I look up and I swear I would ask for something. And it's like, I get it. I get it. And so I don't know, something in my life, as things start changing, I started saying no. Like maybe on days I'm mad. Man, no, this can't be real. Man, is the Lord. Well, how did he do this for this one? Man, the Lord ain't real. And I started going through a stage like that. And then I had to revert back to me. But that's why I said when I reverted back to me, I had to ask my Lord, would you let me back in? Because I wanted to go back to the Lord. I wanted to make sure I knew who I was going to. And I had to find him in my heart, not the church and not the Bible.
Well, I want to take the unbiased. It says, it blocked you. It says it wasn't for you. Men had to hash it out. You would have probably made it worse. So I agree too. Like maybe if I would have like been in the middle of that, it probably would have like made the whole situation worse or whatever.
Well, it probably would and wouldn't, because you wasn't gonna get a word in, because Mandinka, Mandinka go to yelling and this, and Mandinka had to go out the door, and really you couldn't really hardly hear Cube. Cube was talking like really, really low. Even though he was arguing at one point you could hear him, but then he got to a point where he was really making a joke out of Mandinka. He really was
Well,
making a joke. I say, you
and
can't.
I will say this is because I got cussed out by Mandinka. He's like, "Fuck you, bitch," and he called me up on some "fuck you, bitch," and I'm like, really? You know what I'm saying? I
About the
literally,
BITCH word, he called you the
oh
BITCH.
yeah, like don't ever talk to me again. I'm like, really? Like don't fucking don't ever call me. I'm like, bro, I literally could not hear what was going on, and I showed him a video. Like I don't know what's happening right now.
I know you can't hear because you called me on the phone. That's why I got up and walked away. And you told me you couldn't hear. I say, just I'll handle it. Only thing I was
And
saying.
thank you for like trying to help me to put that together. I don't know what
yeah, of course.
I don't know what happened. I have no idea. And thank you for having my back on that because like for some reason my whatever it was like silent,
Yeah.
And but then it comes back up at a certain point. I'm like, okay, what? That's weird. Something was like, nope. I don't know whether they needed, maybe they had like some like issue going on. And
I think the issue was what Cube said was he said he's never had a problem with Mandinka until you called Mandinka on him tonight. He said he never had a problem with him. He said,
see, I didn't call Mandinka on him like that.
Oh, that's what Mandinka came up and said.
Just like I called you to come up to the panel, I called Mandinka.
Right. Yeah, when Mandinka came up, he said she calling me, telling me that you up here disrespecting the Baba.
Well, he was disrespecting the Baba. So yeah. And I
Yeah.
said, hey, can you come up here and like let's sort things out a little bit, because sometimes when it's men, it was more or less me asking for another man to kind of come in, because when men are talking, I know for a fact that a woman trying to intercede between two dudes talking, they're not going to hear shit.
Well, to be honest with you, it don't even matter if it's woman. If two men are arguing, a man can't even come in between that. Just like when two women arguing, a man can't come in between that either. Even a woman, just understand. So Baba wasn't gonna be able to come into it, and as you see, Mandinka didn't make it better.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
So what probably needed to happen is at that point, even though you had technical difficulties, then you probably needed to start muting mics or put in a break sign, and that's how you're supposed to break them. But if you couldn't hear,
I can't even hear what's going on.
Even
with the mute. I don't even know what I'm muting.
Yeah,
I would have muted the whole thing because I can't hear shit going on any goddamn way.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I'm glad that he cussed me out like that and told me to like whatever he said. Because it's good to know like how wishy-washy and how like what's the name? It's like a name for it when a person can just snap on you.
Flip mode. But I can ask you a question. Did that seem like something new?
Nope.
Okay, then so you shouldn't be that shocked. The next
No,
thing
I was already warned that it would happen. So when it happened, it's like, oh, okay, I see.
You never see signs of that before?
I did. Yep.
Okay, so again, you shouldn't be shocked. Here's the thing. Like me asking you questions like that, that's exactly what Cube is, that type of person. Like, okay, wait a minute, but no, you got to hold yourself accountable. You already seen these signs. You've seen that it can be reacted like that. You've seen it was reacted like that before. So in other words, don't sit here and say that you didn't think and you didn't. No. Just keep it to the point. Well, I knew this was this and keep it going. And I think that's the problem with Cube. When Cube saying something and Cube like, okay, so y'all, it seemed like it's a problem because I'm questioning. No, I'm asking questions because something don't seem right. But again, it was him asking those questions shouldn't have been a problem. I think once it started getting a little bit aggressive is when he should have just backed down a little bit. Why? Because
that's the part where I said, okay, well, for me, sometimes, I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's going to take another man to like be able to like kind of like control, like mediate the situation. You know what I'm saying? Because me trying to do it is I'm getting ran over. I'm getting rolled over. So I said, okay, if he's but I didn't know it was going to turn into that at all.
Well, I could tell you this. I sit amongst a whole lot of men, and we all get ordered. I told you I don't normally sit with women, and I'm not being funny. I sit with men. I'm an only girl. I'm talking about literally sit with the men. So this right here was like, okay, as soon as I got in, I said, come on now, Cube, knucklehead. Why? Because I'm used to, I'm so comfortable with men. Like I don't have to sit with men and call another man.
I'm not comfortable with nobody, human beings. So
Huh?
I'm not comfortable with people. So I gotta like to like learn how to figure out what's going on with human beings as a whole. Because I'm like, okay, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, really? I'm getting cussed out. But you see how you did that? I didn't do anything. I
Right.
just said, come on. You chose to get up there and start tripping out. I did not
But
tell
guess
you to
what?
go up there like hellfire,
If,
brimstone.
if you read, and I'm gonna concur wholeheartedly. If you read what Unbiased said, he said, no, you don't call another man. You take the control, you mute the mic, or do like I said, step somebody down.
I
Get
would
them.
never ask Baba to leave. What? What?
No,
I would
Baba
never
wasn't
ask
the only
Baba
one.
to leave.
No, that's not what we just said.
I said you don't invite another man. Just ask Cuba or
Why?
Scott.
Because
No, I would never ask Baba to leave. What do you mean?
no, but you're not. You see that? That's what they're talking about right there. That's not what that statement is saying. That statement just said, "Don't invite another man," meaning you invited Mandinka to come in and basically regulate what was going on with Cube and Baba. He talked about when you invited Mandinka. Nobody is saying for you not to invite Baba. That's what they're trying to say right there. What he said is, no, don't invite another man. Just ask Cube to stop. You get what I'm saying? Like something like that.
Yeah, I get
You
that.
get what I'm saying? It's basically you could have, but here's the thing: if you can't hear anything, it's understood why nothing happened. Period.
I couldn't hear a goddamn thing. It was
Yeah.
crazy. You called me. I called you. I was like, okay, I don't know.
It's okay. I definitely get you. I understand what you're trying to say. And it is going to have to, some of the accountability is going to have to kind of fall.
Well, it's my fault. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Because
not you. I mean, it's gonna have to fall on cue, because at some point you do got to understand when you being disrespectful to just a senior citizen, period. I mean, aside from Baba's title as being a Baba, he's a senior citizen. So the way I could get choppy with some people, I got to do like this. Okay, I get you right. Okay, you're right. You got to learn who you're around, and everybody not going to take that type of aggression, period. And that's why a lot of the men were saying that he was being a little bit aggressive, because they looking at, okay, it's women on the stage, and damn, this man act like he want to fight. And I'm looking at him like, okay, now you know you is acting like that. Go back and play it. But it's okay. He did have it, but
and look, even Baba said, I gotta go to bed. I'm like, bro, you know, Baba, you know, he got, you know, he's 80 something years old, damn near 80 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you? But it's okay. So
okay, but can I ask you a question?
But at the same point, I know that he wants to do it, but at the same time, I have to like also
tell him, because you don't want nothing to happen to him.
Yeah, like I don't. He likes it because you know he come from that. You know, it's almost like asking Malcolm X.
And that's where the danger zone is.
Someone acts like Malcolm X, and he's in his 80s, like, you know.
Or it's almost like, I'm gonna tell you what I understand what you're saying.
Or like a person that used to or used to be your canon that's used to, like, you know, like sparring with people. He likes it, but it's probably not good for him. You know what I'm saying? So,
and that's where the problem gonna come in at. And so here's the thing. See, that's when it becomes one of them. Okay, we got to have respect and control on the inside, because that's why I tell y'all, when I go, and you probably think I'm joking, if you look at any of me on my videos live, especially when it's something I'm really passionate about, I don't want to play. I don't want to play because I go to getting like this with you. And that's why when I say I go to my men only live, I do my men only man cave, because I love to sit in the room with my men, because it tones me down. Because when I'm up on gear on your ass and I got to come with this color on, that mean ain't nobody getting no free chance. You ain't getting no free shots. Why? Because we talking like this. And that's the only thing Cube got to understand, when he's around people where he can do like that in question. But here's my question to you. If we have Baba on the stage and we have somebody else on the stage, and someone comes up and they're asking questions and they firing them questions off because that's how they feel in them, do you think that's a line of disrespect, even though you're looking for answers?
Baba have like debated the best.
I know. I'm saying
Baba was working with Dick Gregory, all the best. So he's not really worried about it. But at the same point, there's a level to where it's like, listen, you're
And
not
that's got to come
you're
in
not
the
hearing me out. You know what I'm saying? Because
right.
you're cutting me off. You're not listening to my thing. You're trying to debunk what I'm saying, but I have the books that's in my back thing that's before all AI ever existed. And so you're telling me to look up something on AI, but I got the book right back here. Well, do you have that book right now? Well, he's not going to get up and go through and sift through his whole
But
library.
okay, so stop right there though.
But by the time like I could say
though.
nothing, my whole shit like cut off. So
but think about where we're at though. We're on a platform, and see that's where it's gonna have to be some separation of the mind and understanding where the respect factor is gonna have to come in individually by people. Why? Because if somebody just stepping on the stage and they looking at it as we having a debate, or you're challenging me for this, that, and the other, how do you think that conversation is going to go when one person is presenting something and the other one want to see the proof and the facts? See, it can still come off like that. That's why it's going to
the thing is that this whole conversation was about marriage as a business.
Right.
You know, and then it turned into, you know, the Bilderbergs and all this other stuff. But the bottom line is because, you know, like when it really comes down to it, it's like, well, let me show you, you know, I'm smarter than you and this, that, the other. It's like, well, if you don't have the books in his library, you don't. So you're able to like pull things up online that says this based on Google, but he's able to pull things in his library of books that existed before Google existed. So,
but if you're sitting on the stage right now, and if you were sitting on the stage right now, and I had 20-year-olds here, and they got access to Google and look up different things, and it's 8 of them there, and everything they look up is all leading back to what all 8 of them found. Would you want whoever is refuting what all 8 of these people found, would you want them to produce the facts? Because you are trying to get the facts. You want to believe what this person say, and you're trying to get the facts, and you're trying to get to where the facts is at. How can you separate that from being wanting to know?
Well, the part is that they had to shut the fuck up to like actually let him speak, because what was happening is it was like the way that people argue online nowadays is ADHD arguments. They find a reason, and then you say something, they talk while you're talking.
Right.
You say something, they talk while you're talking. It's like a block. It's like they know how to block. They know how to block you by talking over you. You know what I'm saying? So even if you have like they'll ask you a question, block you by talking at the same time.
Right.
You understand?
You know what? I don't think it was that though, because I think what happened, because I'm telling you this because I know the type of person. I can feel the type of person that Cube was. You could tell he the type of person just like me. When you're a mental person and you go deeper in the woods than the average person is at, that's where you need to learn self-control, or you will be wasting your energy.
I don't think he was trying to be disrespectful. I just think
he wasn't.
That how
he wanted to answer.
Young people are nowadays when they are.
He's 40 though. He's not that young. He's 40. He's really
compared
not
to an 80-year-old. He's 40.
Right.
He's young.
Right. Even me, I'm 50 and Baba 80. I'm
right.
50,
so Baba is like not about them. You're coming with Google and all this bullshit. Baba is like my book back here in the in my that I got like from 1974. You know what I'm saying? So like how could you really are you gonna say the book is wrong? Is the book wrong, or is the search wrong?
I don't think that's what he was looking for. He was looking for the facts that you show me in the book, what you're telling me.
Right. So you're expecting him to get up out his seat, go sift through all his books and find you the facts and bring it to you like he's Google.
But wait a minute, but wait a minute, though.
No, because people expect this, they want everything to be what probably would have been better is like, listen, Baba, that's a great
but he
point.
did that. Go back and listen.
Later on, I want to like you to send that book to me and I'll look it up and whatever. Show me.
But go back and play it, DJ. He did do that. He told Baba.
I couldn't even hear it. You know, my thing. Like
he did say that to Baba. What the problem was, as the slideshow kept going and he started seeing little inconsistencies, he wanted to stop and get an answer on. Wait a minute, stop right there. Like, remember how you be playing those videos? And I'm like, man, that video too long. Why? Because I'm a person where you start playing a video, I want you to stop right there. If we're going to dissect this video, let me show you how you dissect a video all the way down to the goddamn period. That's what he was trying to do. And when y'all went to showing all the different this and the different that, and then he was right. He said, wait a minute, but why when you did get right here and it showed the facts about what we're saying, why you're refuting me on this part right here when the fact says that right there?
Is it a fact? Or is it just what's coming to via the Google AI search?
But wait a minute,
So
what
it's
else?
not even a real search anymore.
But what else are you going off of? If you don't have nothing but that, and the other person saying they have this, then you're looking for
Right.
them to
So imagine a person that's 80-some-year-old that knows he read something in a book that said XYZ based on his memory, and then you go onto a search and that whole thing's been changed, but you know that you read this book that said XYZ.
So where a person that don't know you that well.
Which one is the truth? Which one's the truth?
But
The
which
book
one
that
should
said
you believe?
XYZ or the search that says is no?
But what if you don't know that person to believe them though?
I mean, that's understandable too. Yeah.
That's so that right there. And that's what he was asking. So even when he seen something that was written, because remember, y'all the one say pull it up. Y'all the one typed it in. So now that you're typing,
well, I think he wasn't expecting it to like come out wrong.
Right.
I think that's what it was. Like he know what he read in the book. But what it's seeming like is that, you know, and we already know that AI is going to give you. AI is not. It's a long story about AI. AI is not.
Well, wait a minute now, because it don't be a long story when you be pulling stuff up on AI.
Well, no, AI be lying. Give me 1 second. Hold on. AI lies. Hold on.
Everybody, all of it gonna lie. So if that's the case, what we supposed to believe in? So if you're looking for somebody to show you the proof and the truth, then what should you do? I'm gonna debate it down too. But I understand the you know, what you want to do is make sure who all you're debating with. You want to make sure that you're debating within a certain level of respect. That's what I think it comes down to right there. Because I still want to ask my questions and I still want to look for those answers. And I still want you to show me where your proof came from. But I understand that because I humble myself down because I know I be too far ahead. That's why I jump out conversations a lot of times, because when you know you're not going to get nothing that you're looking for, just keep on going. Just keep on going, because guess what? You ain't at your own house. That's how I look at it, like that. So I definitely understand that. And just showing the respect, because sometimes you can show your respect, but still disagree. That's how it is. So, what you looking for something on AI, girl?
No, I had to like go to the door. AI lies. Okay, AI is not. You cannot like use AI as a source, and I learned that. It took me a second to like figure that out.
So where you gonna find your source from? That's the point. That's the question right there. So where do you get your source from?
I don't know, but AI lies. AI tells you what you want to hear based on what they know about you and based on what you're looking for.
Right.
And I actually talked to a person that was an expert on the next show I'm gonna do is going to talk about AI and how AI lies. So, like,
so nobody should be trusting AI. Nobody. So what do we trust?
No.
So should we just trust word of mouth?
And then you have a search engine based on AI. Can't trust that. No.
Okay, so what do you believe in though? If a person can't produce what they're saying, then what do you do?
I don't know. Based on what
exactly.
you
So
see,
he have the right to question if you want to question, and if you can show the
he
proof.
does. He does have the right to question everything he can question. But I'm just saying that, like,
the
if
respect
this
part.
person has a book over here, but you're saying, well, show me the book. Well, honey, he is not going to be like a search engine that just materialize a book and show you exactly the page.
But see, come on now, see, that's contradictory though. I'm gonna tell you why that's contradictory.
How is that contradictory?
I'm about to tell you why. I mean, when I think about it in my little head, it's contradictory because you're gonna tell me, okay, he can't go get the book. We get that, but you're gonna tell me now we can't go according to AI. But you are the same ones that bringing up the AI information. Because remember, Barbara said, pull this up, pull that up. So you're bringing it up for us.
So he said, pull it up. In his mind, he thought it would actually match what he already had within his sources. And then when AI came up with some bullshit, we realized AI is on some bullshit, you know. And then because if I read a book, you know, Little Orphan Annie, and I know that Annie saying it's a hard knock life, right? And then I pull up a search engine that says that Annie did not sing that, and I know for a
But you
goddamn
missing
on
my
damn.
point. Yeah, my point wasn't there.
No. This is my point. Okay.
But we talk about we got to address what my point was though before we could go to Annie and what's real though.
No, you're not getting my. Do you get the point I'm making?
No, because I don't think you heard what I said because you was
What
trying
are
to
you
tell
saying?
your point. Until you can understand my point, I can't move on. That's what I'm telling
Okay,
you.
all right. So what do you understand? The point I was trying to make is that
no, because we didn't discuss my point yet, and I don't want to go ahead. I want to stop.
Okay, go ahead to your point, and then I will express my point.
Right. So what I was asking you is, I get that you're saying you can't trust AI, right? You said that you can't trust AI, you can't this, you can't that. But I said it's contradictory that you're telling us now we can't trust AI, but you're the one that was bringing up all the AI information that gave us room to say, wait a minute, that ain't right because you're showing me this. So long as what you brought up on AI, we trusted it and we went along with it, it was okay. But the minute something happened and AI ain't right no more, then we got to take all of it back or just take that one piece back. See, that's what I'm telling you. You can't right there. So where does a person fall? Right there is my point. I can't. That's that right there. That's not right.
All right. So now that you've made your point, right? All right. So say I have read books that told me every day of my life that things was this, things was that, this, that, the other. And then AI substantiates some of the things that the books say, but then it like changes the other things the books say.
So that still takes us what part should we
So does
believe?
that mean the book is wrong or is the AI wrong? Or is it because that new people came up with some new information that said that everything that the book was that said was wrong? Or how do we know what is true and what's not? So bottom line is that we don't fucking know.
Right.
That's what it sounds like to me, is a bunch of shit. Nobody fucking knows. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a book saying this, you got an AI saying that, and then everybody want to argue about which one is the truth, and nobody knows. And at the end of the day, who gives a fuck? Because it really don't matter. I still gotta pay my goddamn bills at the end of the day, and so do we, and so do everybody else. So what difference do it make?
And you know what I want to do? I want to answer Ron. If you could put that question there. Ron say, I didn't know an atheist meant to reject God.
No, atheists do not believe in God.
Right,
There's no God.
Right. It's not that you reject God. Ronald, it's not that you're rejecting God, because an atheist is a person that know of but do not believe in. So you're not rejecting them. You just know of him, but you don't believe in the way people say this happened, and God provides this and he provides that. That's what that means. But that don't mean you rejected him. Because I felt like I was atheist for a while. And then after a while, because hell, to be honest, I felt like I was an atheist because I felt like he was rejecting me. To be honest with you, because I felt like, wait a minute, I don't see none of this, but I do know when I asked for something, I do know that I was getting it. That's how I feel on the inside, but I didn't know where it was coming from. And then it seemed like when I didn't get my way, I'm like, man, you rejected me. I thought you were supposed to be real. You don't know I'm in trouble right now. So I was looking at it in my backwards way of life. But for me, it wasn't a rejection. But I can say this. When I asked to come back in, I say, nah, man, my heart's spiritual. It's something that has given me what I want and guiding me, because man shut they goddamn doors on me for the last 3 years. Man shut the doors, man, woman, or did I shut the door on them? And I had to find out who it was in me that made me me. And if once I got there, I'm on fire right now. But what I did was I did ask the Lord, would you let me back in? Because that's how I felt. But I didn't feel like I rejected God. I just felt like at this point, all right, I'm an atheist. I know of, but I don't believe in. That's how I viewed it then. That's how I reviewed it. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, I would say this is that it says mute. Can you explain that again? Were you on mute?
I'm not. You can hear me, DJ?
Ronald said mute.
Yeah, can you hear me, DJ?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not on mute. Every time Ronald always tell me I'm on mute.
Right. Want to hear it again.
Yeah.
Keep saying it over and over again. Keep repeating it over.
Ronald say he didn't know you could reject God. To me, that he didn't know that being an atheist rejects God. I don't feel like being an atheist rejects God. I feel like when you say I reject God, you rejected him. Being an atheist could mean you confused at this moment. Because
honey, God is within.
Yeah.
If you reject God, you reject yourself.
Yeah.
So how could you be an atheist? Because God is within you. Everything on this earth. We're all like, everything is all connected. So therefore, once you understand that God is not just something outside yourself, but within yourself, to reject God is to reject yourself.
Can I ask you a question, DJ? Do you believe in being Ephah and have the Lord in your life? How do you view that?
The Lord, like the Lord?
Yeah, like how? Do you believe in the Lord?
The Lord, what Lord?
Okay, do you believe in God?
I believe in God within me.
Okay. So you believe in serving God and being Ephah?
So Olodumare, right, is a principle of God that exists outside of our understanding. But Olodumare is also like understood when you understand the macrocosm versus the microcosm. Do you know what that means?
I don't get that far in it. I just believe in the Lord and he can't go nowhere. And I added Ephah to it and I'm protected.
So that sounds like Christianity, like
I'm not no. Christianity is a religion. I'm not religious. That's a religion. That's not no. My grandma Baptist and my mom is Pentecostal. I don't believe in religion. I'm not into religion right now. If I go to religion, I'll let y'all know that. Christian is religion. Catholic is religion. Pentecostal, that's religion. Baptist, that's religion. Muslim, to me, that's religion. I'm not into none of that. I'm into how I feel in my heart. I'm into what I see as right and wrong. I'm into one thing that comes from the 10 Commandments. That's loving thy neighbor. Because if you love thy neighbor, you're not going to commit the 9 commandments on them. I'm not a religious person. That's why I still cuss your ass out. And if I want to go somewhere and have a drink, I'm going to go get me a drink. If I want to do whatever I want to do, I'm going to do that. Religion don't come with that. If I don't want to wear a dress, I ain't. If I want to wear pants, I will. That's my religion, me. I don't do religion. Religion, they ran me from religion, trying to take me away from me. I'm very spiritual. I'm spiritual. Because you wear your spiritual out here, you wear your religion out there. Spiritual is in here, religion is out there. Because religion tell you can't wear a dress, you can't beat the drums, you can't do this at this church, you can't eat pork at that Muslim, you can't do this with this Jew. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. And I think for me, DJ, I struggled with that for a while, and I asked for understanding. And I asked for the understanding was that there's 2 entities that's very important, and they play big roles in my life. That's the power of the Lord for me and the power of Orunmila, period. And then I learned how to balance those 2 in my life that make it better for me. And I say I'm double protected. I'm protected, and that's where I go at with it. But just because I'm protected by the Lord, that don't mean you're going to make me go to your church. And if I go to church today, I might want to go to a Catholic church. What's wrong with that? I want to understand what the hell they doing over there. When they go from this earth, where they going to go, at up or down? It don't matter what your religion is. When you leave from here, you going to go up or you going to go down. But then you got people that don't believe in hell. You believe in hell?
Actually, no, I don't believe in the devil, hell, none of that shit. So
you don't?
Yeah, that's part of the 16 truths of Ephah, is that there's no devil, there's no hell, and
So
that all right, let me show you the 16 truths of Ephah.
Gotten said I was religion, but I'm not anymore. That's right, Gotten. When you religion, Gotten, you got too many things you got to be faced up with. You can't do this. You can't even drink a beer. You can't do what you want to do as a religious person. I can't be religion right now. But I'm going to tell you this. Wherever my spirit lead me to, if the spirit leads me to go and open up the Bible and read something, I'm the first one to go there. Matter of fact, I got my little footnotes and stuff right here. and I'm not a Bible reader. But what I've noticed is me following my heart and stuff. Sometimes I come and open this book, and later on in the day, I always had a good reason, because whatever I read, it always correlated with what I'm going through in the day. And I don't read the Bible every day either. I read it when I get the spirit to read it.
I'm gonna play this. Let's see what he has to say.
It's your people's Babalawo, Eshuwala Arigun, Big Brujo, and I'm back with another video for these spiritual streets, you heard? So family, as those who follow my content, you know I've been around the world and back again, around the world and back again. And in my travels, in particular, when I'm in the States, within Atlanta, I hear a phrase. People say, how can I become Ifa? Or, right? They may refer to somebody who practices the tradition and say, that person is Ifa. So, to answer this question, how do I become Ifa? Sadly, you cannot become Ifa. You cannot be Ifa. Because Ifa is the word of Oludumare. Okay? It's also a phrase that's used interchangeably as a praise name for Orunmila, because Orunmila knows the word of Oludumare so well that at times people refer to Orunmila as Ifa, as a praise name. And Orunmila is the witness of destiny. So, because you in yourself are not the word of Oludumare, because you are not the witness of destiny, you cannot be Ifa. But there's good news, family. There's good news. Fortunately, you can be a devotee of Ifa, or what we call Oni Sheshe. Oni Sheshe. So you can be a devotee of Ifa. All right. And what does a devotee of Ifa mean? It's a person who follows the word of Oludumare, who follows the guidance of Orunmila, who follows the guidance of other Orishas, right? And there are different ways to be Oni Sheshe, to be a devotee. You understand? Let's put it like this. No matter how far you go in the tradition, meaning titles and priesthoods and things like that, you are still Oni Sheshe, because at the root of it all, you are a devotee, right? You are somebody who follows the recommendations that Orunmila puts forth. You are somebody who follows the word of Oludumare. Whether that came through an Ifa consultation and an Idafa, whether that came through Orisha consultation with Irin de Lagun, you are ultimately following what Oludumare has put forth in front of you, right? So there's different ways to be Oni Sheshe. It depends on how far do you want to go with it. Now, there's the way of somebody who has a priest or priestess that they consistently go to for regular consultations. These people follow the word of Oludumare consistently to better their life, right? They may not have shrines though, but they are worshipers, devotees, right? They may know their Orishas. They may feed their Orishas regularly, or have the priest basically doing it on their behalf, right? They may come to ceremonies. They may come to drummings, bembes, right? Those people can be considered Oni Sheshe because they are devotees of Ifa. Then you have people that go further, right? These people actually take it to step to maybe receive their hand of Ifa, or receive certain things within the culture, right? Maybe they receive their hand of Ifa. And with that comes a set of directions in line with their destiny that's found out through that process, right? That person would typically also have Eshu Udara. So that person have Eshu, that person have Rumila, maybe that person has Egbe, Egungun, right? The Ori, Ile Ori, the Ori icon, these different things that may they receive after getting their Ishefa, which is hand of Ifa. That is also a person who can be considered Oni Sheshe, right? Maybe the person has a steady Babalawu that they go to, but maybe they didn't receive Ishefa, but for whatever reason, they needed to receive Egungun icon or Opaiku. Maybe they needed to receive their Egbe Orun because they are a Omo Ilegbe or a child of Egbe, right? Now, that person, such a person can be considered Oni Sheshe. Then you have the stages of people who go all the way to initiate for whatever reasons. They may need to initiate for their health. They may need to initiate for the sake of their children. They may need to initiate to break generational curses. There's many reasons a person may need to initiate, not just to become a working priest. Because honestly, many initiates are not working priests, right? So such a person is considered, once again, Onisheshe, because at the root of it all, there is a devotion to Ifa, the word of Oludumare. So in the context of how to become Onisheshe, it's on how far do you want to actually take your journey. Do you want to be a person who just, consistently gets consultations, follows the recommendations, makes Ebo, right? Studies, and maybe you learn about your head Orisha and what that means, and you keep it on that plane, right? Maybe you're a person that want to take it a step further. You want to have shrines, right? So you get Ishefa, you get various Orishas. And then maybe you're a person who wants to initiate fully. Now, an important thing to remember about coming into Ifa tradition is you may have came in as a person who just wanted to study the philosophies that came with Ifa, along with making the ebos, along with getting the readings that come along with it to guide your life. But started there and ended up an initiate, or ended up with Hand of Ifa. This happens often because Ifa is so real, y'all. Ifa is so real that once you get a taste of Ifa, you end up wanting more and more and more. Because everything that you find out on this path of destiny, you know that it applies to your life. And as humans, we have a tendency to want to continue progressing in that way. And Ifa helps to bring you that progress. You will notice in the times when you're closest to Ifa is the times when you were found. The further that you get from Ifa after you've been in Ifa, you will notice that things start to become cloudy, right? Chaos starts to ensue. And so people understand that. They can see the real. So you may have started here and end up here. Like nobody knows but Orunmila where the path is going to take you. You understand? And so essentially, family, these are the ways how you come into the culture, or how you can deal with the culture. You might deal with the culture on a very close level where you're very hands-on, or you might deal with the culture in a way where you are consistently following the recommendations set forth by Orunmila, which was brought down through Ifa, the word of Oludumare, right? And then relayed to you. These are things that you will decide as time goes by. Only time can determine how far you will go within Ifa tradition, right? A person may have came to Ifa because their marriage was on the rocks, and Ifa fixes their marriage, and then they end up taking the next steps. A common one that happens is people come to Ifa because they in trouble with the law, right? So that issue, that issue with the law, once it gets cleared up and you see how real these Orishas work and how Odu Ifa moves through your life, and you want to take another step, and then those people continue to go into the culture and become people who have Ishefa, Hand of Ifa, people that make Itefa and initiate. You understand? So just because you start here don't mean you stay here. No, life circumstances and your own egungun are going to determine how much that you keep on pushing, because your blood, like my abuela says, la sangre llama, the blood calls. Sometimes the blood screams louder than your own ori, than your own conscience, and it'll pull you. That's your egungun. In the bone marrow where your egungun live will call you deeper and deeper into this culture. And so I'm here for you, family, as you are along your journey. Like and subscribe to the channel. I bring raw content of Ifa.
Girl, he ain't really tell nothing to hear.
To traditional spiritual system of the Yoruba people of Nigeria.
Ifa is an African traditional way of life. Some may call it a spirituality, some may call it a religion, but it is a way of harmonizing ourselves with the world around us, the universe around us, so that we can flow through this life
Ifa is the study or the observation of life. When you study and observe life, you begin to recognize things about yourself, others, your community. It's countless revelations. Ifa is a way that we focus that intent, focus that observation.
Ifa is a way of life. And through that, we study a way of life through the deities of nature that are explained through nature. And in Ifa, we believe in one God, and we believe those aspects of God are carried out or explained through forces of nature. So those are just extensions of God, rather than we don't pray to the rain, or we don't pray to the rocks. We pray to that force of life that is through God, through those things that are living. But the practice and the traditions is just a way of life. It's just how we communicate with the Creator and our surroundings and our ancestors.
Our ancestors then are our link to divinity. They are our link to divinity. That's the best way to explain it, that we are praising our ancestors because also what they provide for us is a divine record of consciousness of our family. They are the divine internet. If we are trying to draw on our own personal files within the memory of our own computer, then our access to information is limited. If we take that same computer and connect to the internet, a whole different thing happens. It's the same computer, but now it's connected to the internet. The analogy is that we are the computer. That if we try to rely on our own brain to come up with all the answers that we are dealing with on a daily basis, especially in the world of oppression like this, in the world of unfairness like this, in the world of injustice like this, in the world where we see things being destroyed that we care about, then we are indeed lost, because all we have is our one lifetime. When we draw upon the lifetimes of our ancestors, it's like our computer is now connected to the divine internet. And once we connect to that internet, then we have answers that extend across lifetimes. We begin to see patterns in our family. We begin to understand patterns of our resistance in the family. We begin to understand the things that the ancestors did and why.
We honor our ancestors. First and foremost, ancestors are the foundation. And Egun Joko is a ceremony that helps us to communicate and honor and give thanks to the ancestors. Egun is the Yoruba word for ancestor. And Joko means to come sit.
To come sit, okay.
Yes, so Egun Joko, come sit. We invite the ancestors to come sit with us. We make offerings, we say prayers, we make requests. And then the ancestors give us the messages, and the messages that we get, we know are from them because we have appealed to them to come.
Ori, O means he, she, or it. Re means to see. When we look at our head, we can see that our head is a site of all of our senses. We hear from our head, we see from our head, we smell from our head, we taste from our head. We touch, we think of touch being here. But all too often, we can actually pick up something that's not hot enough to burn our hands, but yet we can burn our mouth with it. So I say, touch is most sensitive here as well. You see what I'm saying? So that puts all 5 of our senses as having their strongest locations within our head. Ori is the convergence because of that sensory region, but also the sensory apparatus. It allows the energy of the spirit to enter. It allows the energy of the heart to enter. It allows the energy of the body, of the mind, to be a part of the process. So that all of that is taking place inside of physically or metaphysically the head. So that's what we call the Ori, that place where the mind, spirit, and heart meets. Ori Sha. Yeah, Ori again means the head. Sha means to own.
Sha means to own.
Yeah, so the owner of the head. Each elemental force within the universe, and there's 7 primary that we kind of lean to in the New World. Yes. Those forces are capable at the child's birth of connecting to that child because they understand that child's path. And they, in principle, are connecting to that child. The principle is connecting to a personality. So it can manifest itself down on this plane to make the will of God be known and happen here on this plane. Those Orisha are selecting that child. And because that child is choosing his destiny, in a sense, it's also selecting that Orisha. So that Orisha is a selected head. That child is a head that's been selected. So there's a selected head relationship that goes on between those two.
Orishas are, like I said, the forces of nature. In Voodoo, they're called the Loa. In the Kemetic system. They are the netters. They are they are functions of God. They are the messengers. They are the forces of nature.
Eshu, Ogun, and Ochosi, which in simpler terms are called the warriors of Ifa. Why that? They open up the way for you. Okay, those are the ones that when your life, they go to bat for you to make your life better.
I don't know if you are familiar with the revolution in Haiti, the story of Toussaint Louverture. And it's reputed that he first went to Ogun to help to fight to overthrow the French, and Ogun refused. So he went to Gede and Ilagba agreed to help him. They made the right sacrifice. But the switch is that
I was asking you, did you have that, like all your everything to go in your pot? Ogun.
Oh yeah, I got all my pots. I got initiated, so I have everything.
Oh, okay.
I got my goon. I got my leg wild. Got my went to did all that. Yep.
Yeah.
they gained their independence, but the French, they were so mad that they kept them impoverished. So maybe someone didn't do the full sacrifice. I don't know.
Because that was the same thing we had done in New Orleans, was to create this syncretism, because what had happened was that we could not openly and overtly practice African religion. When we began to understand Christianity, that's one of the things I think people don't give us credit for. We did not hear the stories of all the miracles that we heard from Christianity for the first time. The raising of the dead is nothing new in Africa. The divine or miraculous birth is nothing new in Africa. So with that, when these things were brought to us in Portuguese, in English, in French, in Spanish for the first time, we were not hearing them for the first time. We were hearing them in those colonial languages and under those auspices. Understand. And so it's easy for us to become very good Christians in that sense, because now we needed it for our survival. So outwardly, as we would say in New Orleans, we're 90% Catholic and 110% voodoo. Music is very important in Ifa, for the simple reason that we know music is vibrations. And vibrations are wavelengths. Wavelengths are capable of changing human consciousness. We already know that when we measure a person's brain waves, we can determine alpha, beta, and all the different signatures of brain waves is oscillations. When we look at rhythm, we actually know that too is an oscillation. When we look at the colors of the Orisha, assigned to the Orisha, each color is a wavelength. Each wavelength of color carries its own oscillation. So what we're doing in music is actually creating sonic colors. We're actually creating sonic colors that affect the 7 energy centers of the human body. When we affect those 7 energy centers, we're able of moving that energy around, so at an instant level or instantaneous level of super consciousness can find itself an open door in that person. And we find what's sometimes called possession. And in that person is capable of doing things that they do not do. To hold a knife and put it against your hand and not cut yourself. To hold fire and not burn yourself. To heal a person because you've touched them. These are things that a human being is not normally capable of doing, rather than when there's a super consciousness that has replaced that personality with a greater personality, because this door has been opened, this gateway through which this energy has flowed, because music has opened the doorway to create that sonic vibration for that energy to ride down on, because music creates a semi-solid mass. You understand? It's like this stuff is ethereal around the sun. It creates a semi-solid mass that becomes kind of a worm, not even a kind of, it is a wormhole into other dimensions, into those places, into those into the divinosphere, into the levels of life that we're not aware of around us, for it to be pulled through. When it pulls through, miracles happen.
And let me tell you how deep that is, what he just said. That when you listen to music, if you go to a club, music can make you dance and love each other. It can also make you fight. You know what I'm saying? Tear the club up. Tear the club up.
Is that music or is that alcoholism?
It's the music and the alcohol combined, right?
Right.
So if you are on drinking a substance like that, then it will make you highly suggestible. Tear the club up.
Yeah, but you influenced by alcohol, and that ain't the music.
Well, I would say that the music, it allows you to go into your own wormhole. So,
Right.
Right. And I'm gonna show you one more last thing and I'll let it go.
Okay.
Take yourself back to June 2020. We were wrestling with a pandemic, of course, but more importantly, our entire nation was searching for its soul in the wake of George Floyd's death. And then there was this.
Beyonce released a new single this past Friday on Juneteenth, and it's called Black Parade. The lyrics, let me tell you, wow.
With references to Yoruban deities like Oshun and Yamaya, it was clear that
Beyonce is pushing way more than Black Lives Matter ideology here.
some people celebrated it, seeing it as overturning 400 years of repression of the Yoruban faith.
This makes me feel bad as hell.
Slaves brought the Yoruban faith over from Africa, but in the New World, their beliefs were labeled satanic, demonic, and primitive, and driven underground.
But Beyonce was outright like, oh, Shun, yeah, my ya. You heard me? Yeah, my ya. It was just nice hearing someone just being upfront with it and not trying to hide it.
But not everybody was happy with the song, including many in the Black community, Black Christians in particular.
Beyonce, I'm so disappointed in you, honey. Using your influence to associate authentic Blackness with magic is just wrong. Why do I need witchcraft or African spirituality to feel Black when Christianity is equally as Black?
But this
That's religion. That makes no sense to me.
Ain't that crazy?
Christianity is it don't be whatever. I honestly, people could get in stuff like that and they never gonna change my heart because I done built it up, and thanks to the Lord and Orumla, and that's period for me.
Beyonce is just one of millions finding strength and meaning in the Yoruban religion. By some counts, this is the 6th largest religion in the world, with as many as 100 million followers.
Growing numbers of African-American women in Maryland and across the nation are leaving traditional church worship. They are college-educated professional women.
Modern day witches. See, you see how they say witches? That come on now, it's not.
And the thing of it is, they saying modern day, but this ain't modern for me. Like
modern day witches. That's crazy.
Chosen to believe that theirs is a truer example of worship.
But they feel like that about Christian. They feel like that
I
about
think you probably know this by now, but for me, all religions are inherently interesting. I love looking at the ideas that animate people and bring meaning to their lives. But the Yoruban religion is especially rich and full of wonder.
Now, I will say this. It's interesting that there's this white guy that is talking about this.
Yeah, because it's for views. It's for views for them. It ain't. It's for views. Just views.
I've only tapped the surface of the songs, the stories, chants, poems, and wisdom, and I am continually blown away by the richness of the tradition. In all of the religions I study, I always have this little voice in the back of my head saying, you know, they might be right. And when I study the Yoruba, I sometimes hear that voice just getting louder and louder. It's just that compelling and interesting. So what is it? Well, we could start with the Orishas. Ori meaning consciousness, Sha meaning protector. Different traditions have a different total number. Some have only 7, others have 401, some have 601, and some have 3,200. Regardless of the tradition, each Orisha is associated with some element of nature and has multiple associations with colors, stones, trees, emotions, major life events, basically everything in nature. As Stephen Prothero says so beautifully, they provide a map to every mountain and valley of human experience. And every moment and every space is permeated with spiritual power. Oludumare is the high god, whose name literally means the source of all creation that does not become empty. Awesome, I love that. He is omnipotent, transcendent, all-knowing, both good and evil. And as the source of energy, not he really, more like they, beyond all gender. And he's really beyond all human form. So Oludumare might be better imagined as something like this. But he did not create our world. There are several creation stories. In one of these, Oludumare needed to call upon the creative powers of Oshun, the river goddess, Orisha of sex, love, and fertility. And with the power of water, the rivers, she brought life into the world. But like the water, the life was formless. So it was left to Obatala to mold humans out of the earth. Now
as he's doing this is for kids, really. You know what I'm saying? He's showing a human kind of entity, but really, that's the way to explain it.
Great, but the humans complained. They said, there is nothing that is unequal among us. We are all the same language, same possessions. There is no variety in anything in our lives. Why are we all the same? So hearing this, Oludumare called on Eshu, the trickster, to make life more interesting. Eshu put on his special hat, red on one side, black on the other, that made him appear like a man dressed in red from one side and a man dressed in black on the other. Walking right in between people, the people on either side of him started arguing about who he was and what they were seeing. And this is the origin of all the multitude of differences we see today. One of the most interesting things about the Yoruban religion is that while many religions focus on the afterlife, it's really the pre-life that matters the most here. It's probably my favorite part of the Yoruban religion. So I really geeked out on this, and I made this really elaborate PowerPoint I'm going to show you. It's actually not just a PowerPoint, it's a full-on animation that I made in PowerPoint, which was pretty crazy. But I just really wanted to help you dive in and understand the Yoruban view of life and death and the pre-life and the afterlife. So here's how it goes. Before you enter the world, your Ori, your divine spirit, comes before this trinity of Orishas. Along with Olodumare and Eshu is Arunmila, the god of wisdom and destiny. He is Eshu's opposite. He represents order, wisdom, and peace, while Eshu represents chaos, action, and power. Isn't this just the most awesome trinity? So when you come before the trinity, Olodumare will breathe life into you. Then you choose your destiny, your personality, your purpose, and even the day you will die. If you've ever seen the movie Soul, it's kind of like that. There's a pre-life of souls figuring out who they will be and looking for their spark. And though the creators of the movie have never said so, I think it's likely that they are borrowing quite a bit from the Yoruban tradition here. So once you get your spark, your purpose, you start your life. Your Ori carries your destiny and your true life's purpose from the moment you were born. But we lose touch with our Ori and lose our spark. We get distracted by the demands of our day-to-day lives and lose our true purpose. The world around us is awash with spiritual power, and not all of it is good. Ajogun, these malevolent spirits, threaten us at every moment. The Orishas are all around us, in the water, the rocks, and in the heavens. They can help protect us, and more importantly, help us recover our destiny and true life's purpose. But somehow, we have to connect to them. So to connect to the Orishas, you can go to the Babalawo, a Yoruban priest or diviner who is a master of the Ifa tradition. The Babalawo begins by addressing your Ori directly and says, "You know the mystery." He then turns to his divining tray, which embodies the wisdom of Arunmila and the Orishas, and says, "You know the mystery." And then he says with awesome humility, "I know nothing." Because he's really just a medium. So using pine nuts or another divining device, one of 256 signatures is revealed. He then recounts the Odu that's associated with that signature. The Odu are these chants, songs, poems, and stories. The full collection of Odu is 4 times the size of the Bible, so this is a massive corpus. The Babalawo will recount at least 4 Odu, but it's ultimately up to you to decide which story or chant matters and why. They have this wonderful saying that the Ori is the greatest Orisha. Through divination, worship, and meditative veneration, you can reconnect with your Ori, find your spark, recover your destiny, and start living true to your life's true purpose. The powers of the universe will start to align in you. When you die, you do it all over again. Like Buddhism, they affirm the idea of reincarnation. And there are a lot of interesting parallels here with Buddhism. Not only do they both believe in reincarnation, but in Buddhism, we are constantly reincarnated onto the wheel of life that is full of suffering. Buddha points the way out through his 8-fold path of perfecting our souls through meditation and mindfulness to reach nirvana, a state of oneness with the creative energies of the world. In the same way, some Yoruban claim that we can eventually become one in spirit with Olodumare, the source of all creation. But also like Buddhism, most people don't have such lofty goals in their day-to-day life. Instead, they come to the Babalawo for practical matters. They want better health, more love, or just some more money. They are not aiming for the afterlife. They're just trying to live their best life here and now. And this rich world of meaning, where spirits and the power of Ashe are all around, is the very fabric of their lives. So let's look at some real imagery now. So here's a Babalawo using pine nuts for divination. He tries to scoop them from one hand to another, and the number of pine nuts remaining tells him what to write in the sand. When he's done, he'll have the signature for the Odu. Now these Odu are not just meaningful, they are beautiful as well.
The ordinary Yoruba patronizes the Ifa priests not only because of their belief in the predictions and pronouncements of Ifa, but also because of the aesthetic enjoyment which they derive from listening to the chanting of a form of poetry which is exceedingly rich in style and language.
He will then recommend that a gift be given to your Orisha. So if you're trying to connect with Obatala, whose color is white, he might recommend a white chicken. But to deliver the gift, you need the help of Eshu. So you'll also need to throw in a bit of tobacco for him as well.
A portion is offered to Eshu, the male counterpart of Oshun, and placed in a secret place beneath the stairs of this Onden home.
This is sometimes called sacrifice.
11 people were charged with cruelty to livestock animals after Bexar County deputies were called out to a ritual involving animal sacrifices.
You know, the only one that can complain about cruelty to animals is a vegan because, you know, we're killing animals.
The group sacrificed a goat, 3 roosters, a pigeon, and some chickens, and had other animals ready. After ceremonies like this, Talamantes has said they'd cut the sacrificed animals up to cook up and eat in a ceremonial meal. They say some of that was already happening. The mistake in their eyes wasn't the sacrifices. It was leaving the garage door open for the neighborhood to see.
I don't know, it just kind of has like this bad tinge to it. So just think of it as a gift to the Orisha. Today, many Yoruba are establishing houses of worship that look a lot like a Christian church. They listen to sermons, they pray, and they sing songs that celebrate their culture and identity. They also do dances that call forth the powers of the Orisha.
The special Ifa dance steps with delightful variations are executed to the traditional Ifa music. The songs in the special Ifa tunes and melodies treat various subjects in praise of Ifa, gratitude for blessings, demand for favors, the joy of being a devotee, and assurance of continuity.
This is a form of spirit possession. And combined with the animal sacrifices, many Christian leaders see these rituals and ideas as demonic and satanic.
The fact that young people are moving towards traditional African spirituality and leaving the church, why are you concerned about this?
These people, they ought not to go back to what they have left or what their fathers have left. In the name of Jesus! Christianity brought a clear civilization, spiritually and physically. African spirituality is the same as Satanism or demonism.
But the people they're leading, the people in their congregations, often still see these diviners and practice at least some aspects of Yoruban religion. This is one of many spiritual battlegrounds in the world. And like all spiritual battlegrounds, it is of cosmic proportions. On the one hand, we have Christian leaders who are fearing for their souls and want to save them. On the other are millions of Africans who are fighting to hold on to their traditions.
Ifa was sent by God Olodumare to use his wisdom to administer the world. The society was peaceful in those days when people followed Ifa's directives. Foreign religions, Islam and Christianity, however, came and waged war against Ifa. But we do not wage war against any religion.
The cultural heritage being displayed here is very, very encouraging. It reminds me about our ancestors, the things that was left behind for us. But the Christianity want to destroy it.
From its origins in West Africa, this faith survived the Middle Passage, and it is being adopted and adapted by some Black Americans who find within it strength, power, and meaning.
To learn about our history and learn about traditions that put us on a pedestal, and I see people so quick to demonize it. It worries me for the future of, our people as a whole in the world.
I do call myself Oshun the Great in honor of Oshun, and I dye my hair in honor of Oshun.
You can tap into her energy because we could easily tap into different Orisha's energies.
I'm going to be speaking about Oshun and how she could actually help balance our solar plexus.
I hope you enjoy learning about the Yoruban tradition as much as I have. It's just one more window into another way of seeing and being in the world. And it is.
That was interesting.
I mean, it was another version of a person's. Now, I wanted to show this one thing because Baba Yashabaya has. This is one of the things where he talked about the African fractals. This guy actually got $1 million, a $7 million thing to study Ifa. Let me show you this. So, but what he did, he used it as a $7 million thing to study African. But Ifa is not just the divination system. Ifa is how the whole society is laid out. So let me show you this. It's called African fractals. Let me show you this. And once we get to this is the last thing I'm gonna show you, but I'm just letting you guys know that a lot of times people don't really realize how they're studying us.
Track down one of the folks who makes these things, this guy in Mali, just outside of Bamako, and I asked him, how come you're making fractal fences? Because nobody else is. And his answer was very interesting. He said, well, if I lived in the jungle, I would only use the long rows of straw because they're very quick and they're very cheap. Doesn't take much time, doesn't take much straw. He said, but wind and dust goes through pretty easily. Now, the tight rows up at the very top, they really hold out the wind and dust, but it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of straw because they're really, really tight. Now, he said, we know from experience that the farther up from the ground you go, the stronger the wind blows, right? It's just like a cost-benefit analysis. And I measured out the length of straw, put it on a log-log plot, got the scaling exponent, and it almost exactly matches the scaling exponent for the relationship between wind speed and height in the wind engineering handbook. So these guys are right on target for a practical use of scaling technology. The most complex example of an algorithmic approach to fractals that I found was actually not in geometry. It was in a symbolic code. And this was Bahmana sand divination. And the same divination system is found all.
So isn't this E5 right here? That is the actual Odu, right? So let's go
over Africa. You can find on the East Coast as well as the West Coast, and often the symbols are very well preserved. So each of these symbols has 4 bits. It's a 4-bit binary word. You draw these lines in the sand randomly, and then you count off. And if it's an odd number, you put down 1 stroke, and if it's an even number, you put down 2 stroke. And they did this very rapidly, and I couldn't understand where they were getting. They only did the randomness 4 times. I couldn't understand where they were getting the other 12 symbols, and they wouldn't tell me. They said, no, I can't tell you about this. I said, well, look, I'll pay you. You can be my teacher, and I'll come each day and pay you. I said, it's not a matter of money. This is a religious matter. And finally, out of desperation, I said, well, let me explain George Cantor in 1877, and I started explaining, why I was there in Africa, and they got very excited when they saw the Cantor set. And one of them said, come here, I think I can help you out here. And so he took me through the initiation ritual for a Bahmana.
So he had to get initiated.
A priest. And of course, I was only interested in the math. So the whole time he kept shaking his head going, I didn't learn it this way. But I had to sleep with a kola nut next to my bed, buried in sand, and give 7 coins to 7 lepers, and so on.
He got initiated into Babaluaye. That's why he had to give things to lepers.
And finally, he revealed the truth of the matter. And it turns out it's a pseudo-random number generator. They're using deterministic chaos. When you have a 4-bit symbol, you then put it together with another one sideways. So even plus odd gives you odd. Odd plus even gives you odd. Even plus even gives you even. Odd plus odd gives you even. So it's addition modulo 2, just like in the parity bit check on your computer. And then you take this symbol and you put it back in, so it's a self-generating diversity of symbols. They're truly using a kind of deterministic chaos in doing this. Now, because it's a binary code, you can actually implement this in hardware. What a fantastic teaching tool that should be in African engineering schools. And the most interesting thing I found out about it was historical. In the 12th century, Hugo of Santillana brought it from Islamic mystics into Spain. And there it entered into the alchemy community as geomancy, the divination through the earth. This is a geomantic chart drawn by for King Richard II in 1390. Leibniz, the German mathematician, talked about geomancy in his dissertation called De Combinatoria. And he said, well, instead of using 1 stroke and 2 strokes, let's use a 1 and a 0. And we can count by powers of 2. Right? 1s and 0s, the binary code. George Boole took Leibniz's binary code and created Boolean algebra, and John von Neumann took Boolean algebra and created the digital computer. So all these little PDAs and laptops, every digital circuit in the world started in Africa. And I know Brian Eno says there's not enough African in computers, but I don't think there's enough African history in Brian Eno. So let me end with just a few words about applications that we've found for this. And you can go to our website. The applets are all free. They just run in the browser. Anybody in the world can use them. The National Science Foundation's Broadening Participation in Computing program recently awarded.
All right. So listen, go and watch African Fractals. This is not, this is real, everybody is using the technology, our ancient technology, to build out computers and build out new technology, but we're the only ones that's it's demonic. That's the devil. It's evil, so yeah.
People come up with what they want to come up with. I mean, I was told that because I use sage, that's evil.
Sage is a herb. When you eat food, is it evil when you ingest sage?
No, or if you want to compare that, then do you like candles? Do you like incense?
You don't like incense?
Same.
Anything? You know? Do you spray fucking Febreze in your house?
That's what I was like.
Is that demonic? You know, people want to make everything fucking demonic.
And it comes back to religion, if you ask me.
Yeah.
But I'm not religious.
Me either.
I'm not religious. I'm not down the religious road, and I don't plan on going down there. I don't want to be religious. I don't have to be religious. All you gotta do is believe in your heart. That ends it right there.
Right.
For me, people say, "Oh, you giving a double standard answer." How the hell I gave you my damn answer? I just believe in what I believe in for me, and you believe in what you believe in for you. You can't take mine away, and I can't take yours.
I'm getting like a bunch of messages like to watch them. I don't know if he's like cussing me out or what.
You getting a bunch of messages to do who?
This nigga.
Huh?
This Mandeka.
Oh, what, he on live?
Yeah, man, stupid. Like, bro, man, really?
What happened?
Hold
Oh,
on.
because you didn't mute the guy. I thought you didn't. You told him that it
Man,
was.
he's still tripping. Like, really, you?
He'll be back. Y'all know how y'all two do.
No.
Let them disrespect him. Let them question him. That's why you call me.
DJ Genesis, like I say, I'm cool on you for tonight. I'm cool on a couple of people. A couple of people who pissed me off today. You know, so no, don't like I say, you kept calling me. I can show the goddamn text. Leave me the fuck alone. You gotta handle that shit. And then you gonna turn on me? I couldn't even speak. I said, at least mute the dumb motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, he don't know that you couldn't hear him.
Buddy. No, I'm not there for your entertainment. You got 607 on. You should have let him get away. That was all the entertainment you needed. I'm not that type of guy. I'm not for you goddamn weird ass entertainment. I'm for a body.
I think what he need to do, he probably should go back and listen to the tape. Nobody could hear what
Trust
Q
none of
was
these
saying.
goddamn people in this goddamn community. Don't trust people in real
What?
fucking
Nobody
life.
can hear
People
what
will
he
lie
was
to
saying
you and
anyway,
lie
right?
to you and drag you along with
He
some
was
fucking
like
lies and shit.
bullshit, right?
Try to get it close to you, and then next thing you know, they turn on you. Fuck none of you motherfuckers. On social media and real goddamn life. Yeah. Okay. So hold up, Corinne. Let me.
I mean,
let
for
me
no
say this.
reason.
I have a brother, so I can't really be on. Yeah, man. This really here is a waste of my energy, Q, to be honest, bro. Because you never really eat. And this is why you won't defend that whack ass information you got over there.
Just let him know that
You ever know all he talk about everybody else's information? When is the last time y'all seen anything? No, you call somebody else for that shit. If you know what? You sit there and let him disrespect the elder. You did. Now all of a sudden you can't hear when you see this dumbass nigga over speaking me. That shit pissed me the fuck off. I ain't gonna lie. Don't call me.
Go back and when you get
None of you motherfuckers call me. I fight my own goddamn war. You fight your own shit. Because every time oh really? He over there disrespecting the elders? Oh, okay. All right, here I come.
Man, I called
And then now all of a
him,
sudden,
and he
you letting this
knew.
dumb motherfucker overtalk me.
You know what? He just want to argue with somebody because he called me, and he heard it was blank. I couldn't hear shit. You called me. I couldn't hear nothing. He just want to argue with somebody.
Well, go on and get off and go over there and tell them your side of the story.
Man, I swear to God, bro. I'm like, bro, okay. I'm gonna have to do that. You know what? I'm gonna leave the stream. Much love, guys. Shouts out, and I'll go ahead and try to iron this out. Love you guys for being here. I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you too, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everybody. Good night, any of my men that are out there.
Night, night.
Like, share, comment, subscribe. If you don't do anything else, Just get to know us.
Peace.
Night.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money move.